well, thinking they're in their doctrine. Maybe it's the fringe, or let's say the radical or whatever. But yeah, we're all here. I think we're all here for the same common purpose, and that is of course, we don't hate on anyone, but we have been suffering, and I should say we've been suffering all of it under the scourge, and this is why this space is so phenomenal. Suleiman, in the year that I've been working with him and others in his panel, it's extraordinary.
These are some
how
life
we
choices
plow
that are
through
being
the
made.
information and come up and we glean the top of what is going on, but we go and we dig down deep into the depths of it. We go into we fathom down there. But you're right.
It's why I need Justin's augment the
blueprint
that I gave him that lets me stay alive permanently.
Yeah, right.
I'm gonna get something a little
think
safe
when
here.
Americans or people in the West, they hear about martyrdom.
Yeah, are these all looted?
The
guy hit
typical
this one, I think, right?
suicide bomber. But we could all go back in history and see what happened at the King David Hotel and to know what the real story was.
the
and
harvester
who
on
the
that?
first essentially terrorists were. And, so at the end of the day, if we were put in an encampment that was
What the freak is that?
25 miles by 25 miles, aka Gaza,
We did it.
what would we do?
This might be the
for our
first time I've ever
families
seen
or
it
for
die.
our freedom? So
Really?
I know Iran's
Look
in
at
a
that
different
guy.
position,
He's already fucking.
but we've been
in
choking them
there.
through sanctions and through pressure and through everything else under the sun.
There's no lootable parts.
Yeah, the sacrifice is definitely real.
Amen, brother. Let me ask you a question. We are looking at
might be
what
it,
we
dude.
call, and please subscribe to Suleiman's channel there.
That's great.
Go
The
look.
problem is, like, you blow all the
go
parts
through
off.
his videos on his channel.
everyone just loots the
subscribe to his
parts.
channel.
Huh?
He has just a wealth of knowledge
Nothing
from
there.
his interviews. He's interviewed military experts.
Is there anything in the
experts
harvester?
theology?
Yeah,
and,
but I think they already did it.
People who live there, and
So I bet this
Professor
is gonna be absolutely
Morandi,
gooped already.
university professor, doctor at
They hit this and they
PhD
probably just
there
left.
in the University of Tehran. There, he goes into what we call.
Dude.
And I say we. I join him in this. The battle we see is the Epstein class versus the moral opposition, or the moral resistance. What's your thinking on that? This is from Professor Morandi.
Yeah, no, for sure. So I actually
Tom Justin?
changed my profile maybe a year ago. I used to be in the chill space.
That's what everyone does. The fuck you mean?
back
You
in the early
literally.
days
That's
of
what
when
everyone
the
does. You literally
genocide
have
in
to, or you
Gaza
get nothing.
kicked
There's-
off. So
You're a retard.
I've been back and forth, but I've been, listening to Suleiman for
Coming
the
here,
longest
talking
time.
shit.
So
There's
I'm
something on the
very
board.
well aware of Professor Morandi and his great work. I mean, at the end of the day, most Middle Eastern sane people think like him and understand the
Keep my
problems.
wife's
I
name
think it's just when the
out
imperialists,
your
aka the U.S. and the West, have control through the monetary system, through whatever means. I think that type of pressure is what causes
No.
the division in the Middle East.
Should have
If you
saved
look at
that
a
one
country
fuse
like
grenade,
Lebanon,
Jared.
if you look at a country like Syria, Jordan, Egypt, before the
Oh.
Arab Spring,
Oh,
I mean,
It's
there
not a
was
queen.
some sort of unity that
It's a
couldn't be
Rocketeer
broken
piece.
until finances, war, and division was pushed on us. So 100%, Professor Morandi is great, and I 100% agree with everything he talks about.
Yeah, we got
Was
a lot
this
of
worth it?
pushback on that.
Just some
And they say, okay,
Andrew,
sorry.
can I just give some
Yeah, it's not
breaking
too
news?
bad.
I'll give it straight back to you.
This
Resistance
useful for
confirmed
anything?
Israeli planes in Nabatea.
This might be if there's anything in
That's
it.
happening right now. Let me just put this out. Resistance confirmed planes
Maybe not.
in
I don't
think so.
Nabatea. And
Also, people
then
shove them
we
up their
have,
ass. So
what's the
there's no
True.
ammo.
I don't got any PvP guns on me.
and then it is resistance confirms Israeli planes in Nabatea, and we also have. Oh, it's just taking a while to load.
How many people are coming? That's 5k for energy clip.
I forgot to get my. Fine.
Sounds good. GG's, everybody.
Okay, cool. And then we have.
No, you blick 'em.
With Israeli forces
115K.
of Prophet Sheikh Hassan al-Shah. You also have anti-aircraft missile machine
Wait,
arm
really?
clashes with the
Yeah.
Lebanese resistance and the occupation army during an attempted airborne landing in Bekaa.
You were
So
asking,
this
is it
is
worth it?
happening in southern. Oh, did that
What is this recycled to?
This is happening in
Yeah.
southern
What do you mean
Lebanon right now.
115K?
So
115K.
southern Lebanon major clashes.
Oh,
In
What?
southern
really
Lebanon
agree, but
between.
it's fine.
What do you mean you don't agree? Okay, I need that.
Um,
I'll keep that. Need that. Need. Nope, didn't need those. Do I? Yeah, I'll keep those.
Yeah, it's sad
Yeah,
what's
boom
going
up
on in
vibes.
Lebanon.
It's about
Like
time.
I was just there a few months ago, and
Oh wait, are
every
we doing
time the
no violence
IDF
today? I'm sorry.
feels
I'll
the
take it
need to
back.
bomb inside Beirut, it's just really sad. Like,
are you
okay,
from?
this.
Are you from? No, you said you're from Syria.
The what?
Sorry, say again. Say what you just said again, because that was interesting.
No, just really, it's really sad. Like every time the IDF feels the need to go bomb
Like
Yeah.
in
a
the
Turkish
middle of
person, or
Beirut, like if you've been to Lebanon, you know in Beirut there's no Hezbollah. Like it's just crazy. I
Beirut
get
is
it.
literally like Paris. It's
under
like
your
a stop and
desk?
clubbing area.
Yeah, it
Really?
literally is, and it's like as free
For
as it
like when
could
you're
be. Like
playing,
the
or when you're
people
just
are
watching
just
stuff?
enjoying themselves, and just sad.
Oh,
It
okay.
really is sad that
Like
the IDF, and it's crazy because the Lebanese government's so split
YVJ
between the
Jerusalem.
factions, between Hezbollah and then the real government, whatever you want to call it, and
Guys, I need so many things.
it's just sad to see that the division is allowing
I'll do
the
trials this
U.S.
weekend. I
and
don't give a
Israel
shit.
to kind of bully them, right? They don't have an air
What do I need here? I just need a
force. They definitely
respirator.
don't have air defenses. So like whatever
2
they
more snow
have
globe.
is essentially Hezbollah. And I know I'm dating a Lebanese girl, and
I
it's
want to buy
sad
these
to see
guns. Right?
even
How
her
much money do I
family.
have?
They're
Only
very
28,000?
pro-Israel in that sense, and
L.
it hate it. It's not like I'm fighting her family
And two
Yeah,
sometimes.
so it was like 100,000
Okay,
my
let me give
foot.
this.
Well, I mean,
So the
also I
resistance
went in
is
with probably
fighting.
30,000,
Right now, there is major fire,
and I didn't sell all
major
the
strength
things
of
because I kind of
fire
needed them.
on
Or I'm gonna need them. I don't know.
In South Lebanon, yeah, between Israeli forces and
He has a
Hezbollah. So
goop
that's happening
addiction,
right
Justin.
now. In addition to that, I just want to read these chats out. Appreciate so much super chats.
Oh,
This
good,
is
Justin,
from
quick, trade me
Kofi,
that thing. Then
and it is lots of
we'll
love,
play
brother.
something.
Thank you for
Yeah,
speaking the
yeah.
truth.
And then we'll play
We
something.
have another one says great work, Suleiman. Big up Adam and
Play
Andrew,
RuneScape
my
Plus.
guys. I've been dying to speak on the space, but I've been banned for a week on X for
No,
criticizing
you'll
Mario
die.
Pig Netanyahu. Thanks for giving me
You'll be
the
dead before you hit the floor.
airtime. Thanks for giving me
Oh,
the
I'm threatening
airtime
you.
3 days ago on the space before the ban. I'll be
Threatening,
back.
I'm loving
All roads lead back to the
shit out of
news.
you.
Well, we already
A
took him back to bronze,
huge
Jared.
super chat on Coffee, which is $50. Thank you for all you do. Karen
Actually,
with
I think it
two
was mostly
huge
Justin.
$30 super chats said, huge thanks for all you're doing to spread the truth and defending humanity. And again, huge thank you for all you do and spreading the truth and defending humanity. Jamie says, keep
Deserved.
spreading the message. We need peace on the planet. Paul said, Paul with a huge super chat on
What do
Coffee.
you
I'm
have for
pretty
me
sure
again?
Says,
I'm
your
pretty sure my
timely
main account is
coverage
almost Iron 2.
of the war is the best there is. Thanks to you, the amazing
I remember
co-hosts, speakers,
what
and
I gave
excellent
you.
guests. Yeah, definitely we can't do this
Wolfpacks
without
and the blueprint, right? And the deadlines.
everyone who's contributing to the space without a shadow of a doubt, including the listeners.
Right?
And then another super chat, which is,
What?
I just want to thank you for your space. Nice to listen to
No.
without hearing the F
I
word
give
non-stop.
you.
It's sad to say
Did I give you
lot
like a
of them
hull
are so
cracker and
confident in
ammo
speaking, you can
and
never
the
know
gold
by
gun
their
and the
language.
ammo for the gold gun?
Is that Khaleesi sending the super chat herself to us?
You can have one. I'll give you a
No,
pack.
what did you say? I didn't even
Whoa,
hear
where did
it.
she
Sorry,
come
what
from?
did you
I thought she
say?
wasn't
They're
even
very
here.
expensive to
Damn.
make now. That's why
How
I
did
gave
she
them to
do
you.
that? Like,
What did
she's
you say?
like a ghost that comes from the other side.
What? No, what the fuck?
I'm here all the time. What did you
Said,
say?
I just want to.
Oh my
I
god.
just want to thank you for your space. Nice to listen to without
You hear
hearing
this
the
shit?
F word non-stop. I'd say,
Okay, look, I'm
sad
in
to
much
say a lot of
friendlier
them are
lobbies than
so-called
you, so I'm
Christians,
gonna
but you
invite
would
you
never
this
know
time.
by their language.
I'm
Oh, thank you so much. I really appreciate
Damn
it as
hurricane
well.
would be
And
the
I
perfect
like
place
how,
to trade it.
you know, in the
'Cause
morning I really
you can't see more
enjoy,
than 10 feet
well,
in
I
front of
think
you.
it's in the morning in the UK time, our spaces and our contributions, and every single one of our panelists, those who pop
Have you
in
seen the
to say
hurricane mode?
hello, those who are regular like Andrew and Adam and Mankos and Hassan and, you know, Ryan, they pop in and out during,
Okay,
well,
are you
these guys
streaming?
stay obviously all day and they support all day, but like Ryan popped in, I think,
Oh,
Ryan Dawson,
gotcha.
that is, popped in a couple of times today, and You know, they just kind of pop in, give their opinion
Are you streaming on
whenever
YouTube?
they want, and it's really good. And you know
Okay.
what? I think we're making a huge difference because I've just
Yeah, I
been
think just the
involved with
blueprint
some
and then
people and
yeah, deadlines, the
they're
blueprint, and the
they're
Wolfpack,
based here
right?
and there in different
And
parts of the
Wolfpacks. You can keep a
world.
Wolfpacker
They're
too.
family members of mine, and
I
they're
thought the
like
golden gun was
like
going to be payment,
watching
but
mainstream
no.
media, and there's like nothing on there. It's just everything
Oh, you're
is
streaming
well
our voices again?
orientated, and they listen
Keep the
to
energies. I don't.
this
You can keep
space
the
on
energies.
YouTube.
Oh, the
So that's
Wolfpacks are more
another good
expensive now because they're
reason
more
to
expensive to make.
please go
You can
to
keep
the
the
nest. Give
yeah.
Suleiman a follow on TikTok. That's really
The biggest
important
thing is
because he's
that
putting a
blueprint.
lot of content out there. A lot of content out
Yeah.
there. It's actually, do you know
No,
what?
you
Let me get the
didn't.
maths here. 240
That was literally you.
went for
That was literally the
100,000.
only thing I
I'd
gave to you to
really
keep.
like him to hit 10,000 tonight. So please go to the nest.
You better scroll to the bottom
Where
and
you
give me
see
that blueprint.
Suleiman and myself, just above there, you'll see a tweet pinned. Go and
Okay,
like
thank you.
that post. Well, actually, no, go and follow him on TikTok. Let me
Look
copy
at all this
this
shit in your
link,
inventory.
right?
What else
And
do
let
I
me put
want?
it in the YouTube as well and see if our YouTube crew can
Shopping
put
around. Give me some
for
Bombardier
me
and
as
Bashing
well. And
cells.
then the second post in the nest, really quickly,
Most of he
is
said most of
follow
it
us
is
on
yours.
YouTube and join the conversation.
Actually,
Now, this, what we do, this
yeah,
is
yeah.
what
Fill your
my
inventory with
family and
that.
friends listen to,
Keep
is
yourself
they
a
listen to
Wolfpack,
the YouTube link.
and then
They put it on
is all the deadlines I
YouTube
give you?
and they get on with their business,
Yeah, that's
right?
fine. That's
Because then they
fine.
don't have to worry about X and glitches.
Okay.
That's a really important post. So please open that link, the second tweet in the nest.
Do you have any
Thumbs up.
mushrooms?
Just like it by giving it a thumbs up. And then on the left, go to
It
Suleiman's
probably
picture.
is.
Do that
Yeah.
as
Oh,
well,
2 mushrooms. Yeah, right there.
and make sure you click the bell icon
I would love
on
2
his
mushrooms.
profile, because that means when he goes live on YouTube and puts
2
new
mush.
content out on YouTube, you'll get a notification.
I
So that
give
way
you
you're going to be
fucking.
kept
Go,
up to date with
what?
the news
What
as
are you?
people
What are you
during the
doing?
day
What the
finish work and come on YouTube.
It's
and say,
not. It's
"Oh,
not worth. I'd
there's an
rather the
update on the
Wolfpacks.
space,
I'm
please
what
don't
the
miss it.
Wolfpacks are
What have
so
I
much more
missed?"
valuable. The
This is
mushrooms
the
are.
best way for you guys to get an
The mushrooms
update.
are useless.
Is
I just
make
need them
sure
for
you've got your
Scrappy
bell icon on, so when he puts his videos out,
and a
the
rusted gear if
videos,
you
when
have
he
it.
does like 6, 7, 8 minute videos, you can see
Yeah,
them.
rusted
Get
gear,
them up to
motor.
date, and more importantly,
These
on
things aren't useful to you,
TikTok.
but they're
That's
level.
where all
It's
his
for me to level
Scrappy
up my
videos
stuff.
are. So that, and then
I
the
think you have to find
third
it.
post in the
I don't.
nest is how you
You
can
have
support
3.
his work. And I do mention on this space because I think it's
For
important
what?
to be
They're only useful to level
transparent.
up your
Suleiman is
workstation.
not
Yours is already leveled up
monetized.
because you never did the
He's
expedition.
not monetized on X. He doesn't have a blue tick. So when he tries
I don't
to
know,
get
Justin.
his
It sounds
tweets to
like
do
you have
well,
the
because
I just need
better
no. I just
he
need
wants it to do well,
here. Split it. I
because
just need
he
1.
wants the
You keep
news to
2. I
get
just need
out
1.
there. It's
Yeah,
not
and the
because he
rusted gear.
gets money. He doesn't make
Yes.
1 penny on X. He doesn't have a blue tick. Elon took it away a long time ago because he was
I
speaking
don't
I'm
know,
not taking anything
Justin.
valuable. I'm only asking for things
ferociously
that
about the
you're
genocide.
literally not going to be able to
And
use.
he's not monitored at all. So
I
this
don't
is how
know,
you can
Justin.
support his work. Go and like his
I gave
YouTube.
you
Go and
gold
tap
and
his
purple
TikTok.
guns
Go and
and
support his
ammo
channel
for
and
the
make a
gold
super chat
guns, and I gave
donation.
you a lot of
Buy him a
things.
coffee, and believe me, he needs the coffee, right?
Yeah.
Buy him as many coffees as you can to keep him going.
No, sensors.
And
Yeah, you
his
keep sensors.
crypto
Keep
is
sensors and
there as
keep
well,
the.
Bitcoin USDT.
Yeah.
So I really appreciate everyone who's supported so
Tell him to
far.
sit and
Suleiman,
bark
I'll
for
pass it back
you.
to you.
Yeah, I just want to say thanks to this last super chat, which
I had
is
to bark for what the
Papa
fuck? I did
Science,
all this shit for
huge
you.
super chat for
Well, do you have an expired respirator?
this
It's
is
like a blue mask.
$99, and it says, "Well done,
Not that it
Suleiman.
matters.
Keep
Or a
up the
breathtaking snow
quality
globe,
work.
but that's
Appreciate you.
purple. You're probably not
Appreciate
going
the
to give me
support
that.
and appreciate the love. Yeah, thank you so much. And like I said, it does mean a lot. It does help
Okay,
us
so no,
do
that's
what we're
fine.
doing. So really helpful. And for
Yeah,
those who
that's fine.
can't give a super
Okay,
chat,
you ready?
then do what Beatrix said.
Okay,
The
we're gonna go
TikTok,
damn
follow the TikTok,
battlegrounds.
follow the YouTube. The TikTok has all the interviews that
Okay,
we've
drop
been
the
doing.
blueprint first.
They've been clipped up into like smaller segments, so you can listen to all the episodes
No,
on smaller segments. And then any of the war updates that we're
you don't
doing,
like my new.
you can listen to them on smaller segments as well. So
That's what
really
they said.
good to go.
I make every time I go to an expedition, I make a
Yeah.
new character and I
And
don't change him. Like I
now,
just like
yeah, Beatrix
this is
said
my
let's get
character
the
for the
TikTok
expedition
up
because
to
then he goes
10,000.
away
So
and I
let's
get a
get
new
that
character.
TikTok up to 10,000 people if we can. We've got 3,000.
They gave me a
Yes, we've
default
got.
black guy this time, but it was like the
How many
ugliest
people is it?
shit you ever seen in your life. Like they put
I think it's
Brother.
like they
500 people
dirtied
on
his
the YouTube,
face and he had
and we've
wrinkles and
got
like his hair was like actually
for the
balding. His
TikTok
hair was like
7,500.
balding. It was like the ugliest character I've seen in my
So
life.
what did Beatrix say? Because the maths
I was like, of course they make their default like black dude look like that.
240 people.
It's like that
We've got the
episode from
TikTok to get us to 10,000, which is awesome.
Malcolm in the Middle. She's like, this is racist. He's got a 6-pack and a mop.
Someone said the lady on Twitter made a good case to come here. Thanks for that super chat.
His name's Slappy.
Yeah, the
His
lady
name's
does
Slappy.
say a lot. Let's put it that way. Let's go to to Oh, we've got Doc and Dr.
Okay, rain. That's to our advantage. Hell yeah, we're right next to it. Okay, drop everything. Here, come right in here and drop everything.
And Doc, you know, Doc likes to elaborate.
And strip. And strip and bark.
Thank you, sir.
I always never pick up this
For this,
stuff.
I'll be nice to you today. How's that? What?
You give him mushrooms, Joe?
Is that everything? Okay. Is that all? Okay, thanks. Quickest in and out of our lives, dude. What do you say?
Instead of reporting with real world training.
Why can't I record that? Oh, instant replay save. Nice. Excellent raid, Justin. Excellent raid.
We're gonna see,
129,000.
the prices of gas and oil are going up.
And then we spawned right next to it. That was perfect. I've never spawned that close to the hatch. That was sick. Okay, perfect. And now we can play. Now we can play Valorant. I'll be nice to you. Yeah, the mushrooms are useless. They're just hard to find, and they're only good for leveling up the final level of Scrappy. And they're literally, yeah, they're useless for everything else.
Their supply chain lines are screwed up. Airports.
Who's
I'll have
tell
to-
him?
It's just
Who, me?
unbelievable.
Yeah.
And yet
What?
you still see these
Your stash is
apologists
full.
out there.
Oh yeah, my stash is already full. Yeah, I'll deal with that next time. Actually, I can do this. Ready? I can go projects. No, not projects. Right? I can go. I can't level. I need what? 4 more mushrooms. Oh, that's so annoying. Let's see. What can I level here though? I think I can level up. Yeah, let's level up my work. That'll clear my inventory a little bit.
Litany of all of the measures we've taken here
Refiner.
now to
Oh, my bumper
supplicate
yourself,
Israel.
refiner.
It's
I wish I could put
unbelievable.
these towards it, like the expedition
One
stuff.
thing
You could
after
put the
another,
materials
and
towards
it never
it,
seems to end. There
even if you don't
seems to
have
be
them
no
all.
limit to what they'll extort
But
out
not
of
this
us to
stupid thing. So I
support
need Rocketeers,
Israel's aggressions
Reapers,
across the
Reabs.
region
Okay, that's fine.
and in Gaza especially. And it's just
Perfect. Look at
the level of chutzpah, to put it blankly, is just off the
Wanna go run
charts.
upstairs real
And
quick?
they expect us to
And
just
I'll-
take it.
What are we doing, Valorant?
And Americans are being cheered into this.
Is that what you guys are doing?
Through the help of the media, and there's some good
It's
journalism going on, but
spamming-
not that much.
spamming
But for
clown.
the most part, they're being cheered on.
Clown,
It's
clown,
being
clown,
cheered
clown,
on.
clown.
Get behind this war. It's wonderful. We had to take this regime out. This seems to be the general impression I get from what glimpses of the TV I'd take, which are infrequent, but that's what I grasp on it.
Imagine not even having
It's
the
all
obsidian
good
armor.
to be here again, I say, and thank you so much.
We did that yesterday. We did that
Appreciate
yesterday.
that, Dr. Michael. Thank you so much for your kind words and always appreciate your thoughts. Just a big shout out to Red Rover for the $10 super chat. Thank you so much for that. Appreciate it. Let's go to the one and only Doc. Doc, thanks for joining us. Hope you're doing well. Give us your thoughts.
Doing very well, thank you, Sully. My thoughts. I was on earlier this morning when you were taking your 33-minute break and gave my thoughts. This is the dog days.
Doc's really funny, right? Doc's so funny, Suleiman, because what he does is, right, when he comes on in the morning, I'm like, Doc, you've come for your morning coffee break, haven't you? And he's like, yeah, I just made my coffee. I'm sat here with my whatever cake he had this morning. So these are my thoughts for the day. I'm thinking as I've woken up. So he sits there, and I can imagine him in a rocking chair while he's having these thoughts on the space. And then after about an hour, he drops off. And then in the afternoon, he comes back on. Yeah, I've just had my lunch. I thought I'd share my thoughts with you. And then he comes on in the evening after dinner. So cute.
I'm adorable. Everybody knows. The thing I'm taking notice of now, and it's just a speculation I had about how this ends. It's sort of a new thought for me, anyway. Probably not an original one, but the way to give Trump an off ramp here is for BB to cry uncle and ask for a ceasefire, and Trump can say, "Well, we'll keep going, but." We're going to stick with our ally, and we're going to ask for a ceasefire and try and engage in some peace talks. Absent that, this is circling, as Dr. Michael was just mentioning, is circling right down the drain toward, really, I think a tactical nuclear exchange. Israel cannot defend itself any longer. And the rhetoric that's coming out of our administration, I just saw 45 minutes ago, not Scott Witkoff, but our Commerce Secretary going on one of the finance channels because the financial markets are panicking. I just read that. I'm sorry, I'm kind of scatterbrained. BlackRock is cut off withdrawals from one of their main funds. And I think when Simon comes back onto the space, I'd like to ask him what he knows about that fund. And is this um, this banning of the withdrawals from the BlackRock fund is reflective of the larger issue in the world and directly attributable to or possibly to the war in the Middle East? I think it's probably very likely. But I haven't got much to say about it. We see in this space anyway, and on my feed from people I follow, mostly from the people I follow that have been in your spaces over the past few years, people who have video access to videos from the Middle East, irrespective of the ban that Israel has put on at least the media on broadcasting any damage or any bombing, so on and so forth. There's not much to say beyond the fact that whatever America, England, and others are saying about the prospects of American and Israel victory in this war, I think it's already lost. I'm there. How long is it going to take? How many Israelis are going to die in Tel Aviv? Not that that's my chief concern, but in retribution, how many schools are going to be attacked by Israel? How many more children are going to die? I saw a post. I think it seemed credible that they said 5 different schools have been targeted. So so far as I can tell, Iran has targeted military related assets in Tel Aviv, Saudi Arabia, Qatar, and Bahrain, going after the American bases, which is perfectly justified in war. Even though here in America, it's not really a war. It's more of a boom boom war. Hat tip to all the fans of Sully's that are listening on TikTok. And this is the PG 13. This is the G-rated hour here on this space. As those of us who are more used to an unrestrained and adult sort of
Oh,
conversation.
we're not on TikTok, Doc. It's all good.
Oh well, fuck. Let's go then. I'm just kidding. So this is my general thoughts. I'm waiting for someone to wave a flag, and I hope it's very very soon because I don't want to see anybody die in the war. The people that are dying are all innocent. None of them voted for this. Not in Israel, not in America, not anywhere in Europe. So I hope it ends soon.
Appreciate that, Doc. Just want to thank a huge thank you to a major super chat by Ann Taylor. Says, agree with Michael. Thank you. And that's 50 Canadian dollars. Appreciate your support. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for your support of the space. It does mean a lot and it does help out a lot. Dr. Michael, just a question to you. As you know, like you were actually the front runner of the Libertarian Party until they did a bait and switch and made sure that you don't become or be the front runner. The Libertarian Party thereafter invited Donald Trump to the convention. What's your thoughts on the fact that the fact that now Trump's gone to war after they made that decision?
Yeah, I mean, the whole libertarian movement has, the ones that were carried along on the Trump bandwagon, they have all retreated from that, and it's they're pretending they never really supported him, and it was a debacle to have him at the convention, as it turns out. I believe his people had something to do with my losing because they got instead basically a Trojan horse for LGBTQIA plus activism. instead
Hello,
of you know, a really what I really ran a radical campaign, and
What
I
happened?
was, you know, talking about cutting all military industrial
Get ready. See me.
foreign aid and so on and so forth. I was talking about
2 minutes. I
the
want to set this up.
genocide. I was talking about the
I
you know,
got some.
extortion of U.S. taxpayers and on and on. But I
I have
think
the
that
hook for
now,
my
in
seatbelt.
hindsight, looking at this Trump appearance at the convention, at the Libertarian convention, no less, Libertarian Party convention, what a misstep that was. I mean, I wasn't in charge of that at all. That would have been the chair of the LP at the time,
So I can put the
Angela
seatbelt on my
McCarty.
wall, you know.
So that was her call, and that basically was her doing. They hoped,
That way I
and
can
they
strangle
did get
myself with it.
something out of it. I could say
You know?
they did get Ross Ulbricht.
That way I can strangle myself
freed.
with it in the middle of the night. You
I
know?
think they were instrumental in that because they kept it.
If there's no hookup,
they
like
kept it forefront in
it's-
Trump's attention. But then, you know, considering everything else, this has been the most authoritarian
hook's gotta be-
government that, you know, a libertarian party ever supported. Let's put it like that. I mean, it's really ludicrous
how
at this
high do I want
juncture. To look at back at those early days
What do you
of
think?
2024, and to see the libertarians, you know, effectively embracing Trump, and now to see what he's done, and you know, since you know, you know, militarizing ICE, sending you know, billions and billions of dollars, tens of billions of dollars to Israel to carry out its genocide, and now this unprovoked second attack on Iran. Anything but libertarian, that's for sure. He violates every principle every minute.
Okay, separate the strips. Remove one or one side.
Appreciate that, Doc. Another huge super chat from Meher. Appreciate it. And it says, "This is from Meher, my lovely wife." This is from Meher, my lovely wife.
You're standing
She
for
loves
1
your
hour.
work and wants you all to keep doing the right thing. Cheers. Thank you so much for that very kind message. And appreciate you, Meher,
Always
and
pull the
you
strips straight
enjoying
down.
it, the space. And yeah, we're trying to give you the real news and real information.
Stretch the strips
Appreciate it. I'm not
slowly
sure what
against the
currency
wall.
that is, though. I can't really tell from here. My eyesight's not great, but appreciate the support of the space. It does mean
How many
a lot.
strips do I
It's
use?
8,900 now. If it was, it might be dollars. I don't know, but it's
Do I use
8,900
2
in
strips?
some currency. But yeah, appreciate you. Appreciate your support of the space.
Oh, this
It
one
does
gave me
mean
extra
a lot, and it does
strips.
help
I
a
only
lot.
use
Thank you so
one.
much. Let's go to Dale. Dale, jump in.
I wanted to follow up on what Michael was saying. If you go back to the 60s, the FBI and probably the CIA, they had COINTELPRO, where they infiltrated and
Less, I think. So you're saying I should put it higher up if I'm going to roll over and pull it off, right? What? What are you saying? What? No, say it. What are you going to say? You say you're the one not saying it. You're making it hard for me to be nice to you right now. Oh, I messed up. Oh, I messed up. I guess you have to put the pull tab lower than the back of the thing. Oh my. Justin, my brain capacity is not working today. I already messed it up, dude. Oh my god. Whatever. Attempt number 2. It's a good thing they gave me 4 command strips. You're supposed to be here to teach me how to do it. I need your wisdom. I know. Where are you? You're supposed to be here to help me. supposed to guide a YN along the path. You know? What? What do you mean it's not me? You think that's not me? Who's taking screenshots? Who's taking screenshots? Of what? Screenshots of pictures? Not sure. Did that work? I guess it's gonna have to. Okay. Where's Seth at? Nice, perfect. Where'd Seth go? I went to go eat.
Yeah, thank you for all of your support. Thank you, Sully, Beatrice, speakers, panel, everyone, Adam, all the
They
hard
said
work
that
you
they
guys
said
did
that
to
I
keep the
lost
space
it.
running.
I'm gonna bring
God
it back.
bless you. Love you all.
But I'm gonna bring it back. I do that dirty. Yeah.
Spot on,
Austin
Andrew.
likes the
If
bounce
I
as soon
can
as I
jump
hit the
in,
club.
Suleiman,
Yeah, of
Beatrix,
course you can.
Because I'm gonna shoot it up.
Yeah, please.
thank you so much. First of all,
Just play one or
this
two.
space is
Well,
amazing. You know,
Uh oh.
between Suleiman and I know the unsung hero, Beatrix, you guys
The sleepy honker.
kept this, space going as
it's
an
my turn.
alternative
Okay, I've watched you
news.
guys for years be the
And that's
sleepiest
exactly
people
what we
guys
need.
in the world. You know,
You
it's
know,
about
I'm
time.
originally from Eastern Europe, but I do reside and I'm a citizen of the US.
Here, drink some
And every
coffee.
time, my friends back
Heck
in
no.
Europe are asking me what's
Why
really
not?
going on, because
I
I
went
don't
to
know if
sleep
you
at like
guys are aware,
5:30 in the
but
morning,
there's a
and the
lot of
internet went out, and
censorship
apparently
when
our
it
IP
goes
address
on
changed
in
again.
Europe.
So
Yeah, I
And
was
I
playing
always
with the internet.
recommend this space.
I was playing with the
I
internet.
always recommend the YouTube,
you were what?
channel.
I was playing. I was
The
in a
only thing
match
they
with.
complain about is the TikTok. They say they have problems with the TikTok. Now, with all
How long
that
did it go
being
down
said,
for?
I
you
don't know.
guys do
I was.
provide the best
What is
information
that?
available. So again, thank you, Suleiman. Thank you, Beatrix.
What is?
I have other bunch of names which my friends from Eastern Europe want me
It's not
to
for like 5
mention.
minutes.
Andrew,
Oh, I just went to sleep.
God bless you, and
No,
I'm sorry about
you
your
did or me?
sacrifices. Manco, he provides a contrarian view, which my friends from Eastern Europe are surprised
What
that
is?
is allowed, as a,
Oh, what leaked? Huh?
freedom of speech alternative to this space. But that's also a good thing. I have a
He doesn't want
question
to address me.
for Suleiman, Beatrix,
What?
Michael, Andrew,
Oh
Manco.
my god.
Now, rumors in Europe are,
Are you shitting
and
me?
I have some
What
friends,
happened?
high up in NATO, is that the US is working on an agreement with Russia where they say, you know what, we're not going to provide any more, intel and GPS targeting information for Ukraine if you guys stop providing the same for Iran. Because what they say is that, the successful targeting of Iran is mainly due to Russian and Chinese intel and GPS data. So I have a question for you all. What do you guys think about that?
Sully, we have a couple of people here.
Well, I think just to jump in, the Chinese radar, the Chinese and the data the Chinese are providing Iran allegedly, at least in terms, I think, of the reporting that we see in this space, is sufficient. In addition to Iran's own
I'm
intel,
like looking under the mini
which of course
fridge,
they've been studying
and
and
there's
targeting
like
the sites that they've hit to date.
thick
Those American
liquid on the
bases, and of
floor,
course Tel Aviv as
like
well. Now,
brown. And I'm like,
in
what is
terms of
that?
targeting It wouldn't surprise me if there's a quid
So I
pro quo discussion
smelled it,
going
and
on
I'm like, it smells
between
like nothing
Russia,
I've ever
Iran,
smelled.
and Trump.
And I'm like,
You
where's
know,
it
we're
coming
still,
from?
even if we're a diminished power after this,
And
which
I
we almost
saw
certainly will
on the
be,
side, inside the fridge,
we're
the
still
whole
one of the
side
three
is
great
brown
powers in
liquid.
the world. And there's going to be a
It
reshuffling and
poured out. I
rebalancing
got like
of the
Chi Chi's hot
relationships
sauce, and
between
the
Russia,
liquid dripped
China,
all out of the hot
and
sauce,
America.
all
And
down
that's been going
the
on
inside of my fridge,
since,
all over my
well,
sodas.
really in fast fashion since Biden took over. You know, Biden
And
was
outside of my fridge. That's so much
basically
fun.
bought and purchased by the Chinese,
Is the lid broken, or did
sold
you just
them
like
our
store it upside
large
down?
portion
What
of our
did you do?
strategic oil reserve
I stored it
for their
sideways on the
manufacturing
top,
base.
but
So
Why?
it wouldn't
yeah,
fit.
that's
So
my
I moved
perspective. I think they get along just fine with Chinese data,
Okay, don't do that
and maybe
next
that
time.
Trump is trying to have an agreement in place similar to the one you're proposing is with Russia. Trump would
Oh, I'm gonna have
want
to move
one
the
with
fridge
China as
tomorrow.
well.
Hey,
But
hey,
that's
Doc,
yeah.
a question for
Literally,
you.
what are we gonna
We
do
all
with it,
know
Justin?
that, during the
Clean up
Ukraine
all
war,
underneath it and the inside.
US,
And now the
UK,
hot
and the rest
sauce
of
is
Europe,
probably
they
dry.
provided intelligence and targeting
He
data,
he spilled, messed up
for
putting the
Ukraine.
thing on his wall.
We can
You
all
might have to
safely
take us to the
assume
beer
that
store. I don't know the
Russia
Dairy
and
Queen.
China, they do the same thing,
I agree. I need
with
beer after this. Take
Iran.
me to the beer store.
Do you think it's feasible, a
Who
sort of
agrees I need beer?
agreement that, US
Everyone?
will, reach out to Russia and say, hey, you know what, we'll abandon
And
Ukraine
then I'm
if
gonna
you
have to
abandon Iran?
Just
Thank you.
some
clean
breaking
off
Well, I
news,
think
guys. Just some breaking news, and I'll give it
the
straight back to you. Apologies, I'm
wires
interrupting you.
and the soda in there.
So I told you about Lebanon, South Lebanon,
This is
that there
this
is
is fun.
a
This is what I want.
significant escalation. Well, we've got a unit of Israeli paratroopers who were
Yeah,
ambushed
well,
in
I was
various
playing.
locations by
I was
Hezbollah.
playing.
Israeli
Yeah, just back on my PC.
paratrooper units have been ambushed by Hezbollah in various locations. Sorry, back to you.
yeah,
I was
just a
playing
couple
Arc
of points in
Raiders
response to your last question.
with McBain and
Keep in
Smizzy last night,
mind, maybe this isn't well
and
known. I thought it was at the
I'm like
time
shooting the one AI, and I'm like,
that one
oh,
of
the
the
AI is like
reasons
glitched. It just keeps going
why
back and forth on one thigh.
Ukraine and the EU,
Then I
NATO
realized
forces couldn't attack a certain part
that
of captured territory that the Russians were holding was because Elon would not provide Ukraine
I
with
realized that
targeting
it was
data.
me lagging.
And that was
Oh, you guys talking? Hello?
Elon came out and talked about that. So
Oh, okay.
exactly how much data and
Doc,
information,
you're referring
Am I
to
going
if
my
you
main
turned
account or
off
my
the
alt account?
Starlink over a certain area.
right,
So what account
right,
am I going
and
on? My
that
main
that
account or my alt
prevented
account?
an attack, and that was what was alleged by Elon, and I think not denied by America. So I'm just taking that vague memory
I'm
that
asking
I
you if you're
have
trying to win. That's what
and
I'm asking.
applying it to the current question, and I'm wondering exactly what
Justin's always
value
trying to win.
Trump, the
Well,
EU, NATO
for Arc, I'm
can
gonna
Sometimes for his team,
provide
sometimes for their team.
Russia or China in this circumstance to get the quid quo pro
For their team.
to
Again, for their team.
loosen
Noticing a trend.
the grip on Iran on American bases and on Israel.
It's when the
Hey,
bribes
I just
Doc,
arrive, it
don't see it's
goes.
that big a
here's the
deal.
answer,
So
Doc. Elon
well,
Musk did
so I guess
not
I was
break
AFK for like
the,
5 minutes. They said
targeting
2
data in
teams,
Russia.
2 other
You know
trios
who
came
did?
by, and like Saul made just AFK there
NATO
with
and
them,
the
and
US.
we're like, oh, and like said, the one team
Ukraine
was like sitting there
attacked,
like trying to like protect my
close
body
to
from
his
AI and
home
shit.
of Putin in
In
Russia.
trios, dude.
That data
I've
was
never seen
not
that for any people
provided
in
by Elon
trios.
Musk. That data was provided by NATO
If we ran into a team
and
that
the
was like, oh, our
US.
buddy's AFK
So
right here,
you assuming that Elon Musk provides
the
more
buddy wouldn't be in the
data
match for
to
long,
Ukraine
you know.
than
He'd come
NATO
back
and
with like
No,
US.
6
you're
strip
That's
totally
mines
fine,
on him.
mischarting him.
respectfully.
no,
He knows it was a
I got
Starlink thing.
I got this, Mankos. I got this.
I
Okay,
can scream that
stepping
says
into
he
this
died in the
comment.
match.
Look, if the EU and NATO couldn't provide the targeting data that Elon could, but they couldn't, then I don't know how effective their data for
Okay.
targeting is in Russia
Like,
either.
oh my god, is it
If
down
either
there?
they could do one or both. I mean, we're talking about territory that's, what, several hundred kilometers apart at most. So no, I just don't think this is big a card as might be imagined to facilitate an attack on Iran by U.S. and Israel. I just don't see it happening.
So again, Doug, do you believe that Elon Musk has more satellite data than NATO and US combined? Thank you.
No, I don't think in one circumstance that NATO didn't have the same targeting data that Elon had.
Yeah, so
I'm
Elon,
extrapolating from there.
yeah, so Elon doesn't have any targeting data whatsoever. That's not what SpaceX does. It doesn't have
Why does it feel like 10
observational
p.m.?
or spy satellites. It just has communication satellites. The only thing Elon has anything to do
Me?
with
I'm
is
not tired.
Starlink. Starlink is important to
I'm
Ukraine.
about a
Well,
week.
it was important to Russia too while they had it there for a minute, because it enables things like the drones can have Starlinks on them, and then the naval
Oh,
drones
report
or the
feedback.
aerial drones can fly
Somebody was
around with the
penalized.
Starlink
That's
on
right.
and use that for communications. And that's
Well,
when,
Starlink clearly has contracts with the Defense Department that don't aren't necessarily bound by what's
Yo, what do they do to the
encapsulated
end
through
around
Starlink.
screens?
no, there is
Doc,
an
I
Yeah.
mostly
additional,
agree
yeah,
with you,
so
and I
the
mostly
DoD,
disagree
hold on
with
a second,
Manco.
Doc. Yeah, so Starlink is the commercial side of the enterprise. And then there's another one, I think he calls it Star Shield or something, and that's for the DoD.
Yeah,
Yes,
that's what
Manco
I'm
is
pointing
right.
at. Yeah.
When it comes to like short range drone data, Ukraine do rely on Starlink. When it comes to long range, GPS data targeting systems, Ukraine does rely on US and the EU. So the question is, once the US sidesteps that, they will force the EU to sidestep that, because before,
Wait,
US,
sidestep what?
helping the Ukraine, sidestep providing GPS data, targeting system, like the premier
Are you guys already logged in?
targeting system, it is
Do you
provided
need
by
me
the
there?
US.
Yeah, so the thing is that the EU already doesn't like relying on the US for this stuff,
Give me
and they already spend some
6.25
money
minutes.
to try to have their own
5
systems.
of
That's
those will
why
be
they
enough.
have their own
You're right.
GPS, they have their own spy satellites. The
But
thing
did you see Burnt
is
Peanut
that the
tried the new
US
McDonald's
No.
Arch
just has
Burger?
so much of it, and it would be so expensive to
Oh, top
duplicate
comment is
that
another
that
promo
Europe
tweet for
doesn't
the industry
want to
plant.
have, they don't want to foot the bill. Like, they don't want to pay to try to get their spy satellite capabilities up to the level the US has.
Guys, I'm
Mango,
dying.
you're
We all,
100% right. You're dialed in. But what you're missing is in the exchange with the US will make between Ukraine and Iran.
I like after a shower and then my
yeah,
pillow
so let
smells
me
like my
respond
shampoo.
to that. So the whole thing there, first of
You know?
all, China's definitely not going to be doing some extensive intelligence sharing with Iran, because if they get
Don't
caught,
stare, take me to the beer store.
the liability that they have on the trade war side, which they care much, 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 like 100
We're
times
supposed to go
more
earlier.
about than they care about
I've been
Iran,
waiting on you
is
all
much bigger for
day.
them.
You've
And
been
they don't want
asleep.
to piss off
I'd
Trump,
not take
because
a
if
nap.
they piss off
I was just
Trump
laying
and
down.
Trump raises
Walked
the
I
tariffs
one
again,
dog
laid
that's
down
going to
after my
be
walk.
a much bigger
and went to
headache
sleep for like
for
4 hours.
China
Just
than
he walked
anything
for like
having to do
10
with Iran
minutes
is.
Can
With
I
and me to go
Russia,
respond,
lay down
Mango?
for like 4
hold
hours
on,
after
no,
that.
I'm not
Just on
done.
the trade war.
No,
Just
no,
on the
you've
trade
been
war.
going a
I
long
know, right?
time. No, and don't interrupt me constantly. Jesus. You had your whole back and
It's almost
forth
like
with
he's
Doc.
diseased,
When it comes to China and Russia, of the two, Russia is
weakened,
much more inclined to help
frail,
Iran.
some would
The
say.
problem is Russia's capabilities are far inferior to China and far, far, far inferior to the United States. We know this for a fact because of the Ukraine
Maybe
war,
Jared's just
because
ahead of the curve,
while Ukraine with US help and with US ISR
He's
satellite
getting that
data was
that
able to
draft
do
dodging ready
lots
early.
of really spectacular strikes on Russia, Russia has not been able to do that back to Ukraine. One
That's what
obvious
I'm saying.
example is if
He's
Russia
ahead of the
had
curve,
anywhere
Justin.
near the satellite capabilities of the US, there would be no Ukrainian Air Force. They'd be spotting
Yo,
these
what if
aircraft
Justin
at
got
whatever their
drafted and
makeshift
sent to
airfields are
like
and taking
Israel?
them out really fast. But Russia is too limited and too slow when it comes to satellite data. I also don't think that Iran has really gotten any significant benefit from anyone on this, because if you look at Iran's successes, things they've
What does that
actually
even
hit,
mean?
every single one of those could have been done just with regular commercial satellite data, which everyone has access to. So like all of
Why send a
basically
boy
they
to
hit
do a
fixed
man's
military
job or something like
bases
that?
and some fixed radar installations, which are all things that all of us right here, right now can look up on Google Earth and just zoom in and we can see it
Justin,
the
how
same as
did you get
Iran.
this unhinged?
So the stuff
Can I
that's
ask?
really important for the spy satellites is the stuff that can move around. You spot the stuff that can move around when it stops moving, and then you throw the strike at it before it can move again. And when it comes to that kind of stuff, we haven't heard of Iran
Wait, Justin,
hitting
what
anything
account
like
do I
that.
go on?
That's all.
Okay, can I respond now?
Yeah, my main's like iron. My
Okay.
second account,
Mango,
the John account, is
here's a
higher.
question for you. You say, you know, the
Whatever's
data
lower, that's my
from
main.
Russia is not relevant, right? My
No, I
question
just
to
said
you,
You need
it's
some
not very
wins. I need to
good
go on
when
my
you look
iron
at the
account.
results they've gotten in Ukraine.
the results they got in the Ukraine, look at the territory they conquered so far.
No, that
Is
has
that
nothing to do with satellite data. Satellite data, what that does is it enables the Ukraine hits on Russia of like command bunkers, command posts, ammunition supply depots, things like that. Those things that we hear about from time to time of like these spectacular hits, that's what's enabled by the satellite intelligence. You don't
okay?
really hear that happening in the other direction.
The mistake that, you know, everybody did against Russia versus Ukraine is the same mistake that everybody's going to do, you know, when it comes to Iran versus, you know, everybody else. And let me explain why. You know, just think about it. Russia fought the rest of the world combined versus Ukraine. You know, people tend to say, oh, you know, it was Russia versus Ukraine. It wasn't. It was Russia versus everybody else. The same thing
Well,
is
it's just
happening in
Russia
Iran.
versus Ukraine, except they get equipment from NATO.
They got everything from NATO. They got equipment, they got intelligence, they got GPS targeting system, without the which the targeting system will not work on you know German Taurus or the American targeting system. So without the GPS data that Ukraine received, Ukraine would have been dead, right? So same thing is happening
See,
in
Justin,
Iran,
you made a
but in
mistake.
reverse. Iran is getting the targeting data versus the US from
No,
Russia and
my
China.
main has
Now,
Waylay.
here's a question for you.
My Smurf does not.
Who has the best advanced rocketing system in the world right now?
Well, my main. That's what you told me to go on because it's lower.
What do you mean by rocketing system? There's lots of different kinds of rockets.
I already have it
You
unlocked.
know, just you know, rockets when it comes to, you know, deploying
saying
the
that's a
rockets
bad thing for
offensively
you.
or defensively.
Yeah, but there's rocket artillery. There's rockets that go up into space.
It was good
Which
for
ones
that
are you talking
one
about?
game.
I'm talking about whatever it's used in Iran right now, whatever it's used offensively or defensively. What would you
if I
say?
tried,
Do
I'm
you say the
sure I would get for what
Patriot
is
system
using up all
is successful? The Iron Dome is successful. I would argue that is not. And I would argue that whatever propaganda you're
Jesus
fed
Christ.
with,
Oh.
you know, that, you know, the Iron
Yeah, he's
Dome
dead.
and all of the Patriot systems are so successful, it's a lie. Now, why am I
Rado,
saying
like
The only
that?
6 nerfs
information
ago.
we know is what the countries that use them have
AJ 6
reported.
nerfs
And
ago.
if you look at what I
Seeing a
believe
trend.
Qatar, the UAE, Saudi Arabia, Kuwait, they've
you
made
go?
at various times in this war reports on
I
these
don't
are the
know.
total numbers of attacks
Raze
that
might
have
need a
come at
buff the
us.
way
These are
Jared
the
plays
number of
it.
missiles we
I
fired. These are the interception success ratios. And they're all claiming hit
There's
ratios
now
of
like a
over
50%
90%
chance that
on their
Jared
system.
Keyword
results like a
reported.
wall.
Manco,
Yeah, well, I
you
mean,
know,
are they all lying?
okay, Manco, here's the thing, you know, let me just give you a little background. I am from Eastern Europe, you know, I came to the US, you know, a bunch of years ago.
Valorant,
I'm
do
a
we want to
citizen
like
of
Say the
US.
country.
load
Wait,
through the
hear me
loading
out.
screen,
Is
or
it
do we want
Romania,
Hear
to
me
just like
out.
Poland, what?
here with
Hear
the
me
thumbs
out.
up our butts? You know,
I am a citizen of the US. I do
it's been
wish
Does
the
stuck on.
best
the
for
music bot
US.
not
I
work
have
anymore?
children in US, right? But here's the thing that I grew up with, which obviously you did not grow up with.
Does it not
Propaganda.
work anymore?
I grew up with propaganda, right? You know,
Did you try to
during
play
Oh,
my,
we
something?
got
you know,
lots of
Really?
propaganda
It didn't
here.
work.
It's just from the
exactly.
liberals.
Where?
Thank you. No.
Is it a music channel or no?
Boy, you're so
Is it somewhere
wrong.
else now?
The propaganda that is coming this way is from the
You didn't try to play
conservatives.
anything.
And here's the thing: I
Oh, it's not
did
even in
vote
here.
for
Where did it
Trump.
go?
3 times.
Wait, you don't think CNN is propaganda?
Is the music
I
bot
do,
not in
but
there
I do
anymore?
believe right
Oh,
now
is it
in
stream
this
only?
in this conflict.
Though.
No, in this conflict, I do believe that there's more propaganda from.
Yeah, here's
Oh,
my
nice.
4th time
from
logging
CNN.
into Valorant, Justin. We'll see if it works this
So
time.
hear me out. Hear me out. In every single propaganda, and trust me, I grew up in propaganda. I grew up, going to school and being told that, the US is the worst and the communists are the best.
No, it
and
was the
I
Euphony
knew
bot or
that
whatever
that
that
is
was
a
in the
lie.
music channel.
The same way I knew that was a lie
Isn't that
back
the old
then
one?
when I was a child. I
Was
know
there a
this is
new
a
one
lie
since
right
then?
now.
That
Do
was the
you
most
really
recent one.
believe that we
What is
only
stream
lost
only then?
8 soldiers right now?
Isn't that your account?
Yeah, why wouldn't you believe that?
No.
Because it's a
Stream only? That's your second
major
account.
propaganda. I mean, look at
Oh, is it?
Frankfurt. I
Or
have
maybe it's John's
friends
second
in
account.
Frankfurt. Frankfurt is
And then the
they
Monarch
have the
is like
major
his third
hospital
account.
which
I don't know, you
caters
people
to
all
U.S. troops.
special ed.
When they're
Yeah, I'm
wounded
looking
in the
exactly
Middle
at you.
East. They
Hey,
actually
Justin,
closed
Justin,
that hospital
What is this,
to
Justin?
the public right now, just so they
No,
can take care of.
you're talking about the report where they're not doing.
I'm not talking about the report. It's real.
Yeah,
Why?
Okay, reports can be real. So the news media said
Like
that
QAnon
they
Q?
stopped doing pregnancies in the military
No,
hospital so that they
pregnancy.
could focus on their core mission.
I'll buy you a
And by
ticket
the
right
way,
now.
that's
You go
not
to
just for
Frankfurt, you
Americans,
try to
that's
show
for
up to that
anyone.
hospital, and you'll
Dude,
be
it did the Halo loading thing. It was almost
Yeah,
done,
I mean,
and it went
listen,
all the way
if
back.
that would go, if someone is wounded,
Game's
they
broken.
could be
Can't
from
boot.
any
Can't
country
play.
that's an ally of the
Unsubscribe.
United States and go to that
Absolutely
hospital.
not.
It doesn't
Small
just
indie
have to be an
U.S.
American.
has an exclusive contract with that particular hospital in Frankfurt to be treated all of their wounded or
Wait, you're
dead
not.
to be processed.
Come on. Let's stop playing games here. You're not privy to whatever the
See,
contracts are with a
see,
military hospital.
maybe
in
Instagram
Germany.
is
You're not
the
privy
place
I
to
have
be.
friends in Frankfurt. Do you have friends in
Oh,
Frankfurt?
you got friends, right? And did these
Here's
friends
the video
work
the
on the
Instagram showed me. It
contract for the
says,
hospital? Is that what
"I don't
you're
rage
saying?
at bro anymore. I've accepted
They
reality that
just
he
show
won't
up
get any
and they
better
say
at the
the
game.
hospital is
Acceptance
closed.
is part
Do
of
you
the
have friends that
process."
show up and the
Yes,
hospital is open to the public?
That hospital that is a military hospital.
It's not a military hospital.
It is.
Stop.
Okay, what?
Stop with
Give me
your
the name of the
propaganda.
hospital. Give me the name of the hospital.
The hospital, the main
I'll
hospital
pull
in
up the news
Frankfurt.
story right now. Go ahead. Give me the name of the hospital.
I'll give you the name of the hospital.
He was in the Epstein files. I highly doubt that Adolf Hitler. What if your favorite celebrity was in the Epstein files? Highly doubt that Adolf Hitler. What if your favorite celebrity?
Hear that, Justin? Did you hear that?
Hello?
Yeah, we're here.
Hi, favorite celebrity was in the Epstein files.
They're getting some information here.
I got it already.
She goes, "What
It's
if your
the
favorite
Land
celebrity was
Eagle
in the Epstein
Regional
files?"
Medical
He goes, "I
Center
highly
in
doubt that
Germany
Adolf hit
Hello?
it," and it cuts off.
temporarily pausing labor and delivery services.
Temporary.
What is this?
But I'm looking. That's not Frankfurt. That's, I
Even
mean, Frankfurt's
it's
quite a
been
distance
known.
away from wherever that is. Looks like it's like 60 miles away.
It's been known. You're finally just caught on, sir.
60 miles away from what?
Well, there used to be.
From
I know there.
Justin, will say we finally found out who's responsible for everything, and then 50% of things, whatever.
Is a German for
Yeah, no,
hospital,
that's what
right?
I'm saying. Just listen.
Yep.
So anyway,
And then
I
every
know in
year when you use a
Frankfurt,
different social media
that used to
platform, your
be
target
an
will
active
switch.
hospital
It did
for
not used to be
Army,
like this.
For
Because
example,
Instagram
I had
has
my son was garrisoned there,
has
and in
pushed
fact, he
you
was in the
over a cliff.
emergency room in ICU there at that Frankfurt hospital in Frankfurt. But
What's
I
that
don't
supposed
think
to
that's.
mean?
I'm
What do you
double
mean?
checking. I think that's close. I'm checking. I don't know.
What do you mean we're
Anyway,
making fun?
this
How
is
does
not
that
my
follow at all?
wheelhouse.
All I'm
I don't
saying is
know.
that
I'm looking.
I'm saying Instagram
I'm
has
not
rotted
saying
your
when I
brain.
search
I'm not
that
complaining.
news,
I'm
I'm not
worried
seeing any
about you.
results at
That's what
all
I'm
for
saying,
that,
brother.
for any hospital in Frankfurt. The only
I'm
one
saying
that
they
comes
got
up
you,
is
just
the
like the
Land
White
Eagle
House got
Hospital,
Jared.
which is
Lizard.
a military one.
Lizard.
Yeah, I'm
You
seeing
know,
that. I'm
like,
seeing that.
Exactly.
Okay.
You see that
Yeah,
one,
you
Justin?
guys are talking
You've
about
been
the same
gotten
thing.
so many
Yeah, it's
times, Justin. Your brain is just stretched
Lancaster
out.
Regional Medical Center, LRMC. Yeah.
You just cycle
Yeah,
through
that's
the
20
hottest
kilometers
memes,
from Frankfurt.
whatever they
Yeah.
say
So,
you
yes,
believe.
continue, gentlemen. Continue. Hello. Hello.
Yeah. No, I was just looking this stuff up.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
So I guess
Landstuhl is.
I think
Well,
Valorant is
Okay.
broken.
So this is.
we in the
Oh,
US
this
I
is.
don't
we
think it
Hold on.
call it
works.
Hold
the
on.
I think you guys
Waynesboro
have to play.
Army Health
Hold on.
Clinic.
I saw. Okay, so Landstuhl Regional Medical Center is the one that this applies to. Where
Break
they're
the
not doing
screen to your
elective
cell
right now.
phone now. Oh my
And
god, do I
that
want to click on
is
this?
a sort of what's
Not
the
if
word?
you're signed in.
Theater-wide hospital
I'm not
for
signed in, so I
Space.
can't see anything but that
It's the
part.
one that's near
So,
Ramstein Air
is
Base,
it?
and it's the one.
Was there
It's not
something else
just a
there?
regular hospital. It's
No,
a
I'm saying like
huge, like sprawling complex. So
yeah,
they're going
if you're
to
signed
be
in, then
able
He
to
was
the next time you
treat.
go, that's
Yeah,
all you're
they're
gonna
going to
see.
be able to treat
That's how the conversion
anyone the
starts.
United States wants to send
Yeah.
from the Middle East. And
What
it doesn't necessarily only need to be
which storm are we
Americans.
on now?
It can be
Like,
Israelis. It
I
can be
assume we
anyone in
numbered
the
them at some
GCC
point.
countries. So they're just essentially making sure they have the bed space available in case
They're
there
gonna,
is
man,
a need for it.
anthropologists
So
are gonna
there haven't
have
been
so
any
much fun with
reports
the
about there
QAnon
being like a
movement
big
in like
influx of
20
homeless
years.
people or something.
Of course, there haven't been any news. I don't know if you ever traveled to Europe or if you have any
There'll be
friends in Europe.
caveman anthropologists. They'll be writing on
It's
cave walls
very
about
censored
QAnon.
in Europe.
Just
Hence
punch
why,
the monkey.
I
will
always
be
recommend my friends to listen to Sully,
sorting through the
and
ashes in about
Beatrix
5 years'
updates.
time.
I always tell them, follow their, X and YouTube, updates. They do have problems with,
Is Marco
SMS,
Rubio's family from
but
Cuba?
they don't get the information. Hence, you are not getting the information from
Dude,
Europe
Trump
either.
just wants to
Let's leave it there. Let's say there's an unknown on our
appoint him
part
to
of the
like everything.
information we
Didn't
may
he say
not
he was
know,
going to
but
point him to the
also
Supreme? No, that
look
was
at
Ted
what's
Cruz.
happening in the United States for
Sorry.
mortuaries.
Yeah, they're
okay?
just
Now this one I'm very familiar with.
all things
Unfortunately,
all the time.
I had contact with
Well,
them when we were
he
bringing
should
back
have just
bodies,
given,
right? Desert
because
Storm,
she
right?
did such a
Yeah,
good
the over
job,
airport
Chrissy
space.
Gnome. He
Okay,
should have
that's
given her
where
both
the
jobs,
military
right? The
mortuary
new, very
operations
important
are.
Shield of the
Now,
Americas
this is
thing.
not. We've got Sully Space had it. Beatrice, we
Plus,
talked about it with Adam. There are reports that in March there was a massive contract for a surge to hire emergency contract to bring in extra.
He should. You know what? You're
like
right. He should have
morticians,
sent
people
her
that-
as the U.S.
That's where all the
negotiator
military bodies
to make peace with
the
Iran,
dead come
just
back
on
and
her
they're
own.
treated, put in
Because she did such a good job.
put in coffins and their families.
that would have been
And there's a big
that would have been
surge. I
pretty
guess it was
cool.
a $500,000 contract that was released to bring in extra. You can search this, double check it, of course. Now that
Are they
may
still
match
paying
up to
people
what you're saying in Germany
$50,000 to
here,
join
my friend.
ICE?
Do you know what I'm saying? There's a surge in personnel. But I will say
You gonna
this:
sign
I've
up?
said it 10 times in the past 7 days. From my own personal experience, 20 years active duty,
Non-criminals.
years consulting, heavily connected with Naval Institute. I'm a retired naval officer.
Yeah, but when you call them
I was in
illegal
a terrorist
aliens, they're
attack.
all
Okay? I was in an
criminals in your
attack.
mind.
We were hit
They're standing up for their
by
plan to deport
a
the real
group
enemy. Justin.
attacked my base when I was overseas, and what we were told to not to talk
Yeah.
about
Did
it.
he say
Do not talk about it. Keep it locked down. Do not discuss numbers.
He said shit like this all the time. Like how
sailor,
remember when he
Navy,
said
by
that
the
like
way,
Americans aren't talented enough and
Navy
that's why we
sailor
need
was
H-1Bs?
killed, and maybe one wounded.
I
Well,
like
in
that.
reality, it was 10. Okay, killed. And I lost 10 of my
That's one thing I
shipmates, right?
really
And
didn't
we
expect
lost
out of this
there was
guy.
26
I
or so
didn't
Everyone's
expect
wounded.
him to do
like,
that.
Trump's such
And we
an...
didn't have
Wait,
enough
hold
blood,
on.
man. They were letting
He
grab
actually
us
has a point.
I wouldn't. It didn't
was
surprise me that
anyway,
he slow
so
rolled stuff because he
don't
slow
miss
rolled a
me when
bunch
I
of
say
stuff
this.
in
That's
the
how it happened
Trump
in
one,
Vietnam.
but like
Whatever they say, if they
openly
say 5 or
saying that
6, that
actually
is a
H-1Bs
lie.
are good
That is a slap in our
is
face.
just like
It
so
makes me
fucking
angry.
stupid.
And the bastards, and I use the word bastards biblically, I won't go into that, but they
Like
align
I
us
understand why he
daily.
doesn't
And of
want to
course,
get
they
rid
have
of
to
them
suppress
because
the
all his rich
numbers
buddies
because
will
the
be pissed.
people
But
knew
just
there were
like don't talk
many
about
more
it
than that.
and
And even
deflect the question.
I would say you're looking at
Don't be
100.
like,
Now, don't
actually,
quote me the numbers, but
Americans
it's
are
certainly far
cringe.
more than 5 or 6. And I'll end it there.
Just some breaking
You guys
news.
might have to play one.
So just on, if you remember, I was mentioning about Lebanon and Bekaa Valley. There's a
won't
major
boot. I
security
do not want
incident
to.
from
I
the
have so many
Israeli
things open.
perspective because they tried to get paratroopers to glide in
All right,
to
hold
the
on. Let me
east
see which
of
ones of these
Lebanon,
are
and there
important.
was an ambush, and they've been taken out. There's been a major security incident. Hezbollah is taking the fight to them.
Okay, I just closed
Wait,
Chrome.
Suleiman,
And the
What do I have
Israeli
in here?
media,
gliders or something, not helicopters?
No.
I've actually not seen the way they try to do it. I don't think it's through gliders. I think it's through helicopters.
Do you know if
I
any
think
of
the
the
new Iranian
helicopters
guys said
got
the
shot
United
down or
States couldn't
anything?
get
No, I don't
ground
know. I
troops
don't know. I'll have to
in
just check
Iran or
it.
something.
And I haven't even looked into it. I was just quickly, when I was running up, I just quickly read it. Our forces are
That they
trying to
couldn't
withdraw
land them
after Hezbollah forces revealed their military activity in eastern Lebanon. This is from Israeli media, saying
in the
Probably
Strait of
working.
Hezbollah
Hormuz.
had to retreat after Israeli media.
No.
Sorry,
Sounds like
I
a weird
suspect.
threat to make when
I
your two
suspect.
fucking predecessors got fucking
let's go
obliterated.
to
I
Joe.
would
Joe,
I
how
would
you
give
doing?
it
Hope you're doing well. What's your
70
question?
30% that
Hey guys,
70 to
yeah, I just
30
want to
that
just
US
something to
troops
say
end up
about
on
the
the ground at
surprise
Iran at some point.
Russia and
They're
China
trying to arm the Kurds
said.
right now, and I just don't think it's going to
It
be
actually
enough.
was the Chinese that helped Iran.
Dude, I want to
A
be president
company
so bad.
called Mizar Vision
I'd be
had
so fucking
leaked
rich. Polymarket would be like
satellite data,
shit would go
not
wild.
only showing the American bases, but what was there and tracking it. How many
You could see
planes
like a
were
$5
there?
million bet open up
What were the ships doing? What were their schedules like? And they leaked. They didn't send this to
about dropping
Iran. They
bombs
made it public.
in
Yeah,
New
we've all
Zealand.
seen
Right?
that posted to Twitter, right?
Was it posted to Twitter? I didn't see it on
Have you
Twitter. I saw
been
it on
seeing
news.
the satellite? So there's been a bunch of
Crazy.
posts on Twitter where it's satellite photos, and there will be like red boxes in the satellite photos, and there will be a bunch of Chinese
And you
underneath.
could threaten to drop bombs somewhere,
Oh yeah, but you were saying that China
and
wouldn't
then the
do that
Polymarket will open
because
up and
of
be
No,
like,
I'm
oh,
talking
freedom
by
of
about
trade.
April, will he do
like
it?
China using their
And then you
military
bet
spy
that you won't,
satellites.
and you
This
keep
is
saying you
commercial
will.
satellites. So this is
And
just
then the
like a
day
commercial
after the
company.
Polymarket thing closes, you bet
Yeah, but
that you
doesn't
will,
China actually
and
use
you
that
do it.
company as well? From what I understand, they have a contract with the Chinese
They
military.
they
I'm
had a
sure they
couple.
use
Didn't they
them for
catch the
like
Mr. Beast
general
guy?
commercial purposes,
One of
but
his
when it
editors
comes to
was
the real, so like the
or was
military
that Kalshi? It
satellites
was one
have
of them.
much
It was either
higher
Polymarket or Kalshi.
resolution, and they have
One of
additional
Mr. Beast's
capabilities
editors
that you don't get with
was
commercial
betting
satellite
on
photography.
stuff he
But
literally
the
could
stuff that
control
Iran has been able to
or
do
knew
is
about
basically
before the
just
videos
commercial
dropped.
satellite photography.
Oh yeah.
I might push back.
Made some
I have to
money.
push back a little bit there. 24/7, there are
I guess
Chinese and
they
Russian spy
referred him to the
ships, spy
CFTC.
ship
I wonder if
trawlers, constantly
they'll
monitoring and
actually
following
get
the
him.
United States naval forces and all of our
No, fuck it.
forces.
No, they
It's
showed, by
illegal.
the
For
way,
Get your
you're
bag off all
right,
the
Andrew.
retards.
They showed that a Chinese spy ship is parked in the Persian Gulf right now.
Yeah, the
Yeah,
unlimited
yeah.
sports
Now,
betting is going
and this
so
is
good.
firsthand live
Yeah,
experience.
if we
So
Now,
drain
I
glad.
all the
witnessed. I'm
gamblers'
not making
money
anything
in
up.
the country, then
I
won't be
served in
gambling anymore.
submarine warfare. We would leave, for example, leaving
Not
Fatherland,
entirely
Scotland.
sure
We
that's
worked
how
very
that
close with
works.
the Royal Navy. We would
I
even
think
in
You
the
just gotta
it's
dark
separate
just
the
wee
money
hours
from
of
all
the
money.
morning. It was only
they have
80
to take a
miles out of
second
Fatherland,
job
Scotland,
so
to
that
go
they
into the
can
North Sea, to
spend
go into the
$50 a night
setting our
on
bear
sports
traps,
betting.
right? Boom, there's that
Eventually, the
little
precedent for
buddy
losing
waiting for
leads
us. And
to
we
a
would
permanent
laugh.
solution.
There's our buddy. Well, he would signal, and I'm not at liberty to discuss what happens after that, but they watch, they copy, they monitor, they try. When, all right, again, I'm going to be accused, oh, he's hiding behind non-disclosures. No, I'm not at liberty to discuss things, but they watch, monitor, and they want, exploit every time we fire a rocket, every time we take a jet taking off, every time we communicate, they're watching, monitoring, analyzing, and storing data to do what? I will leave it
Wait,
there.
Andrew,
But
let's let Joe finish because he wasn't done
yeah,
yet.
okay. Yeah,
Just
okay.
on
Sorry.
that,
All right. Sorry, Joe.
Joe, I'm gonna pass it to you. Just before I do, Super Chambuzi saying yes, Joe is here. He washes Manco up every
If I was
time.
younger, he would
Also,
have been
don't
a
forget to like the live
degenerate
stream, share
sports
it, and
gambler right about
subscribe
now.
to Suleiman
Gambling,
Socials.
gambling, and everything.
Joe, you got a fan in there, and he's
What do you
making some.
think?
He's
What do you
doing some
think
good
he
advice
does when
about
he
live
plays his
stream. Share it, yeah, and
online
subscribe to the socials as
freaking
well.
fantasy football league,
I
Jared?
don't know if I have a fan or if I just have a Mancos hater.
You think that's
You
for
can play for
fun?
money
It
though.
might be, or
You think
it
that's
might
for
be your own.
fun? You think he
Sorry,
doesn't
no, but he said Joe.
sacrifice a
Yeah, Joe
child
is
to the
Joe
winner?
is.
You know?
I mean, Manco
He
hating
plays
that's
for
the
free
entire
against
YouTube chat and the
Israel
entirety of
bots.
the space.
True.
That's not unique. I'm saying there's a Joe fan, but go ahead.
Yeah, I'm just saying
They're
that
just there to
company
make
does
him
do contract
angrier
work
and
for
angrier.
For the Chinese government,
of course, we don't know what kind of contract work they do.
Yeah, do you see the
That
thing I
leak,
posted?
it
He's
was
gonna do it soon.
it was classified
They
as a
canceled
leak,
like some army
so I
exercises.
don't think it's just commercial. What they shared.
It's cooked
He told active service members
So
to turn off
I
their
don't know.
location
To me, it does seem like trying
on
to
their
help
phones.
Iran. It doesn't
everywhere.
seem like
They
What does
have
that mean?
policies about
This
that.
is with the Houthis too, by
Yeah.
the way, Joa. Is
What
that
does turning
Chinese
off your
commercial
location
companies
mean?
were selling data
Do you
to
ever
the
see the
Houthis?
Fitbit thing where
I love
you
that.
could see
I
the
love it.
patrols?
yeah,
Yeah, I
but
love that
selling it
one.
to
That was
the
so good.
leaking it publicly is a different story, though.
Oh, you leak it.
Yeah,
They could leak it
they
too.
already,
Breaking
I mean,
news,
in the
breaking
beginning,
news.
obviously,
So
they
I've been
didn't
giving you the
think a
updates
lot
about what's
about the
happening in Lebanon.
smartphone
You
thing,
don't
but
want
I
to
think
minimize it. You know
they
I've been
came up
saying
with
it. You know I
procedures
did a
for it.
video on it. And the Israelis are getting smashed up so bad. It is like what? Smash. What? Smash. So guess what? Reports. I've just seen reports. An
Is it worth
unidentified object
unlocking
got shut
veto?
down and crashes in the Bekaa Valley region
Yeah.
of Lebanon during the clashes between Hezbollah and Lebanon. I'm also
Well,
hearing that there is a high possibility, high
Hey,
probability
he's done,
that it is
dude.
a helicopter.
I'm
I
at
saw a
like
video
8K
out and
Kingdom
it says the
credits,
guy in the
and
camera says, "Oh my God, that's a
I don't know
helicopter."
what the
Helicopter. So if it is
spend on.
helicopter down, Israeli
I have
helicopter
everyone
down in
except for
Bekaa Valley
him.
in Lebanon. The Israelis
Well,
are
I was
getting
doing the gun
smashed
unlocks
up
though. Like I got the
in real
neon
time.
one,
Anyway, so back to
which used to be much cheaper. I think
there may be, you know what it is. I just
I
quickly
have
saw this
one
as I
for
was coming
every
up. Let me look into that because
every gun now.
I'm kind of
Like
like
I have Viper
rushing and
Shorty,
getting
I
this
have
information. But yeah,
Astra's pistol, I have Neon's Frenzy,
Andrew, how big
I
is
have Sova's Sheriff.
hubris in what?
Do I have a classic? I might
Hubris
not have a
is
classic.
your number one deadly killer. It's
No, it's
taught
all the
daily
basic
to
guns.
avoid it. Pride comes before the
The team
fall.
didn't talk
It's
to you,
your
Justin?
worst enemy, and we have to have those come to Jesus moments. And
Did our
I
team
will
talk to you?
rest it there, sir.
Why not?
Yeah, because that's what it.
We don't like.
Because all of a
I don't
sudden
like
it
you.
feels like everything's going wrong for them in all reality, or a lot is going wrong.
The split second you underestimate
bro,
your
get out of my
enemy, you're
ears.
dead. And it terrifies me. It puts terror in my heart to say that. I'm serious when I say that.
People choosing violence.
It's the
oh
same
my
thing in
God,
life.
somebody in the
Yeah.
super chat is saying I'm over exaggerating. How is it an over exaggeration? The Israelis try to basically.
Oh, you could have played
Basically,
Raze.
try to go into Lebanon.
No, I don't like raising this map. This
Try
map's
to
dog
take
shit.
try to basically
That's
invade into
true.
Lebanon, parachute into there, go through the helicopter. They got smashed up. A helicopter being down. You think that's minor? You think that's minor that an Israeli helicopter got taken down by the resistance, bro? These kids, bro, they think they're playing Call of Duty. They're like, oh yeah, you press the button, a helicopter goes down.
Okay,
That's
so we
huge.
figured out that I buy a Frenzy,
Kids,
but
bro.
do I buy a Frenzy with the
You
concussor
wanted
or
to
Frenzy
be on
with the
Twitter.
dash?
You wanted to be on TikTok, so there you go. You can't have it both ways,
This
silly.
is YouTube, TikTok.
Oh,
Actually,
the
this is
YouTube.
YouTube,
Oh, that's
TikTok.
right.
Trust me.
Don't you remember
Gen
the
Alpha
last
be like,
time
oh
I was
my
like, yo,
God,
should
whoa,
I
crazy.
buy a Frenzy? And you're like, yeah, do it. And then I
Like
aced.
TikTok, the kids know it. The kids will be like, you know, they'll be like, kids
Oh,
are
I
a
have
bit more
Deadlock's
woke,
Classic.
Okay.
There you go.
They're more sensitive. They'll be like,
Yeah,
what
so I have one of
happened?
each.
Hello.
Back to
Not a
Joa.
bandit.
Joa, have you
Oh,
finished your smash
no.
or what? The chat is loving it. The chat is loving it.
Yeah, no, I was just pointing out like why is everything going wrong?
Try to
Israel
flirt.
at the moment?
Yeah, shut down.
Why I wanted to understand how much.
Tried to flirt and you got shut down. And now here comes the.
Okay, my mic is
Hey,
working.
man, yeah, daily.
Justin
I
Bieber.
almost got punched out by an IDF officer. He had a few cocktails at a swimming pool. Yeah. Oh, I can go on and on. The pride.
Justin, I'm going in.
I won't go into the details, but yeah.
Here.
Oh, yeah. And the sad thing is they can't do squat diddly
Phoenix
crap
device.
on the ground. I mean, they're incompetent. And honestly, they couldn't even sink the USS Liberty. Come on. If you gave I'll give you one. Just take a
Some more breaking news. For breaking news about it. Not aware of this. No We're unaware of
they're
that
leaving.
in terms of the Israeli. But what we are aware of, what we do know is that
That was a headshot.
We've got more videos coming out. You can check it on my.
Oh, the Bucky's starting already?
It isn't fake news. The Zions are crying. They're like, it ain't a big deal. It ain't a big deal. It is a big deal. I did say they would not succeed in Lebanon.
Oh no, like this.
To know this is just so easy to predict.
Oh,
They
God,
lost
I'm
in
gonna spam.
2006. They lost in. By the way, I may or may not have had a coffee.
Challenge you to kill me.
Yeah, don't do that.
One enemy remaining.
Anyway,
Oh, not like this! Justin, help! Mid! Justin, you're blind! Justin, they're mid! Justin!
Getting destroyed right now. It is
30
crazy.
seconds
If we're doing
left.
Dustin's
Anyway, what
gameplay, I
said
might
was,
change
from the back of the
accounts.
footage, his bullet
Spike
was
planted.
and I posted it in my
Hit
on my page.
70.
You're crying. It is not a big deal. It is a big deal. His bullet was an IDF rated for being
Reloading.
ambushed
Sniper.
in the Bakar Valley by
Reloading.
Radwan unit. Radwan is his bullet special
Thank God.
forces. I say, why did Hussein run off? Has he been out?
If you think about it, Salman, your only victories have been against people with no weapons.
Team Ace.
Or, as
In the words of
the thing
our
they
soda,
proclaim is not their
the
motto,
pack
by way
survives.
of deception.
Let's kill that
One or the
Reyna.
other.
Our
right?
team's
Those
got
are their only
soul.
victories.
I
during
want to
this
keep
entire
it
war.
that way.
People-
Or against unarmed children as well.
Maybe I need a
Yeah, I
bucket.
said unarmed people.
Oh yeah, well, that's what people want. Once you highlight that it's a child, that impacts emotions a lot more, Joel. You should know this. I thought you were so yeah,
Pulling
that's
out the
going
Bucky
down.
animation is
Obviously,
so
we'll
good.
give you all-
It's
see,
now or never.
Oy, shut it down, shut it down. See, it's not getting shut down. It's not getting shut down. We're getting into the real news. You gotta deal with it. Welcome to the real world. Welcome to the reality. The IDF, the Israeli forces, the diaper forces are getting smashed up. Bro, what's that? I can see an order. It's an order. It's an order. It's 100
Don't
units.
miss.
Oh no, it's not 100
Oh,
units. I
you
misread it.
covered.
It's a 10,000 units of diapers being sent to southern Lebanon right now.
Blocking fire.
That's what he's gonna
One
be
enemy
parachuted
remaining.
in now. Let's go to this. Enemy forces are in
Team Ace.
fire and heavy gunfire.
How did who
Last
do
time
what?
the Israelis landed in Vikar.
Oh, the Reyna?
Monday
I dashed
night
into their
on
whole
the 9th of
team.
April,
Fuck you in the face and
2006.
teleport
And
down.
the landing failed. And it carried
Starting.
and it carried with it the body of the best officers. So the last time they tried to get into Bakar Valley, they
Reloading.
didn't do it in 2024. They did it in 2006.
Reloading.
They also
Gun
failed,
here.
and it looks like
That's
it
not-
failed.
I think I'm
again.
gonna try to get to the
Listen,
corner.
Zios, Israelis, listen. You're not about that life. Just let the Americans do the
Watching
job
red.
for you. Just let them do it. You ain't gonna do
I have a
it.
Bucky.
Like,
That's not my
this is the reason you got Donald Trump. This is the reason you've got either you bribed him or blackmailed him or whatever it may be or whatever you've done. But this is why you got it. Why
Don't
are you
blink.
sacrificing
Heal up, squad.
Oh
the
no!
Jews?
Their whole team
Why,
is there.
why sacrifice them when you got more Gentiles? The hand closed doors with the Israelis.
Oh, not like this! Not like this!
The reason I wanted to go to him was because Hussein is actually from South Lebanon. He's actually from
No,
Last
they're
player
not out yet.
standing.
which is a
Dude.
town on the border.
Why would you
of
tell him
Israel.
to
Yarun
sprint,
was the
Justin?
town that they
Yeah, your
invaded
dog.
into in
You did?
2024 and in
I hit him
Yeah,
40.
you're like, they're all
One
there
enemy
and we
remaining.
did our two. Oh my god.
Oh my
What
god,
they
they
call
don't
it-
miss bullets on me like that.
Any kind of condolences
What was
towards
that?
the Israeli.
The Jericho robot friend would know.
What? I'm getting
Learn to hunt like that.
what happened on the internet. No, the internet. What happened? I'm getting Hello?
Hello?
Hello? Hello?
Silly, I
Just-
dropped when you
no, it's my
started.
game's lagging.
I had a phone call.
Hello?
Sorry, I dropped when you started giving the news.
Dome set. Ground in sight. Ball stop. Right between the eyes.
So
Belts ready.
we missed it, bro. I entertained everybody. I gave it
Spotted
But
B.
this is the Hezbollah surveillance that shows an IDF raiding force being ambushed.
One enemy remaining.
Hello?
Spike down B.
Lagging so
Dude,
much.
same.
Possibly
When
a
you put
helicopter
this lens on,
I heard
down
it.
as well.
No charges.
Helicopter
Right there.
down as well. They're trying to withdraw.
No, it was
and
the
get
alien
out of there.
one.
It's not looking good.
Right?
The
No?
invasion into Bekaa Valley, which is East Lebanon, isn't going great for them. What's your thoughts on that?
Yeah, it pulled me out from
Where's
behind.
this spike?
Player standing.
This is awesome news. The Bacaw Valley is very notorious for being the graveyard of the Zayas.
Or internet then. It's got to be me.
So is the as one of them.
Aren't they
But
digging
this
up?
is like a kind of like a small region.
Oh, they're
30
doing it
seconds
now?
left.
They better not
I
be
don't- they're
interfering
doing
with.
idea.
They better not be
Yeah,
interfering
they're
with on
underneath.
Friday.
They're underneath us over there in Yadun. And
Cutting their vision.
How does she have
the Bacaw Valley as well.
Yeah, we're in the
This is
depths
kind of like a
the...
little flashback to what happened.
I can see the gun through the
Some
wall.
of the same scenarios. I guess these Zayas-
His
these
gun?
cyber forces, they just
No,
don't
there's a gun on the
realize
ground
they
back
just
here. I
keep
can see.
thinking they can
Oh,
do it. I guess they
okay.
must
That
have
gun right there, the
forgotten how it
shotgun.
was because
I
My
can
shotgun.
Wow.
Yeah, I
We
can see
are
your shotgun through the
destroyed.
wall.
And they must have
I wonder if they would have picked it up if I could have
forgotten
seen it.
how real men, so,
You talking to Bush yet?
great news coming out of South Lebanon and East Lebanon, so hopefully
Good. He finally got voice banned.
Yeah, I don't know how you always mess that up. I don't know how it's so hard.
The
to
voice
follow.
comms use reports finally went through.
And now attempting to land in
I like
Bacaw Valley.
peeked the corner, shot, and ran away, and it switched my gun to a pistol and teleported me back out into the open.
To rescue the helicopters. We also have some more news. It says, our forces, this is going to Israeli media, our forces are trying to retreat after Hezbollah forces reveal their military.
Joke's
activity
over!
in
You're
East
dead!
London. Oy
Is that you?
vey! Oy vey! It's not looking
Dome
good for
set.
them. Okay, cool.
Are they mid at all?
Okay, let's go.
No,
this just goes to show like the
planting already.
narrative that was coming out of
Spike
Where
planted.
excuse me, Hezbollah was done.
Oh, right up there.
There's
in
another.
This is living proof that all the Zionism do is just spread false narratives and propaganda. This is living proof right here.
One enemy remaining.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
Spotted.
That is very anti-Semitic. Very
Disaster alert.
anti-Semitic. of you.
Reloading.
I think we are gonna remove your access. to
Anyone
your
dehydrated?
account,
Need a quick
friend.
rinse? Just
Oh,
checking.
God damn it! I'm not going to be the first person to quit the company.
Reloading.
Just news coming out as well at the moment, Suleiman, is that the
Wait, I thought
Iranians
you
have
quit
activated
a while
their
ago.
militia proxies.
No, people got fired.
They have
No, I
Mosul,
thought
which
other
has been
people
lit
quit.
up at the moment. They're fighting actually.
Wasn't you said like you
US
hired like a
soldiers,
BizDev person?
at
Oh,
Mosul.
right. Okay, never
And
mind.
there's news that there's
I
also
understand.
engagements
No,
in
they got
Baghdad.
fired. They all
So
got fired.
that's what they get for trying to bring in Kurdish guerrillas into the northern part of Iran.
When the
I've
check
been on a
clears
couple
for
of
the stock
spaces
sale.
and actually some of the stuff that's coming out like is
I think they're mid.
after years talking about this and the way that Iran has handled itself for the last year, I'm being vindicated. For the first time today,
very
I won't
There's
go
a bunch
to one
of doors,
side, but for the
Justin.
first time today, your friend and my friend, Daniel Davis, has
There's two here.
has been interviewed on his podcast. He's been trying to get him in for 2 years on the podcast, but political reasons did not allow him. He called him in today,
thought they were A and
and
mid.
Scott completely
were.
disseminated everything
not
that has
Scott
been
Melville.
said by the media,
Well,
the way
apparently
Trump
they
is.
defaulted.
It's well worth looking at.
They
it.
figured out
really
that the
worth
counter
looking
door
at.
shotguns
On his earlier podcast,
This-
he had
they play very
Nima from
similar.
Dialogue Works, who is an Iranian, now lives in Brazil, but he does his own podcast. Is very, very good. But the one that Scott
don't-
Ritter
don't
did
rush him.
today
He takes his own time.
was it broke down everything.
Absolutely.
Everything, and anyone who was anyway,
You know
let's
what?
just
They're
say
9
on
and
the
1.
other
They're
side,
not allowed to
just
say anything.
questioning what their eyes are seeing,
Don't
and
play.
they do
Somehow,
not
right?
believe
You
it.
bold.
They should go in and just listen to what this man was saying. I mean, Ritter, by the way, believes
Last player
that
standing.
within days they will be given the go ahead to turn that 460 kilos into 90% uranium hard metal that can then go in a Fatah 2 or Fatah 4 missile. They do believe that.
Oh, we know.
But the Iranians will not need to do that because what we are looking at is a systemic destruction
Right
of everything that is the doctrine narrative of the U.S. military forces. I mean, but looking at this, it's like as if they still believe they are in the 1990s. They still believe that Iran is going to come trundling across
Yeah, and they were
open,
just sitting
the open
elbow,
plains
so.
like in Iraq.
Guess
with
what I'm
columns
doing?
of tanks
Sitting on
and
the site with a
APCs
shotgun.
and flying their jets above, and they come at it and neutralize like a video
Like a
game. That's what they had prepared for, and that is
Nobody's watching
absolutely not where they are now in the 21st century.
If you,
Like you asked me there 2 nights ago, was there proof actually of the Russians helping the Iranians? And I just managed to get out a post just before I fell asleep at 5 o'clock in the morning
Gotcha.
after answering
Blocking
you. And
fire.
like, there's a couple of real salient points. Number one, in
Spike down
2022,
mid.
which was the
One
Russians that
enemy
launched,
remaining.
publicly they declared one satellite in Baikonur for the Iranians, which was a military
wow.
surveillance satellite. They actually launched 3. One for Iran and 2 that they provided to Iran. So that's 3 satellites. And those have been in operation since August, September 2022. Basically, the Russians are running
no damage at all.
I know.
the surveillance is not only from the Chinese, it's also
Dude,
from the
did you
Russians.
like that
And you
stun
just
though?
saw
I
there
bounced it off
today,
the
earlier
wall.
today, that Washington Post, AP, Reuters, Bloomberg, all came out crying like bitches that the Russians are providing all the intelligence
30 seconds left.
to the Iranians for pre-targeting and geolocating targets for them. So that it all came out today.
Last
You must have
player
been
standing.
Say they're
rubbing your
definitely
genie
out
bucket
there.
when you asked me the other night, because the news media is flooded, and you see all these representatives of Congress, etc., and Senate who are now crying today, calling Putin a genocidal enabler, stating that he's now a complete war maniac, that he's supplying information
I think
to
the engage
Iranians
there
that they can
is
target radar stations and even
But
US
sometimes,
military
Jared, I buy a
assets.
sheriff for those kinds
What
of
have they been doing
situations.
for 4 years to the Ukrainians against the Russians in Ukraine, if not the same and worse? The Russians are not supplying the munitions. They
you
are
know what's
not
funny?
There
It's
hasn't been a
about the
bomb
same.
or a bullet provided by the
One
Russians
is much
that we
better than
know
the
of,
other.
or indeed I have heard of. Nothing. It's all tech. All tech. They may have supplied a couple of Su-34, 35s and a few Ka-52 helicopters, but there's no munitions. Why? The Iranians have all the munitions they need. They've augmented designs that they have been provided. There has been exchange of information. Some of the stuff, as you saw there, I just released a video a few hours ago of a beach launch of an Iranian missile that targeted the Abraham Lincoln 2 days ago that made it run away.
Good clutch. Watch this 4K
The
with the
video just came out. They did it at night off a beach. And some of these missiles that the Iranians now have are quite unique. They do not need a mobile launcher to launch them. They have their own internal frame. So when they get dropped off at a location, the eight-wheel rig drives away, and they're able to put up the missile.
You
don't have to have it at 90 degrees or straight up. They can have it anything above 60, which means they just need a frame, and the missile goes off. It's the most unique situation.
It sounded
I mean, they really have
sarcastic
taken. They are the
insulting,
premier
so.
country in the world now for missile-only aggression. I mean, it's quite an amazing thing to see. And by the way, Ritter said today, Miranda has said it, and even Nima was talking about it. He would have been very good, actually, because he was talking about the riots. He was there with his family. He went in December, and they...
How was he behind me already? How did he How did he get behind me? I'm so confused.
Spike down.
I want to know how they got that deep in the
Last player
elbow when I
standing.
smoked it and sprinted.
I think he toggled Justin. I don't know.
How were they that deep in elbow? It's not possible. He would have had to sprint through the smokes and I would have heard him. Yeah, cheating by making them miss all their bullets on her, dude. It's insane. They don't miss me that much.
Our rate is the one with the lag switch. It hit us first.
Stay in range of my stim beacon. We'll mow them down.
Dude, they sprinted on A and through 4 blinds. They just split. We should really just kill the bomb and sit on it.
I haven't.
I know.
Joke's over! You're dead! Don't blast. Let's burn the die!
But Phoenix and Rain are there, but...
Adding shield.
Do we have Spike? There might be a Pebble, Jared. I'm posting up right here. I'm just gonna clear this for you. Yep. Okay.
Water rising.
Yep. There's no way they checked this right.
My territory, my roof. I have them now.
Well.
One enemy remaining. Spike down mid.
I don't know where she is.
30 seconds left.
Oh, Spike though.
Me? What the dude? Their movement is insane. They get around behind me.
Justin let them go all the way up.
Yeah, what was Justin doing?
Justin let them go all the way up mid. We had Spike down in mid, and what were you holding?
Spike in mid. You held.
Bro, what? I'm not trying to be mean. You're just like, I'm holding the site. I'm holding the site.
Back, we're holding the Spike. You're literally holding nothing. You could have held our spawn for all the use that would have been.
Need a drop. Thank you.
No.
No. Get your fat tushy away from me.
Don't set.
Reload.
Right up there.
Flooding vision.
Doing a thing. Hitting the brakes.
Blocking fire.
Spike planted.
Into the deep.
One enemy remaining.
Oh, oh, wow! What the laser beam? He has a hold.
Dog shit call out. Dog shit call out.
He was left side. That's what Justin.
I literally walked in and he was not.
Last round.
It was not a good
switch.
call out.
You're talking about left side of the wall. What do you mean? You said you went to the left of the wall.
I knew what you meant. Okay, I will say I knew what Justin meant. I also knew that Jared would not know what Justin meant, but there was no time. Jared Vice guy.
Can't hold their fucking sight.
I've got cash. Anyone need something?
And I'm about to break.
Joke's over. You're dead.
It's not A.
Drowning sight.
Oh, not like this lad.
I hate everything about this game, including Justin. Alright, above you on the board. Alright, above you on the board, homie.
Spike planted. Last player standing. Slow down.
Oh, it was so good. It was so good. Okay, let's hard stomp these people.
Switching sides.
I'm tired of this nonsense. Just
There. Just some good
Okay.
old hard yakka. Standing in between us
yeah, and it's like
and
30
victory.
bucks, right? Like, what did you get? Hold on, what did you get? Their only decent thing is like, I don't. What is it? Like, I'm not a degenerate TikToker. Please explain to me what this is. Is that like greasy bourbon mac and cheese or something? I don't know. Oh.
Watch and learn.
I thought that one was okay. They're
Fully smoked.
Pull cap. Back in a
someone's
minute.
close.
Enemy spotted. Rising. Out of here.
Reloading.
Plant
Yo,
the
should you
spike.
live that?
Go on my mark, yeah?
Spike planted.
One back. Their spawn.
Don't place. Flooding.
See ya. Enemy spotted mid.
Where? Dang it. Jared's not Reyna. Yo, what?
I was fighting
Last
two of them.
player standing.
I literally killed two of them.
Okay, I didn't know this guy was an NPC. That's my bad.
I got mine
Yo,
too.
how
I don't
did
know
he
what
see
y'all
me? I got
entered
mine.
site, planted, and killed 2 people. So I don't know what the
I got
fuck
mine.
anybody else might
Justin,
have.
they didn't even have a player.
We'll give them
Look at it. That was also the one that I killed, but they didn't.
Go. Go.
Hey, the sky was the issue on that one. How did Phoenix see me though? How did Phoenix see me? Did you see he started like shooting me through the wall?
Smoke down. Dim beacon down.
Be right back.
Enemy spotted B.
Kill him! He's not even facing you guys! Oh,
I was blinded.
Reloading.
I need to do something.
Reloading.
monkey.
Reloading.
Walls up.
Slow down. Last
Are you
player
kidding me?
standing.
What? Oh my god. This team needs
Flooding vision.
What a dog.
What a dog. What a dog.
Yeah, where's our wall to get us on
They
site
think
and
they're
like
the
other
best
smokes
until we prove
besides
them wrong.
just mine?
Yo, they're down a player, and it doesn't even matter. You
Who
guys
voted so far?
are so bad. I think all. Did you vote, Jared? Oh no! Oh.
That was mine.
I heard he did. I did. I think I started it actually.
Stay sharp.
Time to hunt.
Okay. Big trade.
Healing over here.
Enemy spotted mid.
Another one mid.
Heal up, squad.
One enemy remaining.
Mid.
Reloading.
Just.
I think that's it.
Oh.
I'll teach them to respect their elders.
Yeah, you could. I thought you would have reloaded the gun that you like to use instead
Reloading.
of picking up. There was a phantom somewhere in the pile.
Oh, wasn't I maining Gecko last time? Yeah, I was like Gecko maining last time. I forgot.
Yeah.
I was Gecko maining last time. What was wrong with my Gecko?
Yeah. Wait, Jared and I are not the problem on this team.
Yeah. Yeah. Put something so we can get on site here. Throw some ability. Ready?
Help me! He's alive! 136, anybody.
Launching smoke. Dim beacon here.
Joke's over. You're dead.
Enemy spotted B.
Last player standing.
Watching it spinning around in circles.
Any of you kill him whatsoever before you died, dude?
Jared, I think we need to put down the buckies. I don't know if this team
We're not
would
done
win.
yet.
I'm getting my kills every round. My team.
I hit him 136, and there were 3 people 2 steps behind me who didn't peek him and shoot him one time. It was the freest trade of all time. I don't know. He's like running on you people. He laser beam. Nah, man. Most of my deaths are not to him. He does laser beam me anytime he's on my screen, though.
Just default. Oh.
Stay down. What a rise.
Spike down A.
Why was your gun not out?
Don't miss me too much.
Smoke's down.
I'll get the smoke and come
Last
back.
player
Where did I get
standing.
shot from? Mid? I don't know where I got shot from. It's crazy. I need to plant.
And
Need to
stop
orb,
to
then
pick
plants
an
here.
orb.
Yeah, now you're gonna die. This was not the play.
Well, if I die, it's on
30 seconds left.
Where do I hide, though?
Spike planted. My ultimate is ready. Line them up! I'm going in! Nice and slow now.
One enemy remaining.
How about a
Maybe I
real
look best under
gun?
pressure.
I killed 3 people. Justin ran it down.
I killed one. Yeah,
Watch
let's
them
lost.
move. Study their
He got
patterns.
one and then threw
Exploit
Spike
whatever you can.
straight down mid.
Yeah, why are we giving him Spike anymore?
I don't know.
I literally played Gecko all last weekend to train him to not pick up Spike anymore.
Wait, no, hold on. We won the round. We won the round. That means Justin gets Spike again, Jared. That's the rule, you know? It's when we lose the round that he gets punished and no Spike, so...
Plant the spike. There.
They will cover!
There's somebody hard right.
Reloading.
Beacon here. Joke's over. You're dead.
My territory! My rules! I have them
No
now!
way, free me, free me.
Our spike's down.
Wait,
Uh-huh.
Spike down B.
Where's
One
my
enemy
health?
I have the
remaining.
spike.
I was around the corner.
anyone? I'm
Knew
like
where she
getting
was.
ulted and pushed.
Spike planted.
She looked and one-hit headshots me.
Last player
I knew it.
standing.
Yeah, you made me buy real good.
Remember to talk to
Wait,
each other
I
out there.
dashed here,
Communicate.
and she shot me in the back, and
someone
then you
spot me?
both ran in and didn't check the corner. I can't play for you. It's just-
Shukriya. Thank you.
You have like 4K creds, why am I buying you?
He's trolling. He fell for it.
Okay, you gotta get 2 though, that's the rule. Also, why do you have Spike, sir?
Yeah.
Put that crap on the
Put that
ground.
down.
You do not earn it again.
Fully smoked. Stim beacon down.
Yes, let's make more noise.
Doing a thing.
You know what, fine, whatever. Oh, those are... Oh, in the corner, in the corner.
There's another one.
Water rising.
Spike planted.
You are powerless.
From mid, 2 from mid.
Dropped.
Get you.
One enemy remaining.
Nice.
Flawless.
So reloading. I'm no doctor,
Oh,
but I can patch a bullet hole or two.
Right
Let me know
there.
if you need healing.
dude, if they didn't have a 4 and 15, this game would not be remotely close. Do you think that's the person that Jared and I have just been farming with the
Reloading.
Bucky every round? Like,
Killed Reyna maybe one time. I've only killed her like once.
well, I killed her last round, but she was actually playing. I did kill her once while she was like half playing.
Reloading.
I'm gonna go over
There.
the middle.
Be right back.
Just for funsies.
One less. Healing over here. Reloading. Enemy spotted.
Top mid.
Mid.
Nest. Back deep.
Round in sight. Walls up. Into the deep.
One dead.
Oh, not like this.
Enemy spotted B.
Justin get me killed. Well, Deadlock's on. Just... I hit her 34. Did you shoot at her? Okay, so you did just as much as I did. Well, neither of them's getting a kill, so sit down. One's on A and one's on
One enemy remaining.
Alt backside on B.
Healer.
Yeah, good.
Blood.
No! Run!
Enemy spotted.
Run! Just run. Let her die. Big clutch.
Match point.
Come on, squad. Gotta play that whistle.
I'm the best.
That's what I'm
Hard
throwing.
push, do hard
That's what
push
I'm
here.
throwing. Oh, hard push? Okay.
Cargos. What are you doing? You want something?
There.
No.
Angie.
Proud.
Reloading.
Oh, that's a dumb name.
Holy smoke! Stim beacon here.
Gonna fall back here.
We're gonna go from the 3,000-year-old name to what the fuck is Argy?
Reloading.
Hi, Vol.
Healing over here.
Crowd in sight.
I'm trying to think what the diminutive would be for Argos.
Reloading.
Spike planted.
They fired bullets right above my head.
Don't play.
Flank.
Wonder if
Help on
A
flank,
knows.
help on flank. Help on flank. I have ult for flank. Nice.
None of us are looking at Spike. We're just holding our ults at it.
Enemy spotted A.
Justin, back up. Justin, back up. Justin, back up. Justin, don't peek.
Line them up. I'm going in.
Now.
One enemy remaining. Attackers win.
This
Did you
kid's
do legendary?
something special.
Oh, reported. Reported.
Ooh, who? What? Who? Oh, you guys like random by attack?
You threw it on me.
I threw on the spike, sir.
Yeah, and I rated there two people.
Plus 10
5.
is all I got?
I got +5 due to great
Wait, I
performance.
only got plus 10 total. Just got 22?
I got 26. I don't. It's ugly.
So ugly. Wait, how many points did you get, Steph?
26.
I only got 10. Fuck you, dog. Fuck
Okay,
you,
wait.
fuck
Okay,
you,
wait.
fuck you,
Everybody
dog.
call it out. I killed Reyna 4 times. Phoenix killed me 4 times. How many times did you farm the Reyna?
Like none.
Yeah. Justin did it a lot. He definitely.
3. I killed her 3.
Oh, so I did the most. The Reyna was silver. This game is broken. Yeah, wait, how did Jared only get 10? Well, you know what? He's down here with the irons, so. I have 9,000 credits now. Do you think I unlock a stupid face? 8,000. At 10 is the cap. I kind of want to just keep buying the guns, though. It takes so much. Well, I'm trying to figure out.
Remote game testing side gig. Thank you, LinkedIn.
Okay, I'm gonna get Jet Sheriff next. Oh my god, how much does it cost? It's 40. I just spent like 9,000 and it's 40,000 more. I know, right? I don't know. I don't like any of the other ones really.
What do these Kingdom credits even buy? I've had max for the whole time.
Agents.
Match
skins?
found.
I don't think he said what he meant.
Characters have skins?
Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
When?
Justin, you are not saying that. What are you talking about when you say skin? It's a gun skin, Jared. It's a gun skin.
Yeah, I want gun skins. Oh, you're saying character is skin. That's not a gun skin. That's a gun skin for each character. No, it's a gun skin for each character. That's what that would be.
What do I play here, Jared? Do we
Yeah.
3 duelists?
Whatever you want.
Three duelists, 2
It's
smokes, or do
iron.
I play
People are
Sentinel?
all mentally ill.
True. What would upset them the most if I had a Bucky? Oh, yeah, okay, yep, yep.
Together, we'll crush them.
I get a free op. I can have a built-in sheriff, Jared. Hold on, I found the Bucky secret. We thought it was
The key
Cypher.
thing would be you could hide behind the corner and kill one and teleport out.
Yes, that is the goal. Defense first, yes. Every corner a Bucky. Every Bucky a corner. Oh, they're screwed. Well, I don't know. They have like half of one duelist.
Can you even talk to Justin? Or did I ignore him again?
The
Did
one
they even
chick
answer you, or
said
they-
something, kind of. Are you going behind the box, Jared?
No, not until I get a better shotgun.
Okay, that's a good point.
You are a box.
There is no box that Jared is not behind.
What's your voice box?
Bro!
Dome set.
As he leaves sight, what a little bitch.
Flooding vision.
Say it, listen. GG. Oh, I thought Justin.
Spike planted.
Parfait. Here.
Dizzy's up top. Somebody's there.
Teleport ready.
Last player
No
standing.
ways.
They found my trap.
Fine. Built-in sheriffs will do that.
I know what that omen is capable of, and it's not.
Did you get
Right there.
Did you 0-1-0?
Yeah.
How much damage did you even do? No, you said you got yours. Yeah?
Yikes. Imagine. I'm not a bit. I don't walk off site like a pussy and let them own it for free. When I'm on my site, I hold it like a man.
Let's say again.
Dome set. Blocking fire.
I have them.
Walls up.
Enemy spotted A.
Flooding vision.
We like smoke the shit out of the site or something.
Spike planted.
What?
Yo, what?
I got shot in the back.
Last player standing.
Get me out.
I tried to walk through the wall and I couldn't. Was I walking into you or them?
I got shot in the back, so I don't know.
What do we learn by
No, she
fighting
walked through the wall. Also, they have an AFK.
Think
Hold
out
your sight,
loud.
dog. Hold it for
What
yeah.
have you
I've been
been doing
telling
this
you
whole
to fucking
time?
hold it, useless. No, you were never on B. Nope, you were not on B. Nope.
He's just
Nope.
AFK holding
I was
mid.
solo on B.
Right
So
there.
don't lie. It's on stream. You were nowhere near me.
Get away from me now. Now you people.
Hold your sight.
I
The
don't
dog
know. Our
you
whole
are.
team's gonna go here and then they're gonna go up straight up mid. Yeah, they're not here because they fat snob. Yo, what
Spike down B.
Barker, woof woof. They're yelling at you to peek.
Peek with what?
Never mind.
Oh, never mind.
You're good.
Let it be, Justin.
Spike planted.
Yo, these harbor rolls are so good. I didn't know they were this crap.
He bought a Bucky and he
One enemy
didn't even
remaining.
hit. He missed the shotgun shot. You blind? You like it?
There they are. Excuse me, I'm working.
They're not going to be
Use
again.
this spike.
Thank you. Not this time.
I'm sorry, Rain. I had to slowly watch you die. Just now.
It's okay.
They didn't think
I was rooting for you though the whole time.
did they?
Thank you.
She was like, peek, peek, and she switched over and saw me with the shotgun.
Never gonna take this. I don't want it.
What do they do? They flash this? What do they do?
I got eyes here. Right there.
Okay, so they throw a wall. Go.
Oh, they're pushing.
They have fucking sky.
Don't place.
120 harbor.
I've got your trail.
Down in sight.
120
Are they all
harbor.
there? Are they all there?
Yes. What's your spray at 120 harbor?
The shield's up.
Spike planted.
Water rising.
What?
Last player standing.
You guys all dying at a 120 harbor is insane, dude.
One enemy remaining.
Farewell. Don't place. Adding shield.
He's at 80.
Don't destroy.
Oh, this is embarrassing. Oh god. Oh god, not like this. Not like
Going
this.
away.
Imagine if you hadn't fat fingered it 5 times and actually gotten it half, Justin. Nice
Every
try.
fight is a lesson.
What? Okay. What is me having a donkey? I
Oh,
didn't do
is that
anything
what it feels like when
drop
you're
the
trying to
spike
clutch it?
5 times in a
And
row.
people are
I
giving
said
donkey
nothing
callouts.
until you dropped the spike
Interesting.
5 times in a row. Just so you know, I did absolutely nothing until you did that.
Interesting.
Then I probably started saying something, but then you deserved it.
They have no flashes. They have a sky.
Yeah, I don't like this ISO, for the record.
It's gonna be mid.
Spike
I'm
down
shocked
B.
they're just shutting mid.
They don't need to, they just walk onto site. And then people like play footsie with the spike and don't defuse it. Look what happens, you know?
Return the die.
Last player standing. Spike down B.
Dead, in case you didn't notice. This is a harbor div.
Yeah, absolutely. Their harbor knows where to put
planted.
walls and build. I've never seen a harbor build really before in
Who
my life.
else? Show me a target. My ult is.
There's not really any good places to shotgun and teleport out. Mostly it's in mid, but they never go mid.
Yeah.
No, that was
Right there.
It's a map you ran into. Justin, please
ran
explain to me
into
how me being a donkey has anything to do with you throwing the spike. Like you could have got it half or defused it, and instead you did nothing.
He had a litany of options. None of them were what he did.
Yeah. You heard where she was. She couldn't get to you. You could get it half for free. It's a.
Don't place. Adding shield.
Oh my god, dude. They have an Omen that uses abilities too? I've never seen Harbor and Omen use abilities. I didn't know they had abilities. That's insane.
Spike down A.
Imagine an Omen that can throw it.
Last player standing.
ult. Oh.
Spike planted.
It's you and me.
That's GG. Yep.
Can't use that.
That wasn't his fault. No, he should have pushed with me instead of just sitting back here. How long was he back here?
Hey, Harbor, maybe put the shotguns down,
killed
Harbor.
the person who had the spike.
I'm talking to you, retard. I'm talking to you. Doesn't matter where I'm talking to you.
He hasn't seen one in a while.
I talk to one every fucking day. Every time I talk to Russian.
Okay, whose vagina he didn't come out of? You have to add that.
I don't think it's here.
I talk to Justin every fucking day. Biggest woman I know.
He wishes.
Presumed.
Into the deal. My ult isn't red drowning.
Okay, glad my game is
Who was that?
Spike planted.
Some of us.
Yeah. It's a Harbor gap.
Last player standing. One enemy remaining.
No distractions.
Nice.
Who comes?
Dude, every time he shows up on my screen, the game.
Can someone spot me?
Sorry. Inside joke.
No.
I wouldn't. You're throwing enough. I don't think
I'm
you
all
need
taking
enough.
I'm going B.
Right there.
I don't think you need enough to help you throw.
Why are we have 4B? Okay, I'm not. If they go to the other side, I'm not rotating. Nope. If they're going to the other side, I'm not rotating.
Focus now. Eyes off me.
Hey.
Yeah, not my problem. I'm gonna get there, the
Don't
spike's
blink.
gonna be planted, and everyone's gonna be
Blocking
dead.
fire. Dome destroyed. Water rising.
Spike down
Flooding
A.
vision.
2?
Here.
Justin, just spray the wall.
Help me! Yo, anyone?
Spike down A. Need help.
Here.
Yes.
One enemy remaining. Last player standing. Thirty seconds left. Spike planted.
No. Why ult 2 of them in line and I need nobody?
I had a sniper. I was in the back.
Let's reset. Deep breaths and all that.
Need a drop. Thank you.
Does anyone have funds?
Thank you.
About fucking time.
That's it.
What a clown.
There. Enemies B.
Dome set.
Enemy B.
Adding shield.
Spike down B.
Water rising. Dome destroyed.
Let's watch Justin get his kill. Here he comes. He's finally rotating. He'll be there in a minute.
Last player standing.
He's found oh.
Justin.
Good kill, Harbor.
How did you? Why were you over here, sir?
They will make
Okay, I got my 2.
When they do, take it.
And then instead, you ran all the way up. I saw you mid top, and then you. Got mine.
Good job, Justin. I got 2. I got my 2.
don't.
I mean, Justin fat stomped the rotate over and.
Okay.
3 and 9.
You're the bottom of the board now. You are now at the bottom of the board.
I know. I knew I shouldn't have got my main account. I gave Justin the benefit of the doubt today. Should not have.
I don't think it's here.
It's B.
Walls up.
I've got your trail.
This is not good for me. I'm dead. You guys swing, get to swing.
Spike planted.
God. How many fucking abilities do they have?
Up and away.
Dome set.
Yo, what?
Into the deep.
Blow him up, man.
Last player standing. One enemy remaining.
Okay.
Why did you tap Spike there?
Yeah, it was. You heard her sprinting at you.
Good advice.
She was sprinting at you. You couldn't hear?
Did you not see the ability that she threw out of the smoke? She threw her slow orb from like 2 feet in front of you. There was no time. I thought you saw it, and then
She also fat stomps me.
I know. Good job, and you could have won the round.
So you think hacker kills are useless because they were
Turn off the music. Okay, there's a call out for you.
Dome placed. Adding shield. Let's serve the die.
You will not kill my ally.
Why is she shoving mid when our team is on site fighting them?
Last player standing. Spike
77.
down A.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Tim Dillon Show. We have 2 great reporters here that I'm really excited to have on. We have Ryan Grimm, who's returning from Drop Site News,
planted.
and Jeremy Scahill, who's the
enemy
author of
remaining.
Dirty Wars, also a great documentary. Jeremy, first to you. We've got a lot of different conflicts that the United States has been involved in.
Why does she shove mid when her teammates are
What
fighting on
makes
site?
this unique as a challenge? Forget the morality of being there. We're going to get to that in a moment. But do you think we're winning this war?
Last round
And if
in the
not,
half.
why not?
No, treat
And
yourself to
why
something
didn't
nice.
George W. Bush do this? I mean, why has
Because
no
that's
other
me.
president done
We
this?
knew her.
I mean,
We knew
this
where
is
she
a
was. That's where
seemingly
Justin died. He
unique
just didn't
set
say
of
anything.
challenges.
No, she was on
I think
site.
generals
I
told
watched her
Trump
on
that
site.
before we
No,
went in.
Justin died.
Yet he
She
went
was,
in
like,
anyway.
here, and then just didn't
In
tell you.
your estimation, why is
Who's the
this so
dog?
incredibly difficult?
Try not to
Yeah,
get
I mean,
shocked,
first of
okay?
all, Tim, like you
Probably
mentioned the
good.
Bush era, and I think one of the factors here that is kind of extraordinary is that Dick Cheney and the Bush team, they also were sort of lawless gangsters when it came to like respect for the Constitution,
why
and
they're
basic
dogging
civil
the
liberties
border?
and congressional
Last player
procedures
standing.
regarding war. But they look like, sort of constitutional law scholars compared to what the Trump administration
used
is
all their
doing on
abilities in the
issues of
door.
war powers, et cetera. And, one factor here that I think really has to be emphasized
Spike
is
planted.
that
I killed dog.
the
They couldn't have
leadership of
dogged
the
you. What's wrong with
Democratic
you?
Party, they completely sat on their hands in the whole build up to this.
Give me
Trump
the-
was telegraphing that it was going to
Into the
happen.
deep.
They didn't have any kind of a public debate on it. The Gang of Eight gets briefed by Marco Rubio. All of these guys know that
Teleport's
this
ready.
thing is imminent. and they delay a vote on the War Powers Act. Now, it wouldn't have passed anyway. Like they wouldn't, you know, the Democrats, enough of them are in full support of this that it wouldn't have actually made a huge difference to him. But the point of it is that that's where an actual debate happens, where like members of Congress have to go on the record. And so the Democrats sort of cynically exploited this because a lot of them actually want regime change in Iran and support the agenda, but they also hope that, you know, Trump screws it up and it becomes bad for him electorally. But on a tactical level, the U.S. is approaching, this answers your question, the U.S. administration is approaching this like it's going to be Venezuela. That they're going to be able to just lop off, you know, the leadership in Iran, cut a deal with the number, whatever they're on now, number 10, you know, ranking guy, and then Trump's going to sort of own the oil and go in there. Or they're talking about it sort of like Libya, where you take out Muammar Gaddafi, then you have ground forces that are working with you. They've completely misread this. Iran has been building horizontal institutions since 1979. It is not just a dictatorship of one and you kill the supreme leader and all of a sudden the state collapses. This is a multi-decade project with cross sections of society running security, the economy. There's also a religious dedication on the part of some of their largest security forces that is not wed to one individual. And so I think what we're seeing is that Trump's people are talking about this like a sporting event. Certainly, the U.S. has overwhelming firepower.
He's got his music so loud that
you know, Pete Hegseth, who's sort of drinking buddy as defense secretary, is really braggadocious and arrogant in the way he's talking about it. The Iranians are, we were told that they were basically wiped out. Trump saying 60%, 64%. Last night, after Pete Hegseth held a press conference saying the Iranian attacks are abating, the Iranians launched one of the most ferocious attacks at U.S. targets throughout the Middle East. They did heavy bombing of Israel. What's clear is that the Iranians actually have succeeded in targeting a number of high-end U.S. radar systems that are their early detection. And so you're starting to see more Iranian hits on bases. I think that the U.S. death toll quite probably could rise. But the idea that you're just going to overthrow this government is a massive miscalculation. And if they want to do that, they're going to have to send in, you know, 100,000 plus American troops, and then it's going to be an utter bloodbath. So what does that mean? It means at the end of the day, the only winner here is sort of the agenda of Israel. Because I don't think Netanyahu so much cares who comes into power in Iran as much as he wants that state shattered. He wants to convert it into a failed state. He wants the U.S. to bomb their conventional military. He wants to ensure that there is no nation state with a real military capable of serving as a deterrent against Israel's agenda.
Ryan, what do you think? Donald Trump is there. A lot of what Jeremy said is had to be known to generals. The military is telling Donald Trump this. They're telling him it's going to be difficult.
Last
that was even leaking out. They were saying things like, this is not a cakewalk. Why does he pull the trigger and decide to go in? I mean, from your reporting, why did they take out the spiritual leader of a Muslim country during Ramadan
out, by the way,
and expect that then the entire, you know, regime is going to unravel and then they're going to win
I've never seen
popular support? What pushes him into this in the 11th hour?
I think Trump has been told so many times that you can't do a certain thing, and then he has done that thing, and then it has gone fantastically for him. And I think the latest one, to Jeremy's point, was Venezuela. Everything, you can't just go into the country and grab the president and his wife and take them back out and not lose a single American service member and then just say that you run the country. That you can't do that. It's not how things are done. Yet he did that, and it from his perspective, it worked out phenomenal. And he has said, like, I'm on a roll. Like, let's go, let's hit Cuba. Like, I'm feeling good. Like, it's 3 a.m. in Vegas, and he's feeling great.
He knows I'm there.
And he's also been under enormous amounts of pressure from Israel. And then you have the Secretary of State saying, well, we were definitely gonna do it at some point, no question about it.
Here.
But the reason we did it now is because we heard Israel was gonna do it. We knew we would be attacked in response if Israel did that. So we just decided we're gonna go along with Israel and start this war now. not considering the other option of saying, hey, those are our weapons you're using.
They're just batteries.
How about you don't do that?
Yeah, it seems to me that this whole thing seems backwards, in the sense that we're arming Israel and we're providing them the money to do this. So how did we get to a point, maybe Jeremy could jump in.
No, Jared.
How did we get to the point where the president of Israel is sitting in the Oval Office,
in the moment.
and this is according to the Secretary of State, it's not a conspiracy theory.
He always does
telling
that
the
when he's at the
President
bottom
of
of the board.
United States,
Notice he only
"You're gonna
says
do
that when
this
he's
with
when he's
your
the bottom
money
of the
and
board.
weapons,
When
whether
he's
you like
common
it or
losing,
not."
it is not.
And suggesting now this is the Secretary of State didn't say this, but there has been reporting, and the credibility of it is, I think it's relatively credible that they had discussed potentially using unconventional or nuclear weapons at a certain point or a certain stage in the conflict.
Love being hit by
How did we
every
get to
ability
this
in the
point
game.
where the President of Israel is telling the President of the United States, we're doing this with your money
Sky only
anyway, and you better get on board to minimize the damage, because if you don't get on board, perhaps we'll have to use nuclear weapons.
Sources we also
player
talked
standing.
to that had some degree of access to the decision-making process leading up to this war
And we get handed
were
the
saying
free
that
win. This- how
since
does
the
this guy have so
Venezuela
many-
operation, Tim,
Yo, why did
Trump
you take
started to
war?
walk around,
Bro, why did you take war when
opining,
you're all
including in
only
like
on 4?
intelligence
Okay, that's
briefings,
like-
that he wants to go down in history as the president that forever changed Iran, that sort of avenged
Yeah, you
the
don't need it.
1979
You haven't used it once
revolution and the
successfully.
taking of the embassy. And I think that he really got fluffed up by a lot of people that, you're going
for some of
to
us.
experience greatness here, and that we're going to run the deck. Trump won when he was first in the White House in that 2016 election. Remember
I would say
how
it's
the
a team game if I
disdain
died
he
every
had
round
for,
of the
like,
match as
John
well.
Bolton and the neocons, and the deliberations that went into that one strike that Trump authorized at the Baghdad airport where they killed General Qasem Soleimani, the head of the IRGC, the most elite force in Iran. But Trump came out of Bolton's era as his national security advisor, denouncing him and saying if it was up to John Bolton, we'd be in World War III.
Oh,
Well,
they're
you
all
fast
in the middle.
forward to Trump 2.0, and what I would call the sort of neocon Netanyahu wing of the MAGA movement. They're the most dangerous figures in the American political scene.
Two flank turret, two
that
flank.
they kind of took over this entire portfolio.
One enemy remaining.
And part of it is that Trump's son-in-law, Jared Kushner, is up to his neck in Gulf money. He's very invested in Israel on an ideological and religious level. You have Miriam Adelson, who Trump basically has said is calling shots, and is the most. He called her the most influential, powerful Israeli in the world.
Look, Jared. He
when
tried
went to
really hard
announce
for
that
2
he was
rounds
ending
to
the
get above
Gaza
me,
war,
and now he's
when
going
he
to run the
spoke
game
at the
down so it
Knesset.
ends. So he's
And
not
you
bottom
have
of the
these
board.
people, they completely captured Trump on this level.
Bottom
I
of the
don't
board
think
this
Trump
entire
is an
game.
ideological guy. I think that he got fluffed up. He has a lot of business
then he gets
going
one
on.
lucky round
He's
with three of them, like,
simultaneously the president, and he's
disconnected
looking out
and he
for
goes
his,
off
I'm gonna ult
his
into
family business,
close
his
right.
cronies' business. And I
And now he's gonna run
think
it
these
down
guys
so
just
that the game
convinced him,
ends.
you're going to do something great that is like, building the Colosseum on a foreign policy level. And the reality is, they are engaged in action right now that is going to make the world less safe for a long time to come. It's totally, no matter what your politics are, this is totally contrary to American interests, to the basic safety.
Why are there four in sight?
Spike down A.
He twice used the false veneer of negotiating with another
Contract
country
complete.
to then launch military strikes.
Show me a
They did it in June of last year. They said, oh, we have another negotiation coming up. Days later,
enemy
we did
remaining.
12 days of massive bombing of Iran. They do the same thing this time. If the whole, it's a huge scandal, Tim, because what the
Yeah, I'm going over
Iranians
there,
put on the
sorry.
table was far
Last
beyond
player
what
standing.
Obama was able to get in 2015 from them. It was a massive, massive series of concessions from the Iranians on that nuclear issue. The Iranians were
I'm
talking
confused why
about
there's three
also
on A
having
side.
negotiations on
What do they
conventional
have?
weapons,
One on B, one on
including
mid?
talking about range of ballistic missiles. That's what I was told by Iranian officials, that they actually were willing to discuss that if the nuclear arrangement was reached. So Trump
But
could
I
have
never
called
picked
it
it up.
a huge win. He could have said, I did what Obama couldn't do.
30
I
seconds
did what
left.
Biden couldn't do. And he could have made an actual deal that every expert on nuclear weapons and Iran would
I
have
had my
said
TP
that is an
thing.
extraordinary achievement to get the Iranians to that point. It's just proof that none of this was actually about actual security. It wasn't about nuclear weapons. And in terms of the generals, I'm sure that Trump was sitting in briefings where these guys were laying out.
I told
for
you Justin
him
was going to run it down.
How strong some of Iran's missile capabilities are and the potential damage to American troops. Now, there's 6 confirmed
Defenders
American
win.
military deaths thus far.
Do you believe
We've
that
gotten some
number?
indications
Do you
the
think
number
that
of
number?
injured-
Do you think the number of casualties is being accurately reported?
I hope
And
he
I'll
lost,
just
like, 30.
send that to both of you as a question.
Yeah. It's it's a tough question. Having spent a lot of
I thought it
time
was
around
21
military
because he
guys
runs
and
my
military
game, though.
communities.
I lost 19.
It's not that difficult to cover up some deaths of special operations
23,
forces.
good,
And you can later
deserved.
say, well, there was a training
Bottom of the
exercise.
more
The
than
families
that.
of special operations forces go through briefings where they understand that if their loved one gets killed on a covert operation, that there's going to
Yeah,
be a
learn my
degree of
lesson.
public concealment
I
of the
will instant
conditions
log
under
the
which they
waylay.
died.
Nobody's
It's much
allowed
harder to
play
do
ghost.
when you're talking about rank and file soldiers because military families talk and they know when someone's family member is missing or is dead. So I tend to think that there isn't a large scale cover up of deaths. There may be some cover ups, there may be some covert actions that took place and more people died. What I think is almost certainly being covered up, because we have witnesses telling us this, is I think a lot more American troops have been injured, some of them seriously, than the Pentagon has been willing to acknowledge at this point. I think the Iranians have been far more successful at hitting American targets than anyone is willing to talk about. I think also they've been far more successful at hitting infrastructure inside of Israel. The Israelis have imposed sweeping censorship on what targets have been hit. We have the Qatari oil minister coming out today and basically saying if this thing goes on for weeks, it's going to crash the entire global economy, that prices are going to skyrocket, that oil and gas prices are going to skyrocket. It's already happening. So what Trump is doing right now is lighting a massive fire. And I think if it does go on, we're going to see the U.S. death toll tick up, and we're going to start to see actual American interests set on fire by this policy.
Ryan, when you have all these Gulf states,
Tim, I think that.
Go on, sorry.
No, go ahead.
I was going to say, of all these Gulf states, we have our embassies there. Iran has targeted these embassies incredibly successfully. We have diplomats and U.S. citizens stranded in that part of the world and cannot get out. Dubai, which is either the busiest or one of the busiest international airports, has been closed. What does this do to our relationship to those Gulf states? Do they rebuild those embassies? We haven't seemingly protected our interests in those countries. And those countries have been made vulnerable by this, and they're going to lose a lot of money with tourism. Why wouldn't those countries just say, we want to deal with China or someone else? We don't want to deal with the United States when they're going to unilaterally launch a war with Israel that destabilizes the entire region.
Yeah, they are expressing a lot of outrage about this. One of the most powerful and influential businessmen in the UAE, who was a former business partner of Trump himself, put out this long statement saying, Mr. President, Your Excellency, who gave you the right to do this? Who authorized you to set this region on fire? They're also frustrated by the fact that Israel gets most of the treatment when it comes to missile defense, despite the fact that we mostly pay for those, whereas the Gulf countries that pay the United States, buy the weapons, are getting the short end of the stick. The way you're starting to see this play out, though, is going to be probably very detrimental for Trump and a lot of his friends, because what he doesn't seem to have thought through is that the U.S. is basically the economy is propped up by an AI bubble / Ponzi scheme, which is mostly supported by financing from the Gulf. You're already seeing, and I say this with regret because I know that Barry Weiss is a friend of the show and a previous guest host here.
The closest.
Her attempt to take over CNN and Warner Brothers and the rest of these is backed by billions of dollars from the Gulf. They are now saying that they might not have the money or, frankly, the interest in going forward with that takeover. So this
They're talking about the Ellison deal.
It was
the Ellison family that owns TikTok, that owns CNN, that is Paramount, CBS, are now buying Warner Brothers, which the Trump administration kind of got involved in that deal because Netflix was going to buy them. Now the Ellison family, and they're, You know, Larry Ellison is no secret, is I think the largest donor to the IDF. He's incredibly ideologically driven, not just profit driven. Who the hell wants to own CBS News? Really, you know, it's not that's not the future of news, CBS News. But he is ideologically driven, and you're saying some of the financing for this deal to buy Warner Brothers, which would give also him control of CNN, is from the Gulf. Like sovereign wealth funds and investment funds in the Gulf.
A decisive
and they're not interested anymore.
A decisive portion of the financing. Yeah.
You know what the real war is, folks? Your financial well-being. And that's why you need Stash. You don't need to overhaul your life to start investing. Just automate it. With Stash, your new year money goals can quietly run in the background while you focus on everything else. Stash isn't just another investing app.
The video of the chick
it's a registered investment advisor that combines automated investing with expert personalized guidance.
She was
so you don't have to worry about
interviewing college age girls and women, and she was walking around like interviewing college age girls and women, and she was like, would you rather live under the Trump presidency or the Iranian regime? And they were all like Iranian. And then she goes, "Who?"
And then it cuts to a guillotine.
Do you think women have it better in the United States or in Iran? And they all said Iran. And then she goes, "What rights do you not have in America that men do?"
And advisory services offered by Stash Investments LLC and
SEC. I gotta go now.
Is it in any part in
you know what
Israel's
the right
calculation, and this is for both of you
the
guys,
right is that they don't have
that this war would not only
get away with it.
Hopefully topple the leadership in Iran, but also serve
What do you mean?
to
Women get less sentence for little children all the fucking time. What are you talking
sever
about?
the connection between a country like Qatar and
Look
America.
at all the female
or the Gulf
teachers that
states.
little
Does
kids,
Israel
and
see
they
that
get like
as
3 months
a
suspension.
positive? I know that a lot of people that promote
you're a retard.
Everything
you read exists
ultra-Zionist
online.
ideas in this country are constantly
Your whole life is
accusing
online.
Qatar of running the country. The Free Press wrote an article about all the money that Qatar has put into things like higher education. I'm sure Qatar puts money into things. But the idea that Qatar is now incredibly skeptical of things the United States says and may not be able to trust us, is that something that Israel's excited about? Is that a good thing? And is that part of the calculation here?
Yeah, I mean,
one's breaking
ahead,
a wall.
Just Brian, to mention one concrete thing, because we seldom hear kind of the Iranian government perspective these days. You know, it's really just kind of the Trump show, and because there's been this multi-decade campaign about Iran, it's very hard to actually on just a basic factual level say, well, what is their actual position? What Iran has been saying about some of the retaliatory strikes that it's done over the past week is that they didn't do them. They're saying, for instance, that they have not attacked Saudi Aramco's oil.
The clove killed me around the corner.
I did 240
They're
damage.
saying that they did not strike the British military base in Cyprus. And in fact, the British government is saying they don't believe that the drone that hit that base and destroyed a base where American spy planes come from, that it came from Iran. They're saying it may have come from the direction of Lebanon, which is an interesting thing. The Iranians are saying that some of the hotels and other buildings they hit in Bahrain or in the United Arab Emirates were housing Israeli spies or American personnel. But why am I bringing this up? I'm bringing it up because what the Iranians are saying, and take it at face value, it should be fact checked, we should look into it. What they're saying is that they believe Israel has engaged in some false flag attacks in some of these Arab countries or potentially in Azerbaijan in an attempt to try to draw those nations into the war as actual combatants in it. And Netanyahu is sort of gleefully talking about this. Trump's people are saying, oh, and even the Arabs are now going to start fighting against the Iranians. Certainly Netanyahu loves to be the merchant of chaos when it comes to disrupting U.S. relationships with other countries. Certainly he wants to see Qatar weakened. He wants to see the economies, the economic power of the United Arab Emirates and Qatar, the closeness of these countries to U.S. institutions and particularly to Trump, thrown into turmoil. He knows that the populations in those countries don't like what's going on right now. Yes, the attacks, especially when they hit hotels or they hit infrastructure, it's enraging the populations of the Arab Gulf.
What'd you say to me?
But on a much broader level, this is a war in service of Israel.
You enter now.
And the populations of those countries, the anger is simmering. They understand what's happening. It's destroying their entire project was based on this idea, Tim, that the United States puts military bases in all these emirates.
None of us are ever
in
entering.
all these
That's-
kingdoms.
that's the
And they
real
have an
truth.
American security
We
guarantee.
all sit there
I don't
with our
think
entry
that they, in
champs
their
like
wildest
pussies, like,
dreams,
go, you
they thought
What do you mean?
that
I
the
enter all
United
the
States was
fucking
going to
time.
One on
allow
site, one
Iran
I enter all
to
the goddamn
pummel
time
them
when I'm
the way that they have, while
I won't even
pouring
smirch as a joke.
billions of dollars into the quote-unquote
No, I
defense
think-
of Israel.
I don't
so
believe it.
on one
I've yet to
strategic
see
level,
it,
and this
you
cuts
know?
to your question, Tim, I do think that Netanyahu views opportunity in this. He wants to be the merchant of chaos to try
down
to
A.
utterly destroy
Last
that
player
relationship
standing.
between the U.S. and these
I
other countries because he views it as a threat.
There's a
Trump is
second one.
unpredictable.
Wait,
Trump
what is
merging
Iran's
family
entry? They
business
just
with the business of government.
They just start
This causes
shitting
some
everywhere,
consternation
direction.
for
Jared
Netanyahu
enters
That's
the
my
this
entry.
broader
Fucking
sort of
defense.
project in
Everywhere.
Israel.
Ryan, do you think
I didn't say it was the
that
right side of it.
Iran hit the Saudi Aramco facility?
Justin, I can't
Yeah,
collect.
they're literally just giving.
They,
you
they
free
say they
no,
didn't,
Jared,
and they say it.
I cannot
So here, and their argument is this. And Jeremy interviewed the deputy foreign minister on Wednesday and asked him directly about this. And paraphrasing him, he said that would be insane because our entire economy is also based on the oil industry. Like why? Like you think we want to start a tit for tat where people are bombing oil fields? I frankly find that a fairly persuasive argument at this stage. I could imagine if this war continues to descend into chaos and it continues to climb up the escalatory ladder that Iran may eventually strike an oil field and we may strike all of their oil fields.
Do you think Lebanon?
I don't think that they.
Do you think Lebanon struck the Saudi Aramco facility?
I don't think Lebanon did it. I mean, I think their
Hope is
claim
mid, but I will
that
draw.
Israel hit this oil facility needs to be taken seriously.
So it's very possible.
Tim, one thing just for the record.
Yeah, go on, Jeremy.
Just to put a factual thing on the record, what I was told by the Iranians is not that they are against hitting oil facilities. What they're saying is, we will only do that if the United States and Israel start to attack our oil infrastructure. We're going to strike back at their oil infrastructure because we don't view it as simply the sovereign property of these Arab countries. We view it as facilitating and linked to the American project. But they're saying, as of now, that they never intentionally
So
did
I'm
it.
just trying to get this straight. Our ally, our closest ally, told us that they were launching a war, a regime change war in Iran with our weapons and our money.
He had alt for when he.
Also, very
Sorry, if he
potentially has attacked the
Did they force?
oil Saudi Aramco processing facility in another one of our allies, Saudi Arabia, and also kind of one of their allies.
I feel like
Israel and Saudi Arabia have like sort of an understanding, right?
Or Tejo.
So
This is what the Iranians are suggesting,
Right.
and I'm not saying I fully
Justin's just
believe
saying
it.
back
You know, it could be that they accidentally hit some of these things. It could be that they did do it and they're trying to
He's
cover it
gonna
up.
sit
Although
back and
Iran,
use
you know,
abilities,
I think
and
that
now
wouldn't really be to
that's-
their advantage.
that's
It's
where-
possible that
that's
they
where
did,
you-
but the
you gotta
Saudis
go.
claim
You think
that
he's gonna
it was
do that
debris
and use
from a
Oh my
drone that they
God.
shot down. But let's say we should just take this seriously and investigate it, because
Yeah.
if it is the case and evidence emerges,
The Saudis
then
are
you're
saying
looking at
it's
Israel
debris.
being false flag.
Yeah. The Saudis are saying it's debris from a drone they shot down.
Someone's on site.
That was the initial statement by the Saudis. First, it was Iran bombed Saudi Aramco. Then a Saudi defense official came out and said this was actually debris that fell from a drone that we had intercepted.
One enemy remaining.
And the Saudis and the Iranians have had an interesting diplomatic back and forth on this. The Saudis are not
Kick me,
as
melee.
aggressive right now in going after the Iranians as, for instance, the Azerbaijani government is, and really, you know, sort of saying that Iran did this. The Iranians are denying that as well. All of which is just to say we should never just take at face value the
He barrels stuff
proclamations
right
of the
into
Iranian
the
government.
dump shot. Right?
But if you think about it on a common sense level, it doesn't benefit Iran
just
further
when Gus has
enrage
time to
the
kill him,
populations of these countries
he
because
adds a
they're
couple
already
chromosomes.
they already are very nervous about what's happening. So who benefits from this, Tim? Who benefits is Israel from the idea that Iran is this kind of madman, this mad dog loose, and they're just biting everyone. They're biting all their neighbors. They're biting the people who they've been in this rapprochement with for 2 years. It doesn't make sense. So that's why you have to pursue it and say, is there any legitimacy to what the Iranians are alleging?
So now a friend of mine who's kind of deeply connected in that part of the world, Sheikh Carlson, has reported on his show, Sheikh Tucker, has reported on his show that in the UAE, 2 Mossad agents were arrested for potentially trying to start false flag attacks. I don't know if you guys saw that, but it did go pretty big in terms of news. I don't know if you've looked into that.
He said it was in Qatar and Saudi Arabia.
Right. So is there anything
Did you know she was there?
that you guys can add to that? Is that verifiable in any way? I mean, here's what I will say about Tucker. He's deeply connected in those parts of the world. I think that, that's quite obvious. And he's goes there and talks to a lot of people there. And I don't think he would come out and make that up.
Gun here. Could I have a drop?
So what I can add to that is they both, Qatar and KSA Saudi Arabia have denied that this has happened. Okay. We had a drop site had a source with Saudi Arabia that denied to us
We tend to die.
that it happened. Qatari sources have been a little cagier when it comes to confirming or denying that off the record. On the record, they're denying it. Also, it's the kind of thing that you wouldn't
I get the one
necessarily talk about
down,
if
mid.
it did happen.
Right.
It could also have been made up by somebody who told it to
We're playing the
Tucker.
long game with this one.
Like they're trying to sow. Like it may have been a very credible source that told it to Tucker, but that credible source was just trying to sow misinformation, disinformation, chaos. Moments like this,
so close.
90% of what you hear turns out to
Two
be
shorty kills
proven
that round.
incorrect.
Oh, they have the
a year later.
Okay.
So we're in the heat of that moment where there's going to be a lot flying around.
Do you know why we lost that round, Jared?
So I don't know. That's about what I can add to
What
that.
are they now that Jeremy had said?
Another thing that needs to continue to be investigated.
Saudi Arabia is not, if for example, if Saudi Arabia genuinely believed that Saudi Aramco was targeted by Iran, I would imagine there'd be a massive retaliation from Saudi Arabia. Have you seen that?
I think that's an important thing. Yeah.
You haven't seen that,
No,
right?
I think that's an and I think that's an important insight that does go to what Saudi Arabia believes. I think you're right. If Saudi Arabia genuinely believed that Iran had hit it, they would be reacting in a different way.
Well, 100.
I mean, also, what on the Tucker Carlson issue, I know
didn't cover who was there and wasn't
I
covered?
was in Doha for the Doha forum, and Tucker
heaven?
Carlson, appeared there, and it was like. It was like Michael Jackson appearing at the height of his fame somewhere. Like he is a massive figure there.
Yeah.
He's purchased property there.
Right.
And Tucker Carlson, he is globally famous right now.
Yeah.
And
Heaven's the
deeply
last
connected.
player
He meets
standing.
with the the epicenters of power in the Gulf right now. There's no question about that. So I don't believe Tucker Carlson just made this up. It's possible what Ryan said. Somebody mentioned something to him. Maybe it was sort of like floating something. But let's remember that Israel
I got shot
has
back
a
because no one watched
decades-long
Heaven. Whoever was
history
in
of
Heaven
engaging in
watching
all
the
sorts of
show.
covert operations.
You're not talking about
in
me,
false
right?
flag
You know I-
operations,
you
in
know I
assassinations,
recalled.
in bombings that they then try to blame on other groups. There's a long history of Israel doing false flag bombings
Yeah,
in
I ran
Lebanon
ahead
and
of you
elsewhere.
and I
So
teleported back.
again,
You knew
it's
that.
in the category of we need to pursue it. We need to look into it. But the idea that there's Mossad agents running around these countries is like not at all a shocker or a surprise.
Dude,
It would be surprising if they
loving all
weren't doing
this
these things.
fan
The question is, were their agents arrested
Unprepared
and it's
for
being covered
Iranian
up, or was
drones,
this
US
floated
and
to
partners
Tucker
seek
because they wanted to achieve some purpose that we don't quite understand right now? I don't know, but Israel has a long history of doing this stuff.
And also, if they did arrest agents, they would not imagine what it would take for them to say that publicly.
One enemy
For
remaining.
allies of the United States, Saudi Arabia and Qatar to say publicly, yes, this is true. We arrested these Mossad agents. Like, that would be a significant diplomatic kind of breach. Like, so the diplomatic thing to do is to deny it. So the denials are worth reporting, but it doesn't necessarily tell you a whole lot.
When you look at the time,
Tim, can I tell you one?
Did they admit that we blew up the
no,
girls'
go. Tell me.
No, I just want to tell you one story about Israel. You know, in the 1990s, the head of Hamas was a guy named Khalid Mashal.
Okay, so what rights do you have in America?
He was based in Jordan at the time. And he comes out. He's driving his kids.
We only blew up
to
part of one
school,
girls' school.
And he gets out of the car with his bodyguards. And
Oh, no,
these
they have a
two
bunch of
guys
tourists.
posing as tourists come up and they spray
I
something
look
in
at
his
these
ear.
pictures and some
And
parts
it was,
are still standing.
It was
They
a
can go back.
poison, and it sends Khalid Mashal into a coma. And then there was a pursuit, and his
never got the
bodyguards
day
and
off for
Jordanian police end up tackling
half
and
of our
getting the
student
guys,
body
and it
dying.
turns out that they were Mossad agents. The king of Jordan
This
then,
is true.
and this is a
That
public
did
story,
not
you can
occur.
read about this, there's been documentaries made about it. The king of Jordan then says, we're going to cancel our treaty with Israel, and we're going to execute
There's way too many people.
these
there.
agents.
Maybe Iran wouldn't
If
be getting
Netanyahu, he was prime minister at the time in the
Wait,
90s. If Netanyahu doesn't give us the
turbulence
antidote
is getting
to resurrect
worse
Khalid
because
Mashal,
of climate change.
the
It's like,
head of
how
Mossad gets on a
would you do
plane
that?
from Israel,
Okay, fine.
flies to Jordan to deliver the antidote to save
What?
Khalid
You see all the
Mashal.
airliners are gonna save
Khalid
hundreds of
Mashal
millions
is
of
still
dollars
alive
a year
today. I
because
just
of
interviewed him, a couple of months
Oh,
ago. But the
that's a good
nature
one.
of what Israel is able to do.
Might have come
That's one of the
soon,
most
actually.
sort of famous known episodes. Israel
I
has
mean,
deep
the healthcare
relations throughout
system-
the Arab world. There are many cases where they conduct operations
health
like
insurance
Not here in
companies are
America.
gonna save
world
tens
never
of
No
billions of
penetration
dollars.
here, and
That's-
that's what I'm proud
You
of.
need to get off
You know,
that
these
shit.
other
You need to get
countries
as fat as
fell for it.
possible.
But us, we
How do you
didn't.
get
And
rid
how
of
easy
fossil
would it have been
fuels?
for
It'd be
us
harder
to
to
fall for it?
assassinate.
So many men in our country
I'm a
are
tech
suffering with
guy,
erectile
I'm gonna get
dysfunction,
it.
and here's the way to fix
No,
it.
that's
Through
it. They'll
HIMSS, you
never
can
expect
access
you. You got
personalized
the mobility.
This is on the camera.
Look on
They're
the
like a 600-pound
mobility
man,
spot,
like
Info
just
for
rolling
DP
up
treatment
and
options, raising
across the
costs.
back and roll away.
Generics
Like,
cost
like,
95%
and they're gonna be
less
like,
than
"Oh,
brand
is that
name.
you?" Like,
If
"Oh, obviously
prescribed,
not."
you shouldn't have to go out of your way to feel like yourself. HIMSS brings expert
I just
care.
rolled
I don't know. Those things can go
strategies,
pretty fast.
online
That might
access
actually be
to
a pretty good
personalized
idea.
treatments to put your goals first.
You like-
This is
You can
number one
drive.
health care
You can
forgets.
you can
In the way
drive
you your
straight
health
to
and
the
goals
McDonald's in
no
Alberta.
matter
You
what
don't
provider
have
fixes
to.
where you get what you need to get
have to
results.
get on the
Get
subway.
simple online access to personalized, affordable care for ED, hair loss, weight loss, and more. Visit hims.com/Tim. That's hims.com/Tim. For a free online visit, hims.com/Tim. Featured products include compounded drug products, which the FDA does not approve or verify for safety, effectiveness, or quality. Prescription required.
Of course, it's the Greek shipping magnate who decides that he's going to send the ships through the strait.
Let me ask you, what role in your estimation, and maybe it's no role, or maybe it's some role, or maybe it's what percentage of the role it is controlling politicians through things
You know what, Jared? I
like
concur.
blackmail or coercion of some degree. Obviously, AIPAC spends a lot of money. But then we have these files come out that show that Jeffrey Epstein
You might have to molly it after you roll.
is in contact with a lot of very highly placed people in governments all over the world. But the ex-prime minister of Israel is living in his house. It comes out that I believe the Israeli government, this was reported.
Man
a
accused of
security
tricking
system
hundreds of
in
teams
Jeffrey
into sending
Epstein's
him
New York townhouse. This is true. This is not a conspiracy. That townhouse
Oh my
is being
God, what a
frequented
piece of
by
shit.
some of the wealthiest, most powerful, and most
I almost
influential
typed we
people
didn't lose
in
anyone
our
for it,
society.
but I don't want to.
As well, the man has an
What would
island
it
and a
be?
ranch in the middle of nowhere in New Mexico.
I think everyone on the whole map died there.
This
right?
man is a pedophile, is a human trafficker.
Establish
He's
the-
clearly, when you
the look
at these
backlog.
documents, arranging these parties and events where very powerful people are going. From your reporting, in a very
Wait,
sober
Kalshi-
way, does that type of
Kalshi
control
won't pay out
is that something
the thing that says that he would leave office before
has
March
employed
1st.
or is employing in any way to sort of
Remy
get
of Spike.
certain results from certain politicians?
We don't need to play it.
Spike down. Defenders.
I also didn't know we had Spike.
The Israelis have a history of doing that sort of thing, for sure.
With
the
bodies,
to Epstein in
with
this
bodies.
case,
Push.
to me,
He doesn't
maybe
have
the
enough
way that it influenced Trump to try to change.
Oh, I didn't know it's like I was just going.
You know, he tried to I think the Venezuela operation was an attempt to kind of turn the page on that and get it off, but that lasted like
there
12
was
hours,
a Kalshi
and
market
the public was
on
back to okay, that's interesting.
Khomeini leaving office.
Let's look
right?
through some more of these Epstein
Which
files.
obviously they're betting on him dying. Like either he gets overthrown or assassinated
absent
or
the Epstein
old age.
Scandal itself.
And then Kalshi said, well, the
Trump,
platform-wide
has the kind of motivation
the actual bet
it has
said
its own
specifically included
logic
death.
and
Kalshi's like, oh, the
Netanyahu
platform-wide
said
rules,
the other
they
day,
say you
this is
can't
something
bet on
he's been
people's
yearning
deaths.
for 40 years. And they have been
Then they
working
should- then they
towards
should give the money
pressuring
back.
the United States into it.
They did.
Since
So they did.
and
They
so,
gave the money back to
like,
the people.
that
They didn't just
alone,
keep the 54 million.
It has an enormous kind of gravitational pull to it. So
it's not the maximally current
I
version of
think
this
Trump's going to be
where, like,
sorely disappointed.
we'll just keep
because I think when the
everybody's
war
money
ends,
now.
If the
But
if
it
the
is.
war ends,
I
with us
understand
still alive
why
on this
people
planet,
betting would be pissed because, like, obviously, you're betting on the guy to die.
Jeremy, can you speak to that? And then
That is
Jeremy also add
99% of the cases
your
where he is
understanding
no
of
longer
someone
leaving the
like
country.
Jeffrey
Not like he has a term limit or something.
No, I'm not.
Yeah, he doesn't have a term limit.
When
It's like it's just like
when you look
like
at
it's
what
obvious
Jeffrey
he's gonna
Epstein
die
was doing,
somehow. Like if he
and you look
leaves,
at what Jared Kushner was doing.
you can't act like that
sort
was
of
an edge
being
case.
a,
You know?
whatever you want to call it, right? Like a rainmaker, putting all these people at the table, trying to arrange.
The only thing that might be
scenarios to get
interesting is I
certain
don't know if the
results,
CFTC
working,
rules prevent them
sort of
from doing
with
bets on
government,
people dying.
but also outside of government. Would it be
I will
completely
not
crazy
die
to say that Jared Kushner is working in an Epstein-like fashion?
Not your fault. Didn't know about the dash. You would have had time though. Very close.
To maintain certain relationships and
Wait, you got it?
to build
Oh,
other
snap, I'm blind.
relationships and to
I'm
increase
really
the
like, yeah,
likelihood
You know what, Sage? Never mind,
that
you're better.
certain
Good job.
outcomes happen on a global chessboard. Do you see Kushner as a
You know
figure
what, Sage? For that, I'll
like
buy you
that,
a
or am
Vandal's
I overstating it?
No, I'm good.
Pop off. Nah, pop off. Let's go. Odin,
I
buy something.
think one of the biggest scandals is what's hidden in plain sight. I think that a story like
I have a
the
pistol.
Epstein files
I can
and
buy a
Jeffrey
shorty.
Epstein's
Okay.
relationships with all of these ultra powerful people, and Ryan has done more
Step
reporting than
speed.
anyone on the Israel connection on this. It captures the imagination, but part of why it's so damning
How'd they get
is
behind
that
you?
it's indicative
You're
of
behind
something
you,
that doesn't
shocking me.
that isn't
Justin,
even a secret
you may
conspiracy, that
you
what's
may
hidden in
already
plain sight
have seen this,
is
but
that the reason
you'll
that
love
we're
it
at
if not.
war
Is
against Iran right
that
now
the U.S.
is
the
because
U.S.
of the way that the
kamikaze
US
drones are
political
copies
system
of
is
the
arranged.
Iranian ones?
It's because of the sameness of policy that exists among the
Yeah.
elites of the Democratic
I'll send you the article.
Party
It's
and,
just a- this is
the
a
kind
good
of
one.
most vicious elements of the Republican Party. This is an enormous indicator of
fucking
the
good one.
influence that Israel has over an issue as sensitive
They're not
as the decision of
literally
a state to go to war,
the thing,
where you
but
have,
they're
as you
like
mentioned
obvious
earlier,
copies.
the Secretary of State mistakenly saying the quiet part out loud
One enemy
that
remaining.
we did in fact
Spike
go to war for
down, B.
Israel, and then he has to walk it back later, and then Trump has to concoct this ridiculous statement about how the U.S. has been in a state of needing to preempt Iran for 47 years. But what's hidden in plain sight is in a way more damning than the Epstein files. It's that we have a system that
30
produces
seconds
the
left.
kinds of characters that are in power right now. That in the open, you have Miriam Adelson being able to purchase American foreign policy and get it done. That you can
Yeah, that
have
was
Jared
close.
Kushner, and I think you're nailing it there. He is the fixer extraordinaire right now for the U.S. government as a whole because Trump is the president, and the nexus of corporate power and
I got shotgun in the
government,
back.
the
I watched that
relationships
kill
with the
the
Gulf
sage to the
countries,
right,
the
and I got
relationships
shotgun on
with
the back
Israel,
because he was
the
behind me.
political interference around the
I
world, and
ran
then
in through my
the way that
concussed,
they have sort
walked
of
into
conducted a
3
coup
people and
d'etat
just died.
in plain sight against the
There
American
was no,
Constitution. It's like beyond Dick Cheney's wildest dreams. Dick Cheney and Donald Rumsfeld spent their entire lives playing by the wrong set of rules. They wanted to do this, but they made the huge mistake of actually believing they needed to follow the rules. Trump has shattered that illusion, and he did. You don't have to read an Epstein file to see it. It's hidden. It's hidden nowhere anymore. It's just out in the open. And what do we have as an opposition? Hakeem Jeffries, Chuck Schumer. What are they doing?
Right.
Trump laughs at them. Trump is running the deck on these people.
Well, are you Chuck Schumer or Hakeem Jeffries
Feeling safe.
principally opposed
Oh, I
to
can't
regime
recall.
change in Iran? It doesn't feel like that.
No. I mean,
Right.
bingo.
Spike
Like,
planted.
no. I mean, Chuck Schumer, his whole life has wanted to see this. His whole political career has wanted to see this happen. I mean, Ryan and I did a report recently. I mean, Ryan should speak to this, but we did a report that
Last player
was showing
standing.
that even last June, Schumer and other Democrats
One bullet
saw
headshot.
opportunity in the possibility that Trump would try to go
Yeah,
all
I messed
in
up.
a regime change war. And I mean, Ryan can pick it up because it's kind of an amazing story.
We have just
what are you guys
Schumer
doing over
did
there?
the whole
Can't use
I
this.
Taco
got
Trump
hit by
thing,
the thing, so I
trying
couldn't recall.
trying to taunt
So done.
Trump into the war, and so a bunch of anti-war groups sent Schumer a letter saying, "Hey man, like we get it, like it's fun to
Justin
score
hasn't gotten
points
his
against
kill in,
Trump,
like,
but
4
I know.
rounds.
let's not kind
He's
of
gotta show
goad
kill
him
him.
into World War III.
I don't think I
Let's
have either.
relax on that one."
This is
And
one of the
that-
most
that
powerful.
led
Just to restate for people, this is one of the
Yeah.
most powerful Democratic
Do I need to hold-
senators
do I need to hold B?
from New York, Chuck Schumer.
They're playing
kind
really
of taunting
slow.
Trump like you always chicken out. You're not going to follow through
Can I
on
throw
regime change in
my
Iran.
smoke onto A so they think I'm over
Yeah,
there?
and so that
If you're
that
mid-
letter that these groups
yes.
sent to
can also
Schumer
just
Okay,
smoke.
leads to a
Argos.
phone call
We
between
got some
a
yummy,
top
yummy
foreign
medicine
policy
for
aide for
you.
Schumer and
Where
one
you
of
at,
the leaders
buddy?
of one of these
What's the
anti-war
question?
groups.
Are you behind the boxes yet?
And she says to him, "Look,
No.
what you have to understand is that he's under a lot of pressure from the caucus too, because there are a ton of Democrats in the Senate who really want to see a
Where did they
regime
smoke
change
mid?
war.
I think they smoked
They
mid.
hate Iran. They want the military to take out Iran, but they also know that the American
Yeah,
people
it's
are
for
done
you.
with these wars.
It is for you.
So it would be
Okay, yeah.
extremely damaging.
B or me.
But it will
Spike
also then,
down,
therefore,
B.
be extremely damaging to Trump.
One enemy
So their two
remaining.
worst enemies, the Ayatollah and Trump, both take a hit. So they're like, so we're actually, he's like, and she said, well, Schumer, he doesn't believe that, but he's under a lot of pressure.
I knew it. I knew it. I knew it. I knew it.
Unnamed Democrats who believe that. But from our reporting, like that basically captures a lot of the Democratic
All right, Jared.
lawmakers' position on this.
Right.
That they want this
Which
war
box are you
and they
sitting
want
behind?
Trump to be the one that wages it and takes the hit for it.
and loses politically for it. I have heard that Stephen Miller
Yeah.
was a huge
Maybe just
proponent
back
of
here.
this war.
Okay.
I don't
I'm
know
gonna
if
do
you've
this
heard
one.
that Stephen
The-
Miller
with the
behind the
minigun.
scenes.
Who was?
The play that
Stephen
usually
Miller.
works.
Oh,
I put like
interesting.
Behind the scenes was a big proponent of this war. It's been reported that
Has anyone made a
Vance,
shooter
who's
where
kind
you
of
can only
marketed
kill
as an
people
isolationist who came on my show and said,
if he's been in their sight range for less
a lot
than
of
1
mistakes
second?
by going into
having-
these
just having-
countries like Iraq and Afghanistan and having regime change wars. It was reported that he said,
Eat?
if you're
No,
going
you
to
have
do
to eat.
this,
Spike down A.
122 raise.
big
not
and
optional.
go
How did you die?
fast, I believe is the quote. Or
One
hit hard and
enemy
go
remaining.
fast.
By the jet that I told you was up there?
Does any of your reporting suggest any
Okay,
internal
dangerous.
conflicts?
That
was almost a
Like,
clip, low-key.
Obviously, somebody like Tulsi Gabbard, which I don't think anyone listens to, again, since she's was
Good job.
more of an isolationist. JD Vance was marketed. He marketed
Match
himself
point.
Look at the
as
bait,
someone
Jared.
who,
They-
and
none of
I
them
do
were
believe
looking at you.
JD Vance, a lot of what he
She
said.
literally turned, saw me, started planting, and I shotgunned her.
Yeah, that was the one that confused me the most. What's up? Israel's
What does
going to
win mean?
Israel's going to win. Like,
Yeah, well. What is the winning? What does Iran winning look like? I'm assuming you're not assuming they're gonna invade the U.S. or something.
They're gonna rotate off now. I smoked that. There's no way they stay.
Like, dude, is it like they set up a new supreme leader and they're like the regime's intact? Some of the
It's
Iranians
A, by
are
the way.
alive. Oh, yeah, I don't bet on that. I don't bet on that. I'm not betting on the
Spike
U.S. being
planted.
super happy with the whole fucking thing, but
80.
bet on.
To heaven.
One enemy remaining.
My guess is it's gonna turn into a Yemen, right?
109.
Just forever
Oh my gosh.
civil war. No real government.
My turn. I'm just trying to do my job here.
Reloading.
I knifed the first one, Jared. I don't know if you saw that.
Oh no.
Thanks.
Clutch.
You guys let it blow up. They said, "Brib, I hate you." Who
ruin
said
their
it?
day.
Pickle. Ooh, I didn't even kill her last round.
To the idea that when it
Before
comes to
Chef Slice
sensitive
Lucky,
issues like
you
waging war,
See, we wouldn't have
especially
gotten
this
that
kind of
if
war
we hadn't
based on
dropped it.
nonsense,
Just
that you don't want critical voices. I mean, Tulsi Gabbard is the embodiment of what happened to the isolationist wing of the MAGA movement when it came to power and Trump in this second administration. These guys are completely sidelined. As you said, it's like a joke. The other day, you had another guy who falls into that isolationist category, Elbridge Colby.
Yeah,
who is an
Briggs
assistant
Colby.
secretary of defense.
What happened to him?
Yeah, so Bridge. I mean, I also. I mean, you know, when I
We
was at
tried
the
to get him on the
Intercept,
show.
came on
He
my
wouldn't come on the
lefty
show.
I
podcast.
want to be in there.
So I interviewed him. Years ago. He and I had a debate. This is before he was in the Trump administration. But we also agreed on a bunch of things.
Not that one, though.
Bridge Colby was against all this nonsense in the Middle East.
He's a China
so he
hawk.
comes into the Pentagon. The other day,
You will not.
Yo, bro, who you calling
he
dogs?
and I were arguing about this stuff, but he's known as a China hawk, but he's a very realistic sort of isolationist when it comes to these forever wars and Middle East policy. He sits in front of a congressional hearing the other day, and he is explicitly on record for years of being against a regime change war in Iran.
I got
And he
two.
gets asked about his previous comments, and he just fumbled
halted
around.
garage and said,
Didn't even answer. You could play clip after clip of Tulsi Gabbard explaining very articulately what's wrong with these kinds of wars. And they put her in charge. She's the director of national intelligence. She has nothing to do with this stuff. And if she's allowed to speak publicly, oh boy, she needs to toe the party line. That's the reality of this administration. The MAGA movement needs to understand the whole thing was an epic sham. There is no isolationist wing of this administration. There is no America first. This is Israel first right now, and it's Trump family business first.
So what's interesting about Briggs Colby is this is a guy who last summer
also-
they are running hit pieces in the Politico
Okay, he has collectively, I
on
think,
him
3 kills on
because he
Yeah.
is
But
opposed
they're not gonna know what
to
side I'm on.
the continuing of funding of the Ukraine
Sit here.
war. And he was sort of outspoken about that. Now, I know for a fact that serious people,
Oh my God.
billionaires, media people, were calling Trump
out of
going
my
to
way.
fire this guy.
Iranian
what?
Air Force is
Like
using
genuine, you know, and
Russian,
I know that not for a fact, like I wasn't in the room, but like people saying like this guy was a thorn
Russian
in
jets
the side
from the Vietnam
of
War.
more of the neoconservative, ideologically
Like the models.
driven
that were
people
flown
on
in
that end of the
Vietnam.
spectrum. They were going, this guy's got to go. And now he's sitting there and he's completely changed his opinion.
They don't shoot Justin anymore. Then.
Yeah, the only opposition that really came
Oh my
God. And particularly Dan Cain, Trump loves to call Raising Cain, who, because they had material concerns about the war, because
I will not.
and if you know, if you're reading Dropsite or watch, you know, like listening to anything that Iran was saying in the months leading up to the war, they were saying,
Point
if you
blank
come for
shot
us,
the jet in the chest.
we're going to
with
turn
the
this
first
into a
bullet,
regional
Jared.
war.
Right. With
And
the
we
judge.
have learned the lesson
I just
of the
assumed she
previous
was dead, so then I pivoted
conflicts
to the other people.
that we need to
but
hit
she
much
didn't
harder
die.
than we hit before.
And then,
like,
and then I panicked.
they were saying it
What?
out loud
do that with
in
me.
English for anybody who wanted to listen to it. And so Kane was internally sharing these assessments. Like,
What
this
do I
is
need
what
to
they're
do?
going to do.
Just,
We got,
like,
hey man, we got a
ban Twitch. Actually, I can
$1
probably
billion
do it. I just
radar
need to
installation
upgrade
right
my
here.
thing. I'm gonna
It's
ban Twitch
radar.
from all
We can't
Jared's
put it
recorded
underground.
voices.
They could hit it. You know,
I'm
we
down.
got these Patriot missile batteries. They can hit
think it
those.
would be
Like,
good.
we have all of these bases that are within range. Of
I need to write an
missiles.
AI that can
They can hit
figure
those.
out if you're
We've spent
using
decades,
cashew as
you know,
a
building up this
way
elaborate
to not say
military
peanut.
infrastructure to basically control the Middle East and to control global commerce.
Nobody said cashew.
And we're putting
Cashew
all
is
that at
the-
risk.
Joey
over
did.
this, over
Peanut
this
and
war.
Joey said
When the
cashew.
Iranians are offering you basically everything you're asking for at the
This
negotiating
server
table. So
has
the only
a tree nut allergy.
opposition
okay?
was coming
There will
from
be no...
like
It's
people
like
who were
it's plus
like,
29 for that.
let me just tell you
got
what,
tw-
like, what the
I see.
reality of
What
this
did Joey say?
is.
It was like fiery
But everyone else
cashew
was
or
like,
something
no man,
instead of burnt
like,
peanut.
they're going to surrender. You push them over, you'll be a
Match
historic
found.
figure. It's going to be
Charcoal
incredible.
lagoon.
And he
There you
went with
go.
the it's going to be beautiful.
I mean, Israel's
say that one?
recently signaled
Yes.
that outside of Iran, they
That's why
feel
this
that
is
Turkey
the
their
problem
biggest
AI
threat.
was meant to solve.
Turkey is a NATO country. This is psychotic.
Be like, yes,
I mean, you know,
'cause
at
that's
what
obviously
point does
trying
the
to
United
say
States
burnt
of
peanut
America
in different words.
divest
We'll start calling him
from
like Voldemort.
this
and he's
Israeli
top
foreign
named
policy
and-
of attacking any and all countries they feel might be a current or
That's
potential
a that's
threat.
a huge compliment
This is
to
straight up
Justin.
Bush doctrine, preemptive war.
That's a massive
the biggest
increase
foreign
in his
policy
streaming
failures
career.
of my lifetime that I witnessed in the early 2000s. Israel seems to have
I hate
not
this his
foreign
200
policy
what stream did he have with 200
about
million viewers?
Iran
Damn
and
it.
now about Turkey.
I took a shot
When
and then
you
it like
hear,
went
and I
down the
forget
wrong
who
quick, but
said
I'm fine.
it, you guys
Someone dodged
know
this
more than
map. I
me,
fucking hate this
but
map.
someone came out
We could
and
also just play
said,
like 5 smokes in a row.
and I don't
now.
know if it was.
We could literally run it down. I do not
Yeah,
care.
Pete, I forget who said
Wait,
but
I
basically
used to have a
somebody
bun
said,
too.
outside
yeah?
of
It's
Iran,
so ass, yeah.
we're looking
Also
at
Linux
Turkey
Mint, but
as the biggest
Okay.
potential existential
Just have fun with it.
threat
Play smokes.
to
Play
our
something fun.
existence. Why would they
okay,
come
I'm
out
gonna
and
play.
say
Oh, I
that?
have a cipher. I'll play cipher.
At this point,
smokes.
Connor, do you know who said that? Can you look that up? Because that definitely was said.
We converted them
recently.
already, Justin. They
It might
went
have
from
been
someone
Benny Gantz.
please
I'm trying to-
dodge to okay, we'll
My
just
producer's
run
looking at it. What exactly would they mean
I was playing
by
last night.
that? Why telegraph that
I don't know much
publicly in the
slow
middle
games
of a war with Iran
this was my first con, you
or
say.
soon before? I don't
I was playing,
understand that.
Dark Raiders.
You know, one thing, and it cuts to this issue of Turkey, etc. You know,
The one guy,
one
like,
thing that I think
camped
we're witnessing
the
here,
extract.
I think we're on the
And I went
verge
down and hit,
of
and he was
this
shooting me.
being
I went
drilled
in with
into
no
the
guns,
heads
and I was
of an
literally just like,
entire
oh, friendly.
generation of young people
And
across the
and I
Middle
ran
East.
away, and he
that in
chased me
fact,
down.
it is a religious war.
And
You know,
killed me.
there's been great pains
Yeah.
taken to sort of say this
I was
isn't
like-
about religion,
I was like-
but the message that's being
I
sent,
was
especially
just
when the
talking-
U.S.
I was
ambassador to
like,
Israel, Mike Huckabee,
I'm
who
so
might as
sorry
well
that I
be the
did my
foreign
bad,
minister
like,
of Israel, the way that he talks,
And then
is
I checked,
endorsing the
and he was
idea
he's
of a greater
partnered
Israel
Twitch
that
streamer
goes
with
from the
15,000
Mediterranean all the way to the
subs.
Tigris and Euphrates rivers and starts defending it on kind of some bizarre theological ground. But what we're witnessing right
Incoming
now
ban.
is that you have all of these Gulf
I don't know,
monarchies
Justin, do I
that are
ego sheriff
propped
this
up
round? I feel
and
like I don't.
defended
I feel like we
by
need
the
smokes.
presence of American military sites in their countries, by their interwoven, interconnected relationship to the global economy, specifically
Okay,
to the
we're gonna see if I'm
American
better.
economy.
Ready? Don't
There
walk in
isn't
front of me,
any
though.
semblance of democracy in any of those countries, and you know their populations are bribed and bought off to sort of be quiet. And maybe it's effective. Maybe the propaganda
Good for
of
shotgun
what
close
Iran is
range.
doing right now, maybe it's
Oh, not with
damaging,
this.
you know, certain aspects of,
Nine
you know,
by
or
seven?
making people feel like, well, we should be aggressive with Iran. But at
Where's
the
my
end of the
health?
day, in a bigger picture, the genocide in Gaza, the absolute obliteration of Gaza, the attempts to further annex the West Bank. Now they just issued forced evacuation orders,
just wondering the same
displacement
thing.
orders in Lebanon, clearing out
2 hours.
hundreds of thousands of people from the south suburbs of Beirut. The Israelis
Wait, the other
do
two are walled
massive
off.
bombing
They're
there.
walled off, they're
They've
walled
set
off.
the
Oh
entire
my
region on
God.
fire.
One
It'll
enemy
take a
remaining.
generation, but there's
Oh my
going to be
God, pop
blowback,
off.
Tim. And it's like the lesson of 9/11.
That's what Cypher's doing,
The
Jared.
lesson of the
The Cypher
so-called
was so
war on
big
terror.
brain,
It's like
they
we
knew
step on the
all two of
rake
them
in the
off.
same place in
And
the
they
yard
get
Their stage
every few
walled
cycles.
after team off,
And
then
I
the other two
think
stood
that
there
it
and
may
like,
seem like Israel is quote unquote
That never
winning
happened
right
to me.
now.
They would have
But
both.
a
They would have
series
like
of
180
events are
swung
being kicked
headshot
into
me.
motion that we don't know what's going
Justin,
to happen.
well played.
But
sir.
what is
That
certain
was-
is that a lot of people,
that
millions
level
of
of
people, are being
degeneracy,
told
I
this actually
can't help
is a
but keep-
religious
do we run
war
down
against
A, or
you,
do we go mid?
and that's going to come back and bite the United States
think
in a
mid
major
with the
way.
Buckies.
Ryan,
Mid
the
with Buckies sounds
opposition
good.
leader in Israel came out and
would have
said
been
this
if
is
there
all of our
wasn't
war, this is our entire country's war. So I know that Netanyahu very rightly gets a ton of criticism. To say criticism, to put it mildly. How much of this, in your estimation, is
No, she's so low.
Netanyahu, like the great man of history theory, where it's like without
Where did the bullets go?
Netanyahu, how much of this is happening, and how much of this
Spike
is
down
just
mid.
Spike down mid. What a clown.
How much did you hit?
preferred
clown.
policy
Oh,
of
oh.
entire Israeli government.
Okay, all right, pop off. Just shoot.
And
Just shoot. What are you doing?
without Netanyahu,
I never
by
did forget
tomorrow,
to do that.
are
What
we
is
looking
happening?
at a major
Last
force
player
direction in Israel or not?
I
I mean,
died one
when it was
bullet at a
looking like
time.
there might be some
People
sort of
did.
election for, prime minister
What
again.
did you hit
run
the
in
dude
and get
for?
yourself shot.
Most of the
Unless that's
candidates
land.
closest to Netanyahu were to his right. So, of the top 4 or so, he was like the most kind of left-wing candidate. And I think what you're seeing from the population there is the natural product of the relationship that the U.S. has set
not
up
gonna make any noise,
with
sir.
Israel, which is, at the beginning you had a left or a center left within Israel that would say we should do coexistence with the Palestinians. We should do it. We should do 2 states. We're all here. We're all going to be here. Let's hammer this out. And then you had a right wing that was saying, why would we give anything away
my
to
move.
these subhuman people? Let's just keep using the American military weapons and support that is flowing in to just continue to lock down control of more and more territory. It's free money,
Right.
It's free real estate. Let's use it. And so they kept being able to win that
Last player
argument because
standing.
one side
Would you
of
hit
the
her?
political calculation is arguing for some level of compromise in order to get a sustainable coexistence. The other is saying, how about we don't compromise and actually get more stuff? And only by taking away the American kind of military and financial support would you enforce the political conversation to be held on reasonable grounds.
What did you hit,
Yeah,
Sage?
what is the
That's a
religious
zero.
Place is nice.
element? You know, when Jeremy says
How many
this
Bucky
is
shots
religious
did you
war,
fire before you
people
died?
are now going to internalize this.
I didn't know she was
as
there. I
religious
didn't know you
war.
let her walk all the way.
Yeah, I
We've
didn't
got a
give
lot
me
of
spike, I
criticism
guess.
recently for talking about Chabad and talking about the third temple and
what do you
playing
mean? I ran away.
a
Bro, I'm at.
video
What I
text
peeked,
that's
I had to
saying that
run.
the third temple could be, you know, rebuilt in
course
our
she was
lifetime.
there,
And I know this is sort of end times mythology
some
that
smoke so
Christians
we
and
can get
Jews
in.
actually share to a certain degree, which is why there's so much Christian Zionism in America. I've always thought of this maybe, and maybe it's just because I'm uneducated,
Good, let him
I
eat
thought of
this
it
crap.
more of a secular financial motive of like trying to build a Miami in Gaza, trying to build an AI smart city on this mass grave, and trying to have regional hegemony in the Middle East. Is there an element of this that is mystical, spiritual, whatever you want to call it, where you do have really influential clerics pushing certain ideas because they believe that there is some spiritual element to this fight?
One enemy remaining.
I-
Spike down.
Oh, I did not
actually
mean
think, you know,
to.
if you go back and you look at
My bad.
how the
Can I see
Republican
it?
Revolution was organized in the 1990s when Newt Gingrich and the Contracting Americans came to power, or you look at
They
Reagan's,
swing Justin knife out.
electoral
I was
campaign
sitting
in the
there-
1980
oh,
election.
no!
At the core
Round
of it
secure,
was the
round secure, it's
Republican
fine.
strategists
We'll get you the yours.
mobilizing the evangelical vote, and including getting large numbers of
Dude, the Sage
evangelicals who were
keeps
not
finding
voters
me,
at
like,
all
she was in our
to
spawn.
start voting and supporting Republican candidates. and very cynically, there
I need to
were
find
the
it. I need to
Karl
find
Roves
the-
of the
the-
world
Justin's
who
bullying on
viewed
two
that
guys with no
group,
clue.
that section of
Where are
Americans
they?
as
I
kind
need
of
to
the
find those
crazies,
guys.
the loonies. And so we need to
All
constantly
your
be
kills
throwing
are on
red
the
meat
guys
to
who
the
have zero
loonies
kills?
to put them on our side.
Yeah,
And I think that those
I
dynamics
haven't
still
seen either
exist,
one of them
and they
once.
certainly exist in this. Netanyahu's not a particularly religious guy at all.
Right.
But he'll talk about Amalek
Right.
and the need to wipe them out and cite the Torah and all of it. He'll do it when it's convenient. But I think you're nailing it when you talk about the sort of big real estate project. And what I'm referring to is this, that when you have Kushner and you have Netanyahu, although Netanyahu's is also political, it's Zionism, it's expansionism, it's all of those things. But this is big business. That's why you can have United Arab Emirates normalizing relations with Israel and posting pictures where they're celebrating
She
together.
literally shot
And
me
you have
through
all,
the
it's all
Oh my.
business in a way. But what
Say
I'm
your
saying
flowers.
is
Shield up.
they're
One
erecting
enemy
their
remaining.
condominiums and their business projects
player
on a
standing.
mountain of corpses
You see him pull
of
the shield up
Muslims
as I
who've been
smoke.
killed in all of these wars. And what I'm saying is
Wild.
you can't do that and expect that it's not going to circle back around to you. So a day may come where some of these Gulf
Full
monarchies,
util, by the way.
they're
Flashes,
toppled,
grenade,
or they're brought down. And part of the story is going to be what we're all
Dude, he
witnessing
literally
right at
put
this
his
very
shield up at that
moment,
shotgun.
because the message has been sent that Israel, it was an Israeli supremacist war that was waged by the United States with the support tacitly and otherwise of these monarchies.
And when these Gulf monarchies are toppled, you mean by progressive, secular pluralists, right? I mean, you're like, well, obviously it's good, but this is what I mean, right? You're gonna get Syria, right? You're gonna get somebody who is in ISIS, who's now going to take. So you're gonna take a country potentially that's somewhat modernizing, a Qatar, Oman, Jordan, whatever, and some of these Gulf monarchies would be toppled, and you would get. They'd probably be toppled by religious fanatics.
But let me answer that in a little bit of a nuanced way.
Yeah.
We have an example, a living example.
It's you and
when
me.
the Egyptian Revolution
Oh, my
happened
ears,
in
you covered me.
2011, the so-called Arab Spring uprisings were happened. The U.S.-backed dictatorship of Hosni Mubarak was toppled, and there was a popular revolt. And then Egypt, for the first time in decades,
got a free kill.
had
What are you
free and
doing?
fair elections. And the candidate who won those elections with the wide support not just of religious Egyptians, but also secularists and young people was Dr. Mohammed Morsi. He came out of the Muslim Brotherhood movement. And he won a democratic election, even though a lot of people that voted for him were not members or supporters of the Muslim Brotherhood. But he won a sort of consensus of the population. And within like a year or so, the U.S.
We have
was
double their
backing a
score.
coup where General Abdel Fattah al-Sisi
I'm gonna go no right
power,
here
and
because
Egypt's gone back
I
to
bet
the moment
I
of
bet it
not having
was
any
Harvard.
democracy anymore.
Who
And I
put
think
that?
the question
I
that
bet it was
becomes,
Harvard.
Mohammed Morsi in Egypt was an interesting guy because
Harvard,
he
was
was
that you?
modern, he was extremely well educated, he
Bro,
understood he was a
who
political
the
realist.
fuck
Was that you, Harvard?
And I don't think it was given a chance to even see what does it look like to have a country that has democratic elections, has a distinctly
I bet it's Harvard.
religious
He's fast on me now. It's like too.
but also respects a basic secularism that's never really been allowed to function in the modern era because the United States doesn't want that. The United States isn't actually interested in having democracy in these countries. Look, Trump was asked by Dana Bash from CNN this
Wait,
morning.
is that live?
You know, what about if a religious figure takes power in Iran? Trump saying, I have to be involved with the making of it. You know, Iran needs to pass a national voter ID law real quick. Get Trump out of it. But Trump's saying, I have no problem with religious leaders, and he's basically saying it doesn't have to be a democracy. I'm fine. They don't care. They don't really care. They want malleable states that in one way or the other are going to do the bidding of the United States, and they couldn't really trust their own people unless it's convenient to the narrative.
How generic were the? I mean, I'm not generic. How when we're looking at footage of Iranian protests, I'm sure I live in California for part of the year, and I know a lot of people that are from Iran, and I know that a lot of them were genuinely excited when the Ayatollah fell because suppression. And they have pointed out that women
look how broken that is. Isn't that so
some
stupid?
degree, and again, I don't know, I'm not there. How
some things you
just like shoot the molly through the wall, and then they can't
genuine
just like
and widespread were
Melee
those
has
Iranian protests that we saw like
I have
small
no idea how
videos
she got
of?
it, but
Were some of them engineered by outside forces, potentially Mossad? Were they kind of egged on and stoked by that? How much of the country does that represent? How powerful is that section of the country
It could be
in
clutching
terms
rounds.
of determining the future
Is it a harder
course
clutch
of
round?
Iran? Are we talking 10% of people, 30% of people? I mean, the country has 90 million people. How many of them are we talking about? Only young people? Are they only in Tehran? What do you think about those Iran protests and how organic?
Oh, not like this!
Oh, there's shit there.
There were some huge protests. Like there were enormous numbers of people that were in the streets. It was started in a market where shop owners started protesting about exchange rates. And the U.S. has been clear.
Like a shot from your side?
Himself, the Treasury Secretary said publicly,
You literally shot me from the middle on
we
your side.
deliberately engineered
killed me just shooting. What do you mean?
a currency
Oh, I got shot
crisis
before you died.
in Iran in order to spark
bullet
protests.
went through me and
That's
hit
almost
you.
a
There's
direct
not much
quote
I can do about
from our Treasury
I
Secretary.
had
What he
time to
did
shoot
is
one bucket and I was
manipulated, through sanctions,
they're gonna have an op,
and through
so
some
if we
new
can still
sanctions
play
policy,
here and here and on
what
this
what
box,
people's
maybe
savings
we can
were
push.
worth and what you could buy,
Otherwise, I don't-
with Iranian
I'll
money,
recommend this.
and all of a
Actually,
sudden the merchants
I got
were
this. Just wait, I'm gonna ego
who
it.
depend
I'm
on
gonna ego it.
some stable
Only a guy at
monetary
Harvard
system in order to be
can-
able to buy imports and then sell them on the street. They started protesting against this, which is precisely what the U.S. wanted. The U.S. also said that we shipped like 50,000 of Elon Musk's satellite devices into the country.
Why are there 3 here?
Fomenting uprising, but there's no question. Talking to Iranians, that, like there's a lot of anger. Like the country is. The country. I mean, even setting aside your opposition to the regime, if you have
3
it,
of them here.
or to the Iranian
3,
government,
4. How many were here?
the economics.
No, they all just sit here.
Crisis
We have 3 plants on the other side. And we never
over the
push
last months and years makes daily life very
Okay,
difficult.
fine.
Now,
I'll go
ironically,
here. Just wait. Just
most of the
Wait, what does that mean? I got my
be,
one.
like
I don't
you
even know
said,
what that
in
means.
Tehran.
That's like an
You
insult.
got your
And
one.
he said,
What does
yeah,
that
he
mean?
got a kill, and then you didn't get a kill. Is what he's saying. It's kind of insulting as well.
Oh.
Like indiscriminate bombing around the
Yeah, it's kind of disrespectful to say
biggest cities in the world. So we're hitting, the people that would be most
Oh,
likely
you got your 1 kill.
to be supportive of
Yeah, I'm the person with like 20 HP, by the way.
to have been out in the streets protesting.
Right.
To add to that, Tim, because you're also asking about sort of the
My bad, I
broader
mean,
picture there. You know, what ended up happening, we also spoke to people who witnessed this themselves, is that you had these popular protests, and there was almost no response from the
isn't
state
there a free
whatsoever.
site?
In fact,
How many
the
people
former
were
leader
always
of Iran, who of course was assassinated in the opening stages of this
ISO
war,
and
had even
Waylay
publicly
were
said that
on
the
B,
protesters
and I think
need
Keho
to
was in the
be
middle.
listened to. And there were no significant
Just
reports of
shoot
any
the wall
violence
and go
until
through.
around
We got this,
January
we got this.
8th.
It's
So
literally as
they
high as
started in
this.
late December, they go to January 8th. And you know,
coming.
what we know
Yeah,
for
can we,
a
like,
fact
throw some
happened
blinds and
was that
get on
small
light?
cells of people that were embedded within larger peaceful demonstrations started
I only have one
attacking
cage. I'm
police
gonna put
stations
it.
or attacking police officers. And in some cases, they start attacking mosques. And, you know, and so I mean, one Iranian that I talked to who witnessed some of this said
They
that
will
it's
bet.
like watching agitators at like a big anti-war demonstration in the U.S. where
Good
you got
idea.
like the people that want to break off and the revolution's going to happen now and let's try to set a cop.
No, Herbert, you have to
You start having people do this. And,
A bit.
and so, what the Iranian government has said, and again, this is a nation state's narrative, but what the Iranian government has said is that there were cells of people that they believe were being supported by Mossad, and in some cases provided with smuggled in weapons that were coordinating attacks against the government, attacks against mosques, attacks against security personnel. And what it sounds like happened is that there were then these gun battles that start, and I think thousands of Iranians got gunned down. And I don't think we know the extent of the death toll, but what I think is clear is that the narrative that it was simply the Iranian
down,
government
B.
decided to open fire on peaceful protests is not true. The question is, how overwhelming was the force?
Not there anymore.
How many
Sure.
Iranians did the
30
government
seconds
kill
left.
in the process
will
of
not
trying to
kill
put down what they
my ally.
characterized as
game?
terrorist rebellion? How excessive
player
was it?
standing.
How many corpses
Did you see
were
that?
there?
Why didn't it let me in?
We don't know that.
Also,
and,
all
and
you
it
had to
needs
do
to be
was plant the
investigated.
spike.
But
How did
we
you
have
two-
to be intellectually honest.
Yes, there was
about it.
one
The
on that
Iranian
side and
government
one
has
on the
said
other
that
side. You
3,100
guys
people
died
died.
in
That
two
includes everyone, including security personnel.
I got two
International
kills.
human rights organizations
mine.
are saying those numbers are much
Yo,
lower.
Harbor, I got mine. Why did we just die
Some
with
of
spike
the
instead of
numbers
planting?
also come from human rights organizations that are connected to the National
I got
Endowment
mine.
for
That's what you
Democracy.
said.
No, that was my bad. I missed my cage. I was trying to throw it into heaven, but it
They
fell.
all have characterized
Cypher,
it
you
as
can't be
wrong.
most of
Harbor
the
needs to
deaths were
apologize.
caused by the
It's our
Iranian
last
government
chance to
opening
attack.
fire on
Fire
peaceful
out the shot.
protesters. I
Harbor
think
knows
that
what they
we,
did.
because these narratives have been weaponized
Okay, fine, I'm
into
not gonna buy you
broader
this round.
public
Have fun.
support initially for some kind of quote-unquote action against Iran, there needs to be an actual investigation of the events that took place.
Wait,
in
guys,
Iran
we're all
in
friends. Remember,
January.
we're a team.
But
Like, we're all trying to
it's
help
not
each
even
other
part of
get
the
RR,
narrative
right?
anymore from the White
Yeah,
House.
we're
This
all
isn't
trying to.
about
We
we're
all
trying
have to
take
work
it away
together
from
to get
Just.
RR.
Trump is
We all
not
love
even
each other.
talking
We're
nuclear
all
anymore. Now
friends.
it's,
We love each
we're gonna
other.
get
Harbor,
rid of
you have
it.
spike
You're right, we
on
should be having fun. I'm
What
sorry.
they're actually
Yeah, we're
saying- I
having
want people to understand
fun.
what
We're
they're
a
actually saying is
team. We gotta
Iran
get to know
shouldn't
each
have
other.
any
Like, it's super.
defensive capacity.
Like, I love
It
all of
shouldn't
you,
have any
so.
ability, which any nation state worth anything has, to deter other nations from
Oh
attacking.
shit!
The position right now is Iran should be like Syria. After Assad fell, Israel came in, they found the entire conventional military capacity of Syria to make sure that whoever comes next, whatever Arab ruler gets power, won't have a real
Oh,
military.
no.
In a way, that's kind of
Oh, what the fuck
minimum
is
that
that?
Ryan,
let's make it so they can't ever be a real nation state again.
Yeah, Ryan, we spoke earlier about
Dude,
the role
wait,
that
see, I
AI
keep
is
telling
playing
Justin,
in actually
instead of playing
coordinating
Versus
these
Champions, next round
military
you're playing
coordinated attacks. Can you speak a little
Next
bit
game.
to that?
No,
This is going to
what?
be,
Next game you
got
you know,
this.
obviously
None of this
the Gaza
useless
genocide
hardware,
is
okay?
another,
I want Teho.
I think,
I
example
want the
of
little
this,
drone to
but
tell me where they are
this
so I
is
can
one of the
shock them.
first
Remember,
theaters
your
of war that
teammate
we've
is not your
seen
enemy.
AI
The
have
enemy
such a
is your
prominent
enemy.
role.
You just put all your negative energy towards
he's
the
the enemy.
You
opposite.
know, it's
Justin is
reported
my
that,
enemy.
that Israel in the early stages
Sorry,
of
Justin,
the
I'm gonna
bombing
use
of
the sheriff
Gaza
again.
was using AI to pick targets, and there would be one low-level person at the very end who would just press confirm on all of those. But it does appear like the U.S. is using AI in its targeting here. The most absurd example is the one you're talking about. They bombed in Tehran a place called Police Park, and first of all, it shows you that it has nothing to do with police. It's just called Police Park.
Mind damage.
It shows you that they are doing what Iran says they're doing, which is bombing a lot of civilian infrastructure. Police are, are part of the civilian infrastructure. You're trying to keep order. They want discipline. And so in their list of, that whoever produced, Claude or somebody else, of police targets, they added police park. Like, so, and so we dropped a, $10 or $20 million missile to blow up a park bench surrounded by a couple of trees.
Last player
And there's a
standing.
real open question of whether
damage.
the 180 plus
What are you
people
doing?
killed in the school in
Yo, you could have helped me. I need help.
Iran came about because it was an AI chosen target because it had previously been part of an IRGC base, but since then it was broken off and there's a wall. If you went on Google Earth,
I got my retard. Where's yours?
And looked, and people can look this
He
up.
hasn't gotten his
It was labeled as a school, literally on Google Earth.
Right.
What do you mean?
So
I'm
if
doing
they
poorly.
did use
I admit
AI,
that,
why is the AI not?
When you're
checking
surrendering
Google
or
Earth before
surrendering to the enemy
bombing the
team and
school?
telling them that
And
they're
if they
better,
didn't use AI,
they're not better than you.
What are we doing?
Right.
Like, why? How are we?
Who's the one
Wait, I
attacking
actually
me?
forgot it. What is it? What is it?
I bet it's
Never give up. Yeah, that's
A
it.
lot of people have been talking about that. A lot of people have been saying that because we've given the Ukraine a lot of weaponry. We've provided Israel with a lot of weaponry. That we have overextended ourselves. We've depleted our munition stockpiles, and that the idea that we could, with these missile interceptors, that we could defend Israel, the Gulf states.
Last player
we could,
standing.
117 stage.
To have the ability to
I got
attack
two every
Iran
round.
at the level that we
I
need
know.
to.
Jared's getting mine and his.
Is there any credence to that claim? Do you think
Spike
that
planted.
we are kind of running a little bit low on certain munitions? And to piggyback on that, as Israel runs low on munitions, do they consider using alternative weapons, nuclear weapons, if they feel like they are losing this war? Which right now, it seems to be that they are. And I don't know if that's true or not, and that could be reversed. But it does seem to be that they're taking heavy losses.
Oh my God.
As you said, it's censored over there. It's hard to tell. But
Where was he
do
playing?
we have
He
the
was all the way
munitions to
mid.
keep fighting this
now.
war?
Okay,
Can
no
we defend
defense.
some of our allies and partners? And if not, what happens next?
I did 430 damage there. 450 damage.
This is such an important question that you're asking, and it's one I'm also talking to military experts on, and I'm also interviewing Iranian officials, which is somewhat unusual in the context of American media. And here's what I would say. I think the next couple of days are going to be very telling. What the Iranians are claiming, and this is coming also from the IRGC, their most powerful military entity, they're claiming that the munitions they've used up until this moment that I'm speaking to you, Tim, have largely been missiles manufactured between 2010 and 2014, and that they haven't utilized some of their most modern, longer-range, powerful missile systems, and that they're going to begin deploying those systems. We're going to see if that's true. We're going to see how powerful they are, how effective they are, because I think the Iranians are reaching a trigger point where they're going to start doing that. I think we also are going to see the extent to which the THAAD battery systems, the defense systems that the U.S. put in place and throughout
Why would you know I was
countries,
she had no way to know I was there.
systems that the Iranians
Oh my God.
coordinate the
Headshots being
Patriot
nice out of me.
THAAD missile defense systems, the
One
early
bullet, by
warning
the way.
detection systems seem to be failing in some countries. We have
every
colleagues
time
in
I
different
die,
countries that are saying that sirens aren't going off.
Harvard, when's the
now,
last time you got yours?
Things are just hitting. And there's a lot of censorship happening. So
I'm sorry, I'm
the US
asked.
certainly has
No,
enough
I'm
bombs. They've
I'm
destroyed
genuinely
enough
asked.
of Iran's air defense
No,
systems
he's talking about
bring in aircraft flying
Harvard's
at
on
lower
talking shit.
altitude, dropping different kinds of munitions. I don't think there's much question that the U.S. and Israel can keep bombing.
Have you got any
They're
kill on
putting
defense
planes
yet?
at risk.
Have you got any kill on
They've
defense on them?
decimated the air defenses in the way that.
Do you throw any abilities on
It's
offense?
pretty clear the Iranians have been preparing for a long time for this. They have mobile units. It's a mountainous terrain. It's an enormous country. So I think that the rubber is going to hit the road on what narratives have been true and which haven't over the next couple of days. We could see a scenario where it becomes really clear, really fast, that a lot of those Gulf Arab countries are extremely vulnerable, and that the anti-missile technologies have been severely degraded to a point where the Iranians start striking in a much heavier capacity. And then you're going to have enormous pressure. Already on the oil issue, they're going nuts right now, because we're messing with the family businesses all through the Middle East. But on a tactical level, the Iranians have said from the beginning, it's going to look like we're getting waxed. It's going to look like we're being destroyed
Last
here.
player
But
standing.
you haven't seen our
really.
most powerful systems, and we know what
One
we're
enemy
doing. We are
remaining.
causing them to expend
Get
all
them
of
in
their
there.
energy in
planted.
the opening week of this war, and then you're going to see how vulnerable they are.
And they're
We're gonna
talking
see.
about-
We're going to see which narrative is true
Yeah.
and which is false.
Oh, they're talking about hypersonic missiles specifically.
We're talking about hypersonic
Yeah.
missiles. Yep.
Push that. I
Can
think
you
he's in
talk about the
corner.
difference between regular and a hypersonic missile in
Nice.
terms of capabilities?
You're
and
amazing,
damage that
Brim.
can
Good
be done?
job.
Thank you.
Crazy.
I mean, one
Dude,
one
like
thing
the
just
worst player on their
first
team
to
just
say,
kills me
you know,
with
there's
one.
been a lot of
I like your
outrage being
positivity.
expressed
It's
by
keeping
Israel
me
over Iran
positive.
using cluster
Your
munitions.
positivity keeps
First
me
of all, it should
positive.
be
Thank you.
stated that neither Israel
Yeah,
nor
we're
Iran
better
are
than
party
them.
to the
They're not better than
convention
us.
banning cluster bombs, and the United States itself has used cluster munitions.
We're all positive.
Bro, aren't you
guys.
12 and 14
cluster
though?
bombs in Yemen and
No, no,
Why
guys,
you keep
we're
talking
better
here?
than
I don't
them.
know,
They're
guys.
like an
Al-Qaeda,
ass team. We're
but they
better than
shredded
all
a
of
bunch
them.
villages in
We're
Yemen
just
with
better
them.
people.
But why are the Iranians using cluster bombs?
Yeah, they're
So
low
personally,
IQ.
I'm
We're like
completely
super smart.
against
We're
them. I've seen the
better.
effect of
We're just
cluster bombs. I
better.
think it's a
Their head is a
great
magnet
idea.
for bullets.
But the
this game,
Iranians
though.
are using it as a way to try to trigger the Iron Dome and other air defense systems so that the larger missile itself is able to penetrate, or other missiles are able to penetrate. And they're ugly, ugly munitions. No one should ever do
Harvest
that.
first kill on defense.
Iran, though, is using they're using guided
Spike down
munitions. They
A.
are quite precise.
like that.
But with the hypersonic missiles, it's much
I was so
easier
surprised by
for
that
them
first
to penetrate through
I got
the
mine.
existing U.S. and Israeli defense systems. It doesn't mean that they
I'm at
work
3.
perfectly. They're a much faster missile. In fact, the Yemenis
I
at
think
times
that's
have used
like
them
rotating.
on Israel as well. In some cases, actually hitting targets. So what you're talking
kill,
about is a
hardly
much
near me.
stronger blast.
Oh my God.
You're talking about a missile that has a much greater capacity to defeat the
One enemy
technology that
remaining.
the U.S. and Israel
Nice.
have
Good
deployed.
job.
And if some of the higher end technology has already been
Phoenix
used
Eagle.
up and they have to get replenishments in terms of combating the ballistic missiles, you could start to see much heavier damage take place inside of Israel.
Yeah.
But again, I want to emphasize the Iranians have claimed this for a long time.
Wait,
and we're going to
we're
start
having-
to see if what they promised
Wait
is
for the
true.
recall.
We're going to start to
Okay,
see
whatever.
that very, very soon. Last night, very heavy bombing from the Iranians after the
30
U.S. had
seconds
claimed
left.
that they were sort of pausing or it was abating a bit. The Iranians responded by just
Yay, we got it. Good job, guys.
hitting Israel very hard.
It's unbelievable. Well, Jeremy, we know you
Hey,
need to
just
get out of here.
guys.
Ryan, could you stay for another 5 minutes? Just a few more questions. I want to talk
think
to you about
Phoenix
this
got
ship
two.
incident.
That's the first
Jeremy,
round of defense.
thank
I didn't
you.
get more
You
than
were
2
the
kills.
best.
That's
I
the
think
first
most of
round
them.
of
All right,
defense.
Tim,
I didn't
appreciate
get
you.
more.
Thank
No,
you
I
very much.
appreciate
See, and if
you.
you weren't hogging
Ryan, I
all the
want you
kills,
to
we would've
talk
won.
briefly about this incident that was very disturbing that I read about
You're welcome.
regarding an Iranian ship that got torpedoed by the U.S.
Dude, I'm getting bullied
Because it
this
does
game.
just talk about how
By who?
there is, I think,
every single one of them
a
is laser beam.
misunderstanding from certain people as to the brutality of war in the sense of how
Yep.
how truly evil
There be-
things that happen during
Go
the war
ahead.
are,
Stand
and
your
how
ground.
this is going to be seared into the minds of people. And it's
Mid,
so
mid, mid,
important for
mid,
people in
right
the
here.
U.S. to stand up and go, yeah, this is not something that we
Don't blink.
co-sign. Can you just talk
Yo,
about
she's
that?
already in there.
Adding shield.
Yeah, this is a dark one, and India is actually roiled by this right now because it implicates them. So the Indians,
Ooh.
they love to project that they have hegemony in the kind of Indian Ocean. They're the ones that are gonna their name is gonna
enemy
keep the
remaining.
Indian Ocean safe, and so toward that end, they host this biennial.
Yeah.
Kind of little festival of ships.
Yeah.
You know, I think 70 countries,
Right.
including Iran and the United States, sent
Hey!
ships to these two
Good teamwork.
related events, and they did a live fire drill.
And when did they do this?
Then when they did it from I think the February
Three kills that
17th to the 26th.
Yeah, let's go, team.
Gotcha.
So it
Wow, look
wrapped
at the
up
13
48
and 14
hours
donkey
before,
of a
maybe
harbor.
36 hours
I can buy
before
you
the
that.
war started.
Right.
They paraded on land. The U.S. pulled out of one of the two of these little festivals, but did participate
You're
in
welcome.
the other one with the Iranians. So like we're there, like with them.
Guys, I think it's time to
As
retire.
part of the kind of peace protocol for these events, you're only supposed to bring enough ammunition, to like fire off
It looks like A.
during your little events. You're not supposed to come all kitted up in a way that could cause serious problems. Also, you're out there doing these complex coordinated drills. You don't want something to go wrong.
Right.
And so they try to keep it as safe as possible. And so then it starts to head back to Iran. And this
Yeah, I
is where
think
we
so.
need more investigation. It appears that it was then held at a port for something like 11 hours near Sri Lanka,
Yeah.
or a Sri Lankan port, which now people are suspicious was allowing kind of this nuclear sub to catch up to it. There's also the question of like, how did they find the exact location? There's some in India. They are speculating that the U.S. exploited joint intelligence network that it has built in India to get into the Indian system, and then because the Indians and the Iranians they invited the Iranian ship, and then they said goodbye to the Iranian ship. They knew exactly where it was. So then the nuclear sub.
We tied it up pretty much. Just 1 point.
And that the laws of war, the Geneva Convention, says
Okay, I'm gonna set up.
if it doesn't put your own ship at risk, you are obligated under international law to try to save drowning sailors. But you have to do the bare minimum. Also, under the kind of common sense of humanity, like you see somebody drowning, it's like a meme. You see somebody drowning, like throw them a rope.
Right.
Like that's what we do. We prosecuted a Nazi at Nuremberg for not doing it.
Right.
But often the Nazis did do it, which is like we're below them at this point. So Sri Lanka's navy
They did. Oh, nice.
come
Good
out
job. Never mind.
and get there as fast as they could, and they managed to save.
He has like 10
32
seconds on me, I swear.
people from drowning. More than
As a judge,
80
Justin and Art.
Iranians died in the
Art,
attack.
with the judge.
And we posted the video.
100.
With the caption something like "This Iranian ship
Oh my
thought it was
god.
safe."
40 on
Suckers.
ISO.
No, you're not.
Where was
And
that?
so
Rose?
now the Indian. So this is interesting too. The Indian government
Here.
is under enormous pressure because this is a slap in the face to them. If you noticed yesterday, Trump lifted sanctions on Russia when it came to selling oil to India. Remember a few months ago, the biggest thing that Trump was worked up about was that India was buying oil from Russia.
Right.
He's like, I'm going to do 25% sanctions, I'm going to do tariffs, I'm going to do 50%.
Nice.
Stop buying oil.
Harvey, you should have helped him with the ace.
Now, it's all fine.
That's
We're
crazy.
buying oil from Russia, and we're lifting the sanctions on Russian oil.
That's okay.
That to me
Phoenix got
feels
an
like
ace.
Okay, Justin.
Good job.
blowback from this.
When I said art,
I'm gonna set up
like,
Beacon.
I need something here. You're killing me at home.
You gotta
you
give
made
me
us look
Is he mad at us?
How do you
so
just?
Putin will get
We
billions
heard
out
them.
of this.
Okay.
What do you think
Sleepy.
China
It's
and
not
Russia?
sleepy.
What is the
It's
lens
not,
through
yeah.
which they're viewing the current Iran conflict?
We're like standing here out in the open.
You know, there was
Like,
this
just
really
waiting to
interesting
die.
argument being made by a guy for Barry Weiss's news outlet, Javi Rettinger. He's like, he's like one of the smartest Israeli analysts out there, and so they sent their brightest light out there to make the best possible case they could that the war in Iran that the U.S. is waging is not actually for Israel; it's actually about China. And he lays out this case that there's oil that China gets from Iran. You can go read his case.
Yeah.
But it falls apart extremely quickly because, yes, it's true that Iran exports something like 80 to 90% of its oil to China. So you're like, oh, you see that number, you're like, wow, that really involves China a lot. That makes up something like 5 to 15% of Chinese.
You know where they both are, and
imports.
Justin's like slowly
They have
walking up.
plenty of oil that they can get from elsewhere. And
I hit him
also
on
think about it.
He's art.
If
He's
we
super low.
replace this government, if we manage to do a regime change,
Can't go through connector.
and we put in a new government that Donald Trump says is wonderful, like finds his Delcy.
He might get spiking Gobi. Look through mine.
Why would that country not sell oil to China?
To China.
Like that
would make no sense.
Of course,
Nice, good job.
They'll sell to everybody. Like Iran will still be a country.
Good job.
Right.
It will still produce oil.
Yeah, it would
no
still
matter
have
what.
an economy and one of the
Still going to
driving.
have an economy. Unless Haviv is saying that what
Yeah,
Trump
but
really wants to do is
man.
blockade China from buying oil from anybody around the world. Like, is
And I'm
that
sure
all the way down
China
or
would have
something?
something to
Yeah,
say.
turn me up there. I think
I think they might. I
You
think if
they might? What do you think about the chances of boots on the ground?
Is the music
Yeah.
Not coming?
Mine's
I
weird
think
too.
I think the chances.
I
of
don't know
special
why.
forces are getting pretty high.
Reportedly,
Yeah, I
we sent
know.
Kurdish
It
troops
must be
in
a riot.
already
It's like
with
doing
special
things.
forces.
And then as we reported, actually,
you guys
immediately, it wasn't true.
Okay.
So that was fascinating.
Yeah.
That was leaked by the Israelis, it seems. That
Oh my gosh.
the invasion's going to happen. 'Cause you can get that wrong. You're right. And then it doesn't end up happening. They said thousands of Kurdish fighters have invaded Iran and are currently fighting inside Iran. That was the reporting from a bunch of outlets, and it clearly seemed to be sourced from Israel. We talked to all of these different Kurdish sources, and all of them are like, "This it's not happening." Like,
he's still there?
Casting judgment on whether it should, but it literally is not happening. And then this Iranian Kurdish base inside Iraq was bombed. Maybe it was from Iran, who thought that the reports were true. Maybe it was from Israel, who's like trying to rile them up and say you need to go in there. We don't know, but it's not happening. So the invasion is not happening. So the U.S. is putting enormous pressure on them to go in.
They get MIOP too.
The problem is, in 1991, we told the Kurds to rise up in northern Iraq.
Yeah.
They rose up, and then Saddam massacred them.
It's always the Kurds.
We then supported them in Syria
useless.
to go against ISIS. And a couple months ago, we sold them out.
Right.
So the Kurds have been saying publicly, all right, 1991, that's one thing. And also all of the betrayals going back hundreds of years.
Buy me.
91 is one thing. You sold us out like 2 months ago.
Right. You know, that's insane. Yeah, it's unbelievable.
So you think but they're still calculating like
you literally are all game.
I bought a
judge
lot of pressure to do it, and then
and
I don't care anymore.
Bush and Obama were actually pretty decent for northern Iraq, the Kurdish region. So they're kind of, but they're comfortable too. They're like, we've got our autonomy. We're happy. Like,
yeah, why get involved? Like, what do you think? You know, I'm hearing the Qatars basically.
Oh my gosh, I'm so sorry,
the
guys.
American economy. Saudi Arabia is, saying similar things. You know, people are really upset out there. I mean, this could be a massive
spike down B.
Collapse financially.
Don't
believe what is Jared Kushner doing right now? Is he calling these people on the phone, going, "Hey, relax"?
Yeah, we have it right here.
Guido Tejo's flanking.
Yeah, he's got to, because he's so much of
I'm
his
watching
business
Men's
relies on the Gulf economy continuing to produce oil and gas and dollars, and then funneling those dollars.
Where did they come from?
The grifts that the Trump organization,
the Bush
organization are operating. Set aside the entire AI grift that is the U.S. economy.
30 seconds left. One enemy remaining.
Obviously, this should be obvious.
Oh my gosh, you guys are crazy. Good job.
Everything else. Like,
I'm so sorry.
If the oil and gas stop coming out, we stop making aluminum.
Even after we refuse to buy me.
Right. Like we stop making the copper, like the basics.
Yeah,
of our
last round.
economy, and then we can't make semiconductors, and then we're like, and that happens.
I was in the bathroom.
I threw a gun on you.
2020.
I threw a gun on you.
Like the entire world fell apart. Supply chain shocks.
Yeah,
it wasn't that long ago. It's like,
okay, we're all pretty rich, so
that is kind of Iran's strategy. I think is to say like they cannot withstand. Like they are already driven to absolute poverty and desperation by our sanctions.
Right.
So they're already there. So they can weather this.
Final question.
I'm gonna put it here.
Yeah.
Dubai cannot.
Dubai cannot. Right. Final question for you.
Why are they
How does this play out? What is your prediction
top mid,
from what you know, from what you've seen? Obviously, you know, what do you think happens here? Does Trump say, "Hey, we won, even though we didn't, and just get the hell out of there"?
Well,
is this, you know, I've seen reports that the Pentagon has asked for money and some troop commitments.
One
in terms
enemy remaining.
September,
They
right?
just mean.
What
Sage
is
all,
this?
Sage
Are
all.
we talking about this on July 4th?
Oh, that's fine. She's probably gonna
the
go
most
try to arrest
hopeful
him.
outcome at this point would be
probably won't be long.
Trump stares into the abyss or the actuality of a global financial crisis that he
You
sparked
will not kill
and
my
declares
ally.
victory and just stops fighting.
30 seconds left.
Never pick up an op again.
Here's the
How did
list of
she
things
get
I
there
want to
so
accomplish. No, I obliterated their ballistic missile program. I obliterated their nuclear weapons. I killed the Ayatollah.
Maybe
It was done before the end of the day is over. And so we won, and everyone tells me
Player standing. One
most
enemy
incredible,
remaining.
you know, war that I've ever seen.
But the Revolutionary Guard still controls the
Oh my god, Phoenix, I love you! I love you! You're crazy! Okay, GG guys, thank you so much. Have a good night.
Israel, if Israel feels that they have been sufficiently militarily degraded that they don't have many ballistic missiles left.
Woof.
Their Tehran looks like Gaza.
That's the option. MVP.
That they can then continue to do.
I got 10.
Routine operations like this. They, with Gaza, as you know, they call it mowing the lawn.
It wasn't Cypher?
And in the 90s in Iraq, this was kind of what the West would do to Iraq. Put them under sanctions, impoverished it, and then every 6 months go bomb it, and then weaken it. So when 2003 came along, you just kind of pushed it over. Then, of course, it became a gigantic catastrophe through the occupation and everything else.
Laser beamed
that was their vision. Like Iraq was too strong in the 80s to take out. That you
100%.
take a decade of just
Did you ever watch
pummeling
me
it
lose
relentlessly.
No.
So maybe Israel's okay with pausing.
Yeah. I won
and then 6 months later they go in and
buy me, so I didn't win mine.
Bomb them
I
again,
watched
and
you
then 6
throw
months
like 3
after
rounds,
that,
sir.
And on and on.
Well, Ryan Grimm, Drop Site News, thank you so much.
Surely
We're
it can't
very
get worse than that,
grateful that you and Jeremy came on, and everybody should go and read your stuff. You guys are great, and this, I think, helped a lot of people understand the mess that we're in, but I don't know how much hope it's given us, but that's never been the point of this show, my career, or anything I've been involved in. Ryan Grimm, Drop Site News, thank you very much.
Death.
Yeah, you got it. If anybody knows Trump, just tell him it's a beautiful win. Just take the win.
It's the win. We did it. We won. Very good.
You won.
All right. Ryan, this will be out in a few hours. Thank you. You're the best.
Thank you, sir.
Appreciate it.
Go to the bathroom.
Undeclared wars are commonplace. Tragically, our government engages in preemptive war, otherwise known as aggression, with no complaints from the American people. Sadly, we have become accustomed to living with the illegitimate use of force by government. To develop a truly free society, the issue of initiating force must be understood and rejected.
What if sometimes, to love your country, you had to alter or abolish the government? What if Jefferson was right? What if that government is best which governs least? What if it is dangerous to be right when the government is wrong? What if it is better to perish fighting for freedom than to live as a slave? What if freedom's greatest hour of danger is now?
Hi, everyone. Judge Andrew Napolitano here for Judging Freedom. Today is Friday, March 6th, 2026. It's the end of the week. It's been a momentous week, as you all know. It's the end of the day. It's our favorite time where we try and get our arms around what has happened since last we spoke. It's the Intelligence Community Roundtable with my two stalwart, steadfast colleagues and friends, Ray McGovern and Larry Johnson. Today, the Dow Jones Industrial Average went down 450 points. Oil is $90 a barrel. And after 1 week, the price of gas in New Jersey is up 40 cents a gallon. So where does the war stand today, Larry Johnson?
As far as the United States is concerned, not in a good position. News is coming across. So Stars and Strife just published a request for blood donors at a little town called Kaiserslautern, which is northwest of Stuttgart. Stuttgart is where the command headquarters for EUCOM and AFRICOM are. So Kaiserslautern is an army base. And the fact that they're calling out for blood donations is one part of the story. There's a hospital in Landstuhl in Germany that usually handles combat casualties. They have suspended their obstetrics, pediatric services because of pressing needs. So what this means is that despite what we're being told are very minimal casualties that are occurring in the Persian Gulf are much, much greater than the public has been told about. That seems to indicate this, or otherwise they're getting ready for more casualties. And on that front, there is a word out of Fort Bragg that the 82nd Airborne who is supposed to have this command exercise starting Sunday or Monday. That has been canceled.
Really, they don't buy shields.
Now, if you recall, on February 18th, I had a conversation with one of my old colleagues who still was involved in scripting terrorism exercises for JSOC and SOCOM. And they were supposed to start scripting on the 22nd of February. That exercise was canceled on the 22nd, and 6 days later, the war started in Iran. So there's been rumors afoot. I've got other reports out of Germany, which it doesn't make sense, but that U.S. forces are being deployed from Germany as well for ground action in or around Iran. This is madness. This is insanity. And, Donald Trump at this point is like a guy that's playing strip poker. He's down to his underwear and he's doubling down on all of his bets. And he's going to wind up naked.
Ray, your analysis, your thoughts, your perspective after a week of what Larry quite properly calls madness.
Well, the prospect of seeing Donald Trump naked.
Yeah. Scrub our eyes.
People have. Okay.
God.
Yeah, you know what interests me as usual is the Russian reaction.
I
I think the reports in the New York Times today are probably completely correct that Iran is using the best technical information. We used to call it technical means with satellites of all description kind for targeting information. And they have every piece of Israel and the U.S. armed forces in view. I asked a very accomplished Russian historian friend of mine, whom I often consult on this. I said, "What do you think about this?" And he said, "Well, it's called karma." What we're doing in what we're doing for the Ukrainians is what the Russians are doing for the Iranians. Here, I got that straight this time. So this is very serious. In other words, this is not going to stop anytime soon. The thing that bothers me most, and actually Captain McGovern has buy-in from Colonel McGregor, Colonel Wilkerson, Major Ritter, that the thing to be feared here is a nuclear Israel using a nuclear weapon or two in extremis. Now, this may sound a little conspiratorial, but everything that's happened, to include killing the supreme leader, to include massacring 163 little girls at that grammar school, okay? To include other things, seems to be designed by Netanyahu, working with this fellow that's not so bright, okay? To put Israel in the situation where they will be attacked. There will be a big affront against Israel, and they will have no other choice but to use a nuclear weapon. Now, in extremis, I think that they would do that. Using
doubling down on all of his bets. And he's going to wind up naked.
Ray, your analysis, your thoughts, your perspective after a week of what Larry quite properly calls madness.
Well, the prospect of seeing Donald Trump naked.
Yeah, I was just waiting showers.
Yeah, scrub our eyes.
People have. Okay. Yeah, you know what interests me as usual is the Russian reaction. I think the reports in the New York Times today are probably completely correct that Iran is using the best technical information. We used to call it technical means with satellites of all description kind for targeting information. And they have every piece of Israel and the U.S. armed forces in view. I asked a very accomplished Russian historian friend of mine, whom I often consult on this. I said, "What do you think about this?" And he said, "Well, it's called karma." What we're doing in what we're doing for the Ukrainians is what the Russians are doing for the Iranians. Here, I got that straight this time. So this is very serious. In other words, this is not going to stop anytime soon. The thing that bothers me most, and actually Captain McGovern has buy-in from Colonel McGregor, Colonel Wilkerson, Major
30
Ritter.
seconds left.
That the thing to be feared here is a nuclear Israel using a nuclear weapon or two in extremis. Now, this may sound a little conspiratorial, but everything that's happened, to include killing the supreme leader,
You want the one in Fort Clove saying lucky over here?
massacring 163 little girls at that grammar school, okay? To include other things, seems to be designed by Netanyahu, working with this fellow that's not so bright, okay, to put Israel in the situation where they will be attacked. There will be a big affront against Israel, and they will have no other choice but to use a nuclear weapon. Now, in extremis, I think that they would do that. In '73, when Golda Meir was around, they threatened to do that, and Kissinger went out of his gourd and prevented it, okay? Would they do it this time? I think they have in mind doing that. That may sound like a conspiracy, but it's one that would have great repercussions.
Larry, I know we talked about this earlier, but how badly has Israel been damaged? Or do we not know because of their sensors?
Well, we know indirectly. You're correct about the sensors. They're claiming, oh, yeah, we're shooting down 95% of the missiles. Really? Then show the pictures. Because you know what? It's quite easy to put up video that shows boom, flash, as these warheads are destroyed by Israel. Well, they're not doing that. And the reason they're controlling the information so tightly is they are taking a pummeling. I spoke with Stanislav Krapivnik. Stas is able to see some social media from Russia that Russia has access to that's not being shown in the West. He said Tel Aviv is getting the Gaza treatment.
Yo, Chloe, can I get a spoke?
So that means they're getting significant destruction in there. And that's the point I'm making in all this is if things are really going your way, if you're conquering territory and taking people right and left, you show the evidence. You show the videos. You don't hide that. You go out and brag. Hey, look at what we did. You're not seeing that. And in fact, what I'm hearing, I've got confirmation now. I was skeptical of the claim that the Kuwaitis had shot down those 3 F-15s, but I've got it from a firm source. The Kuwaitis shot down the 3 F-15s, and they have shot down a number of drones. And U.S. pilots are now saying they would rather be flying over Iran. They think it's safer to fly over Iran than to fly over Kuwait.
Isn't that interesting? Ray, yesterday the president said the Iranians called him and wanted to make a deal. Now, I don't think anybody believes that. My question's kind of long-winded, so you can tie your answer into all of it. Today, he said he'd accept nothing less than unconditional surrender. And then he said, by the way, I, meaning Donald J. Trump, should be able to choose the leadership of Iran. Is he crazy?
Well, I prefer to say he's not well, Judge. This has been clear for the last. This is nothing to laugh. Okay, this has been clear for the last three months, but now over the last couple of weeks, it's been showing that he's really detached from reality. Now, I don't know who's telling him these stuff, or it seems to me he's probably not even checking with anyone before he goes to his little Truth Social. But this is ridiculous in the extreme. And the notion that he would openly brag that he has the right to help appoint the next supreme leader, well, more important, Judge, the cat is out of the bag. Okay? We know now. We know now that the Israelis mousetrapped us. And we have the Secretary of State, who is also the National Security Advisor, admitting it. He said, as we know, he said, look, the Israelis didn't go anyway, and we were afraid that when the Israelis attack Iran, that the Iran might attack us, so we had to do it. Okay, so what does that mean? Well, it means, as Senator Mark Warner said, no little guy is he. He says, and he's the deputy, he's the second guy in charge of the Senate Intelligence Committee, minority leader. He said, look, there was no Are you telling me there was an immediate threat to Israel, or that they said there was, and there was no immediate threat to us? Well, it's clear that there was no immediate threat to us. So you are equating, are you, Rubio, an immediate threat to Israel with an immediate threat to us? Is that what you're doing? We're at a hell of a pass if that's what you're doing. That's a paraphrase, but it's very close to what Mark Warner said. So things are changing. It's becoming very clear that this is a war for Israel, and our chief policymakers, whether advertently or inadvertently, are admitting it, and that should be enough for the American people to say, look, do we want body bags coming home in a war for Israel?
Larry, I think Ray is 100% correct. Mark Warner and the other gang members of the other 7 members of the Gang of 8 took an oath not to reveal what Rubio told them. They did not take an oath not to reveal what Rubio did not tell them. And apparently he failed to tell them of any imminent threat to the United States or to Israel.
Right.
Because there wasn't.
Yeah, this the members of Congress are just playing a dangerous game here. If Congress is doing its duty, it should immediately bring up charges of impeachment against Donald Trump for violating the Constitution, for taking the country to war. Instead, what we have, we got a sufficient number of Republicans who are supporting Donald Trump because they bought into all the lies told about Iran.
The fact that our Phoenix
We got some Democrats now who are speaking up, but they're really they're more of the mood to say, now let's just watch Donald Trump stew in his own juices. They're happy to watch him suffer and thrash about as he basically destroys his presidency and replaces Richard Nixon as one of the most detested presidents in the history of the United States. And they'll let that happen because just the schadenfreude with it. Instead of intervening and say, okay, we got to do what's right for America right now. We've got to save these kids that are going to be deployed and needlessly killed. We've got to save the loss of life of these Iranians. This, because left unchecked, I think there will be ample argument within Iran to say, you know what, God rest the soul of the Ayatollah Ali Khamenei, but we must reconsider building the nuke. I mean, the one guy that was preventing a nuclear weapon from being built in Iran, despite there were others who pressured to do so. But the one guy with the moral authority who was able to withstand that pressure and do the right thing, that's who we killed. That's who we killed.
Ray, isn't the murder of the Ayatollah a war crime?
Of course it is. It's more than that. If I were to think of something that would bind the Iranian people together, all the various kinds of Iranian people, there are several tribes or peoples. I mean, there could be no better thing than having a martyr. Now, as I've said before in this program, there's a good model for this. Greater love hath no man than to give up his life for his people. Khamenei predicted this. He told people, look, if I am martyred, I want Larijani to take my place. I want everything, because it's likely they'll get me. Why did he think that? Well, he didn't go into any bunker, despite what you hear from the Washington Post, New York Times, or the Israelis. He sat in his office on that morning. He was in his office with his granddaughter, his son, and his daughter-in-law. Okay? Now, why? Because he made it clear, I don't want to be in any kind of more protected situation than the normal Iranian person. I'm willing to die for the food. And I think, sotto voce, I'm probably worth more to the movement dead rather than alive. Now, people know that. And all this stuff about him being in a bunker and the precision of these, I mean, it's such bunk, it almost gets me angry.
No, it got you angry. Come on.
Larry, can the United States possibly claim the high ground by starting a war of aggression, which under Nuremberg is a war crime, while conducting diplomacy?
Yeah, I'm trying to think of the last
They're
person
probably so mad by the
who
shotguns,
invaded
dude.
another country.
The Whaley
Yeah, where
shotguns.
they couldn't at least come up with a reason that might sound justifiable. Like when Saddam invaded Kuwait, he was complaining that the Kuwaitis were drilling underneath the border, taking Iraqi oil, and he went to April Glaspie, the U.S. ambassador, and said, "Hey, look, these guys are stealing our oil. We're gonna go correct that. Do you have any objections?" And April said, "We got no position on that." So Saddam says, "Okay." Apart from that, and I don't like making this comparison, but it fits. The last person to do these kinds of lawless invasions of other countries was a former painter out of Vienna with a little mustache, and he started World War II in earnest. And Trump's well on his way to potentially starting World War III here. Because these attempts to all the different false flags that have taken place so far, the attack on Cyprus that was allegedly done by Iran, not done by Iran, an attack in Saudi Arabia against the oil facilities, again not done by Iran, but trying to blame it. The Saudis and Qataris picked up Mossad agents that were trying to carry out acts of terrorism in those countries in order to make it look like it was Iran, and then also an attack on Azerbaijan. So Israel is in desperation mode. They're trying to get the NATO involved. They're trying to get other countries involved. They're going to set the region on fire, which is why I think Ray's comments earlier about the potential for the nuclear genie to get out of the bottle is quite high.
How many members of the Board of Peace have been attacked? Have been drawn into this because of their hosting of American troops?
Dude, I don't know how I didn't kill her.
That's a good question. I hadn't thought of that, but at least 5 of them come immediately to mind.
Correct.
It's crazy. Let me say about April Glaspie. For people younger than we, which is everybody as far as I'm concerned, she was our top diplomat in Baghdad, and it exactly went down exactly the way Larry guys said. We have no position on that. In other words, we know they're drilling under your, but Now, what happened to her? Was she held accountable? Was she ever asked by Congress? No. Where is she? In the deep, darkest part of Africa, as far as Let mentioned. Okay, so if no one is held accountable, that's what you can get away with: lies or provocations or winks. Yeah, go ahead, Saddam, and see what happens to you. Or go ahead, and do these things against the Iranians. The other thing, let's see. Let's see. Yeah, I just wanted to say.
All right.
That, Judge, when you say Nuremberg and you say war crime, it's really worth remembering, and you don't need to be reminded, but Americans do, that Nuremberg defined a war of aggression as the supreme and international crime, differing from other war crimes, much as it contains the accumulated evil of the whole. Think torture, think lies, think provocations, think the untruths that mislead the American people. Think all those things. That's why Nuremberg said it was the supreme international crime, differing from other war crimes only insofar as it contains the accumulated evil of the whole. That's what we've just done against.
You are quoting almost verbatim, young man, from the closing arguments of Robert Jackson, the U.S. Supreme Court Justice who left the court temporarily to become the chief prosecutor at Nuremberg. His closing argument was a classic, studied by law students in almost every law school, and you've quoted it almost verbatim. Larry, which is does the American government, animated by Trump's urge to get this over quickly, understand the idea of Iranian patience? The Americans want a quick war. The Iranians are ready for a long war. The Guardian has just reported that Trump's offer to the Kurds was rejected. We're not going to get involved unless American boots are on the ground.
104.70, 52.20.
Well, at least the Kurds are smart enough to have recognized how the United States left a bunch of neighbors of Vietnam in the lurch, among others. That the United States is not to be trusted. Did you see the letter that this Khalaf al-Habtour, he's chairman of the al-Habtour group in the United Arab Emirates, sent to Donald Trump the other day?
No.
Oh my God. He blistered
the
Trump. In this letter, he says, "You have placed the Gulf Cooperation Council and the Arab countries at the heart of the danger they did not choose. Thank God we are strong and capable of defending ourselves. We have armies and defenses that protect our homelands. But the question remains, who gave you permission to turn our region into a battlefield?" He pointed out, he said, the U.S. decision to go to war with Iran not only threatens the people of the region, but also the American people. He says, they are finding today themselves in a war funded by their money and taxes, with costs ranging, according to the Institute for Policy Studies, between $40 and $65 billion for direct military operations and 210. I mean, he went on and on. And he said,
why were there 4 of them?
As soon as we signed up for your board of peace, the ink was not even dry, and you're taking us to war? So these guys are seriously looking at the money they've had invested in buying U.S. treasuries. They're going to start pulling that money out.
Here's the former Israeli defense chief and former minister of defense and a member of Prime Minister Netanyahu's party, Benny Gantz. This is a terrifying answer. It's a non-answer, but there's no question which way he's going on this. Cut number 20.
Do you think eventually there will be a need for boots on the ground?
I would not exclude it for those reasons or other, but we have to see how it goes forward.
And will that include Israeli boots on the ground, do you think?
I exclude nothing. We've been waiting for 47 years, and we came to a point with every necessary means should be taken in order to achieve our goals.
Just on the turned around, he would have a free
That's telling you that Netanyahu and Trump have already talked about boots on the ground, Ray.
I think so.
Yeah.
This 47 years thing really gets my Irish up.
What is the 47 years? Is that when they overthrew the Shah 47 years ago?
Yeah, the brutal dictator Shah with his secret police called Savak, which was every bit as brutal as the Gestapo. And we funded it, and the Israelis really helped train them real well, okay? So he was hated, okay? And so when he came to the United States and he got medical treatment, and they were going to give him a special treatment and all that kind of stuff, that's when those young people took hold of the embassy. Now, no one condones taking hold of an embassy, but you don't start with taking hold of the embassy. You start the provocation of years before, going back to 53, when we and the British overthrew the first popularly and duly and officially elected prime minister of Iraq in many, many decades, or perhaps centuries. So they start 47 years, just like starting the Ukraine thing with February 24th, 2022. You don't start there unless you are intending to brainwash the American people. That's our job, unbrainwashing them. It's a job that I think we're beginning to make some headway on.
This game is no longer ranked.
Larry, I don't want to ruin your afternoon.
Okay, is this Lindsey Graham coming?
What I'm going to show you now, believe it or not, is worse than Lindsey Graham. This is former Congresswoman Michelle Bachmann, cut number 14, Chris.
I commend Donald Trump. I commend Benjamin Netanyahu. I truly believe, Greg, maybe we can talk about that a little later, but I truly believe that God ordained these two men to be the leaders of those nations at this exact time for this exact purpose. We've all been given an opportunity to bless Israel. If we bless Israel like I believe President Trump is doing now, then we will be blessed. I truly believe America is going to be blessed from this effort. And likewise, if we turn our back on Israel and curse them, then we're cursed as a nation. And the Bible bears that out. Again, there's only one criterion upon which nations are judged. That's how nations treat Zion. So at this moment, we have to do everything we can to ensure that President Trump has a House and a Senate that will work
105.
with him to advance peace and
105, Lily.
prosperity in America by being pro-Israel. So that's why the primary is extremely important.
Well, she would benefit from a conversation with Jeffrey Sachs. I thought it's the last time you had Jeffrey on, you did an excellent job, and he gave quite an exegesis of Jesus and the relationship between the so-called third temple, understanding what that covenant relationship with God. It wasn't a blank check where Israel could do whatever the hell it wanted without regard. It was an obligation. If you're going to have a covenant relationship with God, that means you don't go out and act like the devil. And it's worth noting that the Jewish establishment at the time, they killed the one man that was embodying something that was saying, let's move away from this concept that there's just one group of special people, but that God loves all people. And as they say about Jesus, you can't keep a good man down. He got up after 3 days. So this, it's absurd when you get people like Michelle Bachmann. I remember her attempts to feign Judaism. She one time called it, hey, they got some chutzpah. I went, you mean chutzpah? But, she called it chutzpah.
Let me chime in here because I know a little bit about this. I've read Matthew 25 several times, but I didn't see in there that the price of admission to heaven is whether you support Zionism. That's what Michelle Bachmann said. The way the people support Zionism is the way they get into heaven. That's how God blesses them. In other words, Christian Zionism is an oxymoron. You can't be both. And my great pain stems from the fact that religious leaders, such as they are these days, can't call a spade and say, this is contrary not only to the Hebrew scriptures, but to the Christian scriptures. This is a lot of hogwash. And when you have Tucker Carlson saying, look, this is about the third temple. Everybody, come on, Tucker. And then he shows the patches on all these Israeli uniforms. There's a picture of the third temple, okay? That's what it's all about, folks. Our young kids are being sent to die for Zionism.
There's no question that it's Israel's war, guys. I just hope that the American public and the American Congress can come to that realization before more American men and women are killed.
So someone's stuck in TP. Omen's by
just a terrible state of affairs. Thank you for your time. Thanks for all the double duty, triple duty this week. We'll see you both on Monday morning. God be with you this weekend.
Thanks so much, Judge.
Thank you.
With you.
Monday, of course, as usual, Alistair Crook, Larry Johnson, Ray McGovern. In the afternoon, one of our other heavy hitters, probably Professor Sachs. If there is major breaking news this weekend, as there was last weekend, we'll be on. But if things stay as horrible as they are in the even keel in which they have been, we'll see you next on Monday. Thank you for watching. Judge Napolitano for Judging Freedom.
120.
Their soundboard is
crazy.
6 different wows and then that and then the beat today.
What?
Put your defense privatization away.
Ew. Okay, alright.
If I had killed him, and then I could have put it on.
Don't hold back there.
You need clips of me.
What? No, guys, I'm here.
We're about to die, and you're still making speeches?
Is this from Jared, the wipe for damage? That's the one you and Jared, right?
Gotcha.
Yo, she bested us.
Dude, I was in my thing putting a thing down.
Yeah, I peeked and died. Jared just plants the other default. Just shoot the molly straight up.
My planet. Come.
Don't need to even
Drop in a smoke.
I always forget what these actually are.
Yeah, me too.
A lot of the names are not that good. Figuring
TWS.
out what they are.
Last player
Yeah,
standing.
I don't like The Office, so no.
Do you get it? That's close. Yeah, you
One
get it.
enemy remaining.
I was gonna half it. It's already half.
I don't think so. What is?
Clutch.
If he did stick around. Oh my god.
Yo.
You are fake news.
Match point.
Let's put them in the ground.
Holy dude, how are they gonna let me 26 and 15 on him with Lucky only?
Baggity, baggity, baggity. Oh.
Fuck shit ass bitch cunt.
And there's the other one. Okay.
This one's for the fam back home.
What is the Make Them Cry from? I remember this one.
Make them cry.
Is that Warhammer or something?
I guess we're going in.
Oh, I don't recall.
Spike down B.
Argo, stop.
Oh, my screen went backwards. What happened?
Careful now.
Right there.
I wouldn't.
Oh no, it's a Monday. The power's gonna be out for 2 hours. That's fucking awesome. And then 8 to fuckers.
Going up.
You're kidding me. Well, actually, I probably won't be up.
Last player standing. One enemy remaining.
Triple, baby.
What?
Of course. I'm going to play I gotta get up in a second, buddy, so I'm not gonna do it.
Attackers win.
Then duck. I was just getting started.
Okay, report. You're mentally ill. You.
To be fair, I at least 3 times did the thing where I stun him, double dash, shotgun him in the face, and teleport away.
+7 due to great performance.
Guys, I'm bronze now. It's happened.
+29.
Got 14.
Report the Grinch.
Why are we in
Report who
silver
goes
lobbies? Are you silver again? Oh my god.
Look at that. I just.
What's the difference, Justin? What's the difference?
Yeah, you ran out in that game and you couldn't stop me. Yep, Sleepy Old Man. Pussy.
He doesn't even have the energy to run down a
10:30.
game.
Yeah, literally.
Brother, you made me get up to play this game.
Yep, literally brain dead.
Some of us played like 3 or 4. Some of us
may have played 1 or 2.
Yeah, and we carried you. Look at this.
Y'all are friends.
Let's look at the Justin KDs. 18 and 15, 9 and 17, 20 and 14, 22 and 16, 19 and 18. All right, yeah, respectable. We don't talk about the 3 and 23. We don't talk about the 3 and 23. That was a win.
26 and 16, and they were mad about it, dude. They were fucking mad.
Look, I do what I need to do for the team to win. Kills, deaths, doesn't matter.
Listen, one day your mental illness will take you in your sleep.
Yeah, that 3 and 23 game. It was 3 and 23. Dude, I told you I was getting laser beamed by either that or I was getting waylay ulted into Teho ult, or I would jump the corner and get killed by an op. I lost a few. Like, it was not a good game, but there was a lot of that one where they waylay ulted into Teho ult and killed 4 of us. Like, you know, that was like every one of. Yeah, that was like every one of my deaths looked exactly like that. Like, the thing I do with the waylay dash, waylay did to me, but with a vandal 1 bullet headshot, like 3 times. Like, I don't know. I'm bronze 1. He's like almost silver.
We literally carried you back into silver. So sad. You got carried by shotgun only players, by the way. Yes. Dog. And I have their whole team upset and like they're playing like differently because
he's going
literally
back
using it on
Platt.
offense.
He's going back to Platt using Bucky only. Wait, did you see Riot is seriously considering adding another division below Iron?
For Justin only.
Wood might be real. What else would you name it? It has to be wood, right? Like
tin.
Tin? Maybe tin.
He goes, "What's below bronze?" Justin goes, "I guess you can't name it bronze."
Aluminum? I don't know. Because you fold like a sheet of paper. I don't know. Like I could see tin. I want it to be wood. I know it's not going to be, but I want it to be wood. That's higher.
Yeah. What's wrong with you?
It's like molybdenum.
His brain
Lead is a good one. That's a good one. Lead. Guys, I'm hard stuck lead 4.
What? What?
Oh, okay, clever. And then they need another rank, and that rank is like paper.
The lowest rank of the game is rebuilt 11.
Is Justin bad at League? Unclear.
Yes. It's a question.
Lock in right now. Play one game. Show it to us.
Stream us one game of League. Yeah, do it. You
He
won't.
did it over the weekend, like 2 weeks ago. He queued up a game of League, and he was so ready.
Oh, I saw he started streaming, queued up a game of League, dodged, and logged out and turned the stream off.
It's unhinged behavior. I want stats on the number of people who do that. Like, load up League, queue, cancel the queue, and close out of the game. Like, it's been real, Justin.
I think they're both telling you no, to be honest. I think they're both telling you no. I think
Your mind's telling you sleep, but your body's telling you sleep. Yeah, maybe unlocking the Jet Sheriff is not the choice.